remotely contrite, but easing off on the styling. Amara sighs and closes her eyes. She prefers Martha's hands, however rough, to entertaining Rufus. Anticipation makes her nauseous. It is impossible to be intimate with Philos, to try and allow herself to feel, only to be confronted by Rufus and turn her body back to stone. Perhaps it would be different if her patron simply took what he wanted, without needing her to love him too. Her bedroom is now a place she associates so completely with Philos that Rufus's presence there feels like an obscenity. And yet Rufus is the one who owns the house, owns her lover, and grants her every privilege she has. Even her relationship with Philos depends on his continued affection. Martha has finished with her hair, and Amara dismisses her to finish preparing the dinner. Amara changes her earrings, and once she is satisfied with her appearance, she sits on the couch, reaching for the harp to squeeze in some more practice, in case Rufus demands to hear her play. "Rufus is coming." It is Britannica standing in the doorway. "Yes," Amara says, pleased to see Britannica looking more like her usual surly self, no longer frenzied by the prospect of violence. "I'm happy you and Victoria made it back without killing each other." "She's still there." Amara frowns, confused by the Briton's poor Latin. "What do you mean, still there?" "She stayed to fuck Crescents. Not for me to tell her no." "She did what?" Amara's voice is a shriek. "She stay to fuck Crescents," Britannica repeats slowly, as if her accent were the trouble, though Amara can see from the malice in her eyes that Britannica knows perfectly well her message was understood. "She can't have done." Amara leaps to her feet, still shouting from the shock. Her voice has brought Philos to the door. "What were you thinking, letting her do something like that?" "She is whore, is what she does." "She could be killed," Amara yells at Britannica. "I told you to bring her back." "Amara," Philos is beside her. "Rufus will be here soon. Calm yourself." "Victoria has gone off to fuck a gladiator," she says, turning on him. "And now she will have to get across town on her own in the dark. That's if she even leaves the barracks alive." "Victoria knows how to look after herself. Think of the life she used to lead. Please stay calm. You cannot be in a state when Rufus arrives." It is fortunate for Philos and Amara that nobody but Britannica is present to witness their conversation, because in the heat of her emotion, Amara reaches out to touch his arm for reassurance, and Philos, unthinking, lays his hand over hers. "You're right," she says. "She is whore," Britannica repeats. "What do you expect?" "That's enough," Philos says, before Amara can begin shouting again. "Enough, Britannica, please." The Briton shrugs. "I only say truth," she replies, turning on her heel and striding out. When they are alone, Amara realizes their posture and swiftly removes her hand, as if Philos's skin had burned her. "Did she?" He looks equally shaken. "No." He clasps his hands together as if that might erase their touch. "She won't have noticed. Just make sure you're calmer when Rufus arrives." Philos walks from the room, and Amara sinks back down onto the couch. Victoria is still missing when Amara hears Rufus's voice from the atrium. She gets up, walking slowly, a gracious smile on her face, ready to welcome whoever he has brought to meet her. Her patron is standing by the pool, blocking his guest from view, but Amara sees the guest's servant standing next to Philos, watching her. It is Secundus, Pliny's steward. She runs across the atrium with a cry, any pretense of composure gone. Pliny turns towards her as she throws herself at his feet. "It's you!" she cries, clasping the hem of his cloak and pressing it to her heart. So amazed, she does not even manage to greet him properly. "You came back for me." "Of course I came to see you," Pliny replies, embarrassed, trying to raise her from her knees. Or do you think I'm in the habit of writing nonsense? How can I ever thank you for what you've done? Amara is still clutching his hem, barely resisting the urge to seize his hand and kiss it. Nothing I do will ever be enough. You've given me everything. I can never repay your kindness, never. Come now. Pliny hauls her to her feet. You wrote very prettily already, and Rufus must have read you my reply. I told you, there's no need for any more thanks. Amara glances at Rufus, whose existence she had briefly forgotten. Only then does it dawn on her that Rufus never told her Pliny had responded to her message of gratitude, which she wrote as a coda in his own letter to the Admiral. Nor has he ever passed on a message that Pliny planned to visit her. Rufus gives a strained smile. I knew you would be pleased. She flings her arms around her patron, kissing him. How good you are to me, she cries, hoping her feigned gratitude will be as convincing as the genuine emotion she just displayed. Let's not overwhelm the Admiral with hysterics. Rufus disentangles himself, though he looks better pleased by her show of affection. I told him to expect dinner, not weeping. They head to the dining room, Pliny remarking politely on the paintings, though Amara knows they are far inferior to anything he must own himself. She is conscious of how small the room must look to him, nothing like the grand home where they first met. All 3 couches have been dressed, as she was not sure of the exact number of guests. Pliny and Rufus recline opposite one another, and, as Rufus makes himself comfortable, Amara knows he will expect her to lie next to him, the way she always does. She hesitates. As soon as she joins him, Rufus will drape an arm over her, and she will be no more than an object, her status demeaned in the Admiral's eyes. The prospect is uninviting. Instead she takes the empty couch, reclining between the 2 men, not daring to look at Rufus. I'm delighted to see you so well settled, Pliny says to her. He is propped up on his elbow, without appearing remotely relaxed. She remembers this look of his, the distracted air of a man who would prefer to be working than socializing. And Rufus tells me you have been continuing your interest in medicinal herbs, which is excellent. I must send you a recent text I found from Greece. I believe it would interest you. That's very generous, thank you, Amara says. Rufus has kindly encouraged me to plant a herb garden, and I would love to add to it. I do hope your research is proving as fruitful as ever. Pliny waves a hand. I have very little opportunity for research these days. The fleet takes up almost every moment of my time, save what I can spare at night, though, as you know, I care very little for sleep. I remember, Amara says, with a smile. Pliny also smiles, in a rare expression of affection, perhaps remembering, as she is, the long hours she would read to him, late into the night. The Admiral is in Pompeii as part of his campaign against piracy, Rufus interrupts. Will you be here long? Amara asks. Martha has come in with the roasted pigeon and serves them while Pliny talks. Only 1 night, he says. I have been overseeing the defences of towns across the bay. Tomorrow I must be back in Misenum. He dips his bread into Martha's offering of crushed chickpea and tastes it, nodding in appreciation. But I hope you will both join me for a short visit. I've invited a number of friends to the villa, so you will be well entertained in the day while I work. You are too generous, Rufus replies, but sadly my father's business will keep me in town. I am sorry to hear that, but perhaps you can spare Amara for a few days. Pliny gestures vaguely at her. If it's not too much for a man to ask to borrow his own freedwoman. Pliny chuckles, meaning it as a joke, not dreaming of giving offence, but Rufus flashes red to his hairline. Of course. No doubt Amara will be thrilled to accompany you. Do you still call her Amara? Pliny continues eating his pigeon, oblivious to the tension. I would have thought you might use the name her father gave her, not some title the pimp invented. He turns to her. Wouldn't you prefer that? The name her father gave her. A name Rufus has never even asked. She stares at Pliny, wishing she could convey her real feelings, to tell him that, yes, she would like to be Timorete again, but she cannot risk making Rufus even angrier. I prefer Amara now, she says, because it is the name Rufus has given me, and he takes the place of both father and husband in my life. Pliny raises his eyebrows. Well, as you prefer. It just seems rather irregular. Amara looks at Rufus, hoping her declaration of total self-effacement might have been enough to placate him, but he turns away, not meeting her eyes. Chapter 26. Next comes the well-known fertile region of Campania. In its hollows begin the vine-bearing hills and the celebrated effects of the juice of the vine, famous the world over, and, as writers of old have said, the venue of the greatest competition between Bacchus and Ceres. Pliny the Elder, Natural History. The happiness Amara feels at spending the night with Philos is darkened by their mutual unease at Rufus's decision not to stay over. They whisper together, Amara relaying the dinner, the many times Pliny offended Rufus without even realizing, while Philos holds her, his hand warm at the small of her back. He winces when she repeats the Admiral's request to borrow his own freedwoman. I wish you had found some way to refuse the invitation. I can't see any good coming of making Rufus jealous like this. It's Pliny. Why be jealous of the man who helped him to buy me? I imagine that's exactly why he is jealous. He understands the hold the Admiral might have on you. But he knows there was never anything like that, Amara says, wondering if Philos might also be feeling possessive. Pliny never used me that way. He was kind and respectful, nothing more. Philos draws her closer, kissing her, until she feels the warmth spread through her body like wine, prompting her to pin him underneath her on the bed. It wasn't my business, Philos says, looking up at her, but it's a relief to know Pliny never hurt you. Not a relief from jealousy, Amara teases. I've told you so many times, he says, cupping her face in his hands, her hair spilling over his fingers. The only lovers that matter are the ones we choose. In the morning, Victoria is finally home, just as Philos predicted she would be. She is already in the garden when Amara wakes, her singing filling the house. Any anger Amara feels as she heads out to confront her wayward friend is disarmed by the sight of Victoria kneeling by the fountain, head thrown back to greet the sunlight. She looks so full of joy, it is impossible not to smile. I take it Cresson's wasn't a disappointment. Victoria turns to her. You have no fucking idea. Amara laughs. Aren't you going to fill me in? Victoria heads to the bench, and Amara joins her, touched when Victoria puts an arm around her. It's not a pleasure you can describe, she says, although this has never stopped her in the past. He's just perfect, and his body, like holding Apollo. She sighs, a sound dangerously close to the sort of moan Amara remembers her making at the brothel. Don't go too wild, will you? I can't have you inviting half the barracks back here. Rufus will have us all thrown out. I love him, Victoria says, indignant. I'm not interested in the others. It's not like I fucked anyone else last night. Love already? That was quick. Victoria sighs. It's definitely love, she says, but quick is not the word I'd use. They both laugh then, the sort of unrestrained cackling that would no doubt appall Rufus, and Amara feels lighter than she has in weeks. "I hope I am not disturbing you." It is Secundus, Pliny's steward, standing at the edge of the garden. "No." Amara rises to her feet, embarrassed at being caught lolling around like a slave at the Saturnalia. "Of course not, though I wasn't expecting you until this afternoon." "The Admiral sent me to collect you. His business at Mycenium cannot wait, and he sets sail within the hour." "Oh." Amara is thrown by having less time than she'd hoped to prepare, and worse, no chance to speak to Philos in private before she leaves. "I was just expecting—" She stops herself, but Secundus is staring, eyebrows raised, waiting for her to finish. "I was expecting to leave instructions to the steward." "If that's the capable young man I met last night," Secundus speaks slowly, his eyes fixed on hers, "I'm sure he will have no difficulty in anticipating your every wish. But in any case, you have time to instruct him. We do not have to leave on the instant." "You are right, of course," she replies, turning from him. "Thank you." In her own chambers, Amara finds Martha has already packed for her, leaving everything she might need on the couch. She rifles through the bag, making sure her maid has included the gowns Pliny gave her. Not that she expects the Admiral to notice, but she prefers to be prepared. Refolding the dresses, she hears Philos's characteristic light tread, and is both touched and alarmed he would risk coming to say goodbye. "My darling," she says softly, "you should not be here." She turns to face her lover, eyes full of affection, and the words die on her lips. Secundus is standing in the doorway, his face silhouetted by the light behind. "You should not be here," she repeats, more firmly, trying to pretend she always knew who it was. "This is my private chamber." Secundus bows without speaking, and leaves the room. Secundus gives no sign that he suspects her as they walk through the streets to the harbour. He carries her luggage without complaint, smiling blandly whenever she asks questions about the week ahead. His manner goes some way to soothing her fears, though Amara knows the Admiral's steward is surely too astute to have missed the endearment she spoke so foolishly. She can only hope he decides to keep any suspicions to himself. After all, Secundus owes Rufus nothing. Outside the town walls, as the road dips down towards the sea, Amara sees the vessel waiting for them. It dwarfs the others at the dock. The glare of the sun on its massive sails is blinding, the ship's body painted red. "How big is the fleet the Admiral commands?" she asks Secundus. 50 ships, he replies, with pride in his voice. "The largest fleet in the Empire. You will see many of them when we arrive at the harbour in Mycenium." Amara says nothing, overawed by the prospect of the next few days. The only people she knows in Mycenium are the fleet's commander, who will surely be too busy to pay her much attention, and Secundus, whose company makes her deeply uneasy. She almost wishes Rufus were here. At the dock, the quadrireme has attracted a small crowd of curious onlookers, and beside them 2 familiar figures. Julia and Livia are waiting with an attendant laden with bags. Amara greets them both with a cry of relief. "How wonderful!" Julia exclaims, embracing her. "I did insist Pliny invite you, though I hope you won't miss Rufus too much." From the mischievous look in her eye, Amara suspects Julia knows this is unlikely. "I should think not," Livia says, nose wrinkled in distaste. "Tediousness over a boyfriend is quite insufferable. A woman should always relish her moments of freedom, not pine for confinement." It is perhaps an inappropriate remark for a widow, but Julia only laughs. "I should think the villa at Mycenium will provide enough distraction," she says. "It truly is extraordinary. I'm afraid you will be quite spoiled for Pompeii afterwards. If you are ready to come on board, please, ladies." It is not Pliny, but one of his sailors. The man is nothing like the ragged crew on the trading vessel that brought Amara from Piraeus to Puteoli. Instead, he is dressed in the uniform of the Emperor's personal guard. "Thank you," Julia says, while Amara can only stare at him. The walk up the wooden gangplank brings back unpleasant memories, but once she is safely on the spacious gleaming deck, any similarity to the experience of travelling as cargo vanishes. "It's beautiful," she breathes. The sailor who has helped her aboard laughs. "Not what Rome's enemies say when she's bearing down on them with the speed of an eagle," he replies, walking off to join Pliny, who she sees now is at the prow of the ship, speaking to another sailor. Even from this distance, he looks very different from the distracted scholar she is used to seeing. For the first time, Amara is able to picture what he must have looked like as a young man, during his long years of military service in Germania. "Travelling by sea always makes me think of my father. May his shade be granted peace," Julia sighs, leaning against the wooden railings. Livia joins her aunt by marriage, resting a hand on her shoulders, caressing her. It is a surprisingly intimate gesture, reminding Amara of the way Philos touches her. "Was your father also in the Emperor's service?" Amara asks. "His last post was with Pliny in Spain when Pliny held the procuratorship there," Julia replies. "My father had great experience in financial affairs. It was how he earned his freedom at the imperial court, many years before I was born, of course." Amara knows from the inscription on the Venus baths, describing her friend as the daughter of Spurius, that Julia is illegitimate, her mother perhaps a concubine like Amara herself. "I was a child of his winter years," Julia says. "I am grateful he lived to so great an age." Amara grasps the railing as the oars rise from the water. She can hear shouting, but cannot make out the command. The quadrireme makes its way slowly out of the port, skirting the column of Venus at the mouth of the harbour. The goddess is even more enormous this close, and as Amara looks up, she has an irrational fear Aphrodite might reach out a giant hand to crush her like an ant. As soon as they reach the open water, there are further shouted commands, and the oars rise and fall in rapid succession, the ship swiftly reaching an astonishing speed. Wind tears Amara's hair from her face as she clings to the railing. "It takes a little getting used to," Livia remarks. Amara stays crouched over the bar, too fearful to stand any straighter, as Pliny advances on them. He moves with ease on deck, undeterred by the motion of the water. Amara forces herself to stand upright, not wanting him to think her feeble. Pliny does not waste time with greetings, but points straight towards the coastline. "You get an unrivalled view of Campania from the water," he declares, urging them to look in the direction he is pointing. Amara gazes out over the brilliant blue they are scudding over at such terrifying speed, to study the coastline as he commands. The land is moving past at a less dizzying pace, though Pompeii is already in the distance, the Venus of her harbour shrinking. "Those darker hollows on Vesuvius that you can see," Pliny informs her, "are some of the finest vineyards in Italy. People there train the vines to poplar trees, and the plants climb to the highest branches, which make them extremely difficult to harvest. I've even heard," he adds with a smile, so that Amara is unsure if he is joking, "that those harvesting the grapes make a point of arranging for a pyre and a grave in their terms of employment." "I doubt any experienced vintner would fall from a poplar tree unless he had sampled too much of last year's wine," Julia remarks, making Pliny laugh. "Back that way is Sorrentum," he continues. "You should be able to see the promontory of Minerva over there. Look, where the Sirens once lived." "The Sirens were here, on the Italian coast?" Amara asks. "Well, if you believe the legends," Pliny replies, amused. The hours of their journey across the Bay of Naples are some of the swiftest moving in Amara's life. She listens with rapt attention as Pliny describes not only the physical features of the landscape, the hot springs, the towns, the rivers, but also the legends behind them, the animals that live in each region, even the plants and their properties. Occasionally Amara catches Julia looking at her, unable to hide her mirth at the picture of wide-eyed adoration she is presenting to the Admiral. Even Pliny, whose interest in Amara has never been obviously sexual, does not seem entirely immune to the compliment. The ship starts to lose speed as they approach Misenum, and Pliny excuses himself to join his crew. "He does love an audience," Julia murmurs affectionately as she watches him speaking to the captain at the prow of the ship. "No wonder he made you his freedwoman." "It's astonishing," Amara says. "He must remember everything he's ever read. There cannot be another man like him, anywhere in the world." "Amara, please," Julia says, as Livia snorts with laughter. "I have to insist you don't treat Pliny like a god for the next few days. You'll make him quite insufferable." The quadrireme slows on the approach into Misenum, and as it turns, Amara sees the inner harbour clearly for the first time. A floating forest lies in the basin, its thicket of masts as dense as the trees she has just seen crowding along stretches of the coastline. Men are working on many of the decks, cleaning and repairing the ships, some hanging on ropes off the sides close to the water. Their own vessel, which is larger than many of those moored, edges past the rows of warships to dock by the naval barracks, a process that takes some time. It is Secundus who helps Amara onto land, and she clutches his arm, still unsteady, even though the ground is no longer moving under their feet. Pliny does not come ashore, and, as Secundus leads them away, Amara realizes with disappointment that he must still have business with the fleet. They head in the opposite direction to the town, a distant jumble of colourful buildings clinging like mollusks to the edge of the harbour, and cross a wooden bridge that spans a wide canal. Looking along it, Amara sees that it leads to an even bigger enclosed harbour. The huge thicket of masts she saw on her arrival is only a fraction of the fleet. The road climbs steeply uphill, the harbour dropping below them, the vast blue of the bay becoming more visible the higher they rise. When they reach the summit, the Admiral's private carriage is waiting for them. Amara climbs inside, sitting beside Julia and Livia on the cushioned benches. Secundus piles in their luggage, then climbs in too, keeping a discreet distance away. Amara can see the back of the driver as he steers the horse along the path, the motion causing her to tip slightly into Livia. The journey is a brief one, and when they come to a stop and the women are helped out, blinking into the sunlight, Amara realizes they have driven right into the heart of Pliny's magnificent estate. It is enclosed by high walls, and perched on the edge of the hillside is the villa, a vast terrace sweeping around it, facing the bay and the towering peak of Vesuvius. "I will tell Plinia you are here," Secundus says, leading them onto the terrace. Amara can hear the swell of the waves below, the cry of gulls, and the distant murmur of sailors calling to one another. It feels very different here to Pompeii. "Who is Plinia?" she asks in a whisper, even though there is nobody to overhear. "The Admiral's sister," Julia replies. Secundus returns, and they follow him into the house, through a bewildering series of painted corridors and courtyards, until they reach a beautiful garden with an ornamental pond. 2 men and a woman sit on benches under the shade of the colonnade, the sound of the fountains covering the murmur of their voices. The woman stands to greet them, and Amara immediately sees the family resemblance. Plinia has her brother's square jaw, even more pronounced on a stout woman in her 40s. She embraces Julia and Livia affectionately and greets Amara politely. "The freedwoman," she nods. "Delightful." Plenia introduces them to the other guests: Alexios, a scholar from Greece, and Demetrius, an imperial official. It seems Julia and Demetrius are old friends, embracing one another warmly, and Amara joins them both, while Livia and Plenia talk to the scholar. "Why are you not hard at work in Rome?" Julia asks. "I hardly expected to find you sunning yourself in a garden at this time of year." "I'm retired," Demetrius declares, smiling at her. "Nonsense! You're like my father. You'll never retire." Demetrius looks some years older than the Admiral, deep lines fanning out from his eyes, marking the grooves around his mouth. From his accent he is clearly Greek, like Amara and Alexios, and when he looks at her, she is aware it is not a casual glance but an appraisal. "Perhaps retire is an exaggeration," he says, agreeing with Julia, "but the Emperor is generous in allowing me time to visit my estates in Campania." Julia, noticing his interest in Amara, draws her into the conversation. "This is dear little Amara's first time visiting Misenum. She takes her role as the Admiral's freedwoman very seriously. I'm afraid she's likely to scold us all if he's treated with anything but the utmost reverence." Amara is irritated by the teasing, but Demetrius only smiles. "A freedwoman's loyalty to her patron is entirely proper," he replies. "For what service did he free you, girl?" His dark eyes are not unfriendly, but it is still uncomfortable to be the subject of his scrutiny. "You would need to ask the Admiral to know the reasons for his exceptional kindness," Amara replies, thinking carefully about how to disclose her status as another man's concubine. "But I believe it was for the service I gave him in his research, and as an act of generosity towards a young man, the nephew of Julius Placidus, who wished to become my patron." "It was indeed extremely generous to bestow such a gift on another," Demetrius replies. "But then the Admiral is a remarkable man." "I owe him everything," Amara says, not looking down demurely in response to his compliment, as modesty required, but meeting his gaze directly. They smile at one another, before Demetrius turns back to Julia to talk about her father. The late afternoon passes in a luxurious haze. There is no need to move from the garden. A constant stream of refreshment is brought to them by Pliny's slaves. Amara cannot help but think of her offer to Pliny to serve out the rest of her life as one of their number, never imagining she might come here as a guest instead. Conscious of her low status compared to the others, she is largely silent, listening to Demetrius speak about his work at the imperial court, grateful to Julia for her friendliness and the effortless way she keeps including her as one of the party. By the time the Admiral joins his guests, dusk is falling, and they have already moved to the outdoor dining room. The back wall is carved to resemble a rock face, and water tumbles down it into a pool, a mosaic of marine life rippling under its surface. Lamps are scattered over the table and set in niches on the walls. Amara realizes the pattern of lights mirror several of the constellations her father once taught her. Pliny greets the arrival of a young boy, his nephew, with much affection. The child must be about 12, and the Admiral pays him a great deal of attention, asking him to recount what he has learned that day, and persuading Alexios to test the boy on his Greek. It reminds her of Pliny's eagerness to press scrolls upon her when she stayed with him, the questions he would ask to see if she had read them all. Among the guests, it is Demetrius of whom Pliny seems fondest, and watching the two men together, Amara is relieved she answered the questions about her history as honestly as possible. Demetrius is a man who would likely make his own inquiries on any subject. Attendants lay out the dinner while the guests speak. Boiled eggs, then a seasoned broth of sea urchins caught in the bay, and platters of expensive fruit grown out of season. Everything is so delicious, Amara is unable to restrain herself from eating properly, resigned to annoying Rufus by putting on weight. After the meal, she can tell Pliny is distracted and remembers his remark about only having time to work at night. His eyes come to rest on her. "Amara," he says, "I wonder if you might delight everyone with your reading while I make some notes. The texts I am thinking of are in Greek, not Latin, so should be easy for you to manage. You have such a musical voice. I'm sure the others would enjoy hearing you." "Nothing would make me happier," she replies, pleased to have some means of repaying him. She waits while 2 slaves bring out the scrolls and Pliny's writing materials, along with a small table. He fusses a little when she sits beside him, making sure she has the correct section of text. But when she bends to read it, he rests his hand briefly on top of her head, a gesture she remembers from her father, and one she saw Pliny use earlier in the evening towards his nephew. The text, by the philosopher Democritus, is written in a clear hand, but is the strangest Amara has ever encountered. She reads it slowly, while Pliny scribbles notes. The other guests linger for a while, then start to retire. Plinia is the first to leave, shepherding her son to bed. Julia, Livia, and Alexius slip away a little later. Nobody bids Pliny good night, evidently judging he would be irritated to have his train of thought broken. Eventually only Demetrius remains. Amara cannot see him, but is aware of his presence, and the strong scent of lavender from the pipe he is smoking. Then he too leaves, and there is only Pliny. The garden has fallen into total darkness, the void filled with the whisper of crickets and the splash of invisible fountains. The only reason Amara can still see to read is thanks to the exhausted slaves who keep returning to replenish the oil lamps. It is deep into the night, and her voice is growing hoarse by the time Pliny finally allows her to stop. "What did you think of it?" he asks. It is some hours since Amara has been able to concentrate fully on the sense of the text. "I had not heard this idea before, that we are made of indivisible atoms, that even the soul within us is material and cannot be destroyed." "And does it seem likely to you?" "I don't know," she says truthfully. "It is nonsense. The idea death leads to a second life is a childish fantasy, nothing more." He reaches over and takes her hand, turning it over, pressing his fingers into her palm. "This is your body, Amara, so where is your soul?" "Why can't I see it or touch it?" "Because it does not exist." Pliny does not let go of her, but continues holding her hand tightly in his. "Neither body nor mind has any more sensation after death than it had before birth. That is my view." Amara thinks of Dido, of all those she has lost. "I'm not sure I can bear to believe that." "Why?" Pliny asks, turning to her, frowning in surprise. "Death is nature's gift. It's better to know that suffering ends. Once we accept this life is all we have, we can make better use of it." Amara does not feel able to reply. The idea Philos might never know freedom, even after his death, is inexpressively painful. She thinks of him alone in his cell at the house in Pompeii, and longs to hold him, to stop the passing of the hours and days that will lead to their inevitable agonizing separation. Instead, she sits beside Pliny. He seems to have forgotten her, and stares out into the black of the unseen garden, showing no signs of dismissing her for bed. She shifts on the couch to remind him of her presence, and he releases her hand. "You must be tired. An attendant will show you to your room." Without needing to be asked, one of the men who has been keeping the lights burning steps forwards from the shadows, holding a lamp. Amara rises, bids Pliny good night, and follows the stranger into the darkness. Chapter 27. He always said there was no book so bad that some good could not be got out of it. Pliny the Younger on his uncle, Pliny the Elder. The days at Misenum pass with the same soothing, sensual rhythm as the waves which Amara hears breaking beneath the villa. She wakes every morning in the beautiful guest room Plinia assigned her, a much bigger, airier space than her bedroom in Pompeii. It is covered in exquisite frescoes of the myth of Daphne and Apollo. She spends hours gazing at the paintings, the expression of ecstasy on Apollo's face as he is struck by Cupid's vengeful arrow of lust, Daphne's terror as she flees from the maddened god, and the nymph's transformation into a laurel tree, her arms tapering into delicate branches. The image is so realistic, Amara feels she could almost pluck the leaves from the wall. Each day after breakfast she joins Julia and Livia in the private bath suite to have her body pummelled and plucked by silent attendants, every knot of tension released by the luxuriant heat of the steam. Her afternoons are spent in the gardens or sitting on the terrace. Pliny has continued his habit of lending her scrolls, and she reclines for hours in the shade, poring over them. Demetrius often joins her, ostensibly to ask what she is reading or discuss the texts with her. The older man's interest both flatters Amara and makes her nervous. It is hard to know how to respond. He seems especially amused by her nightly reading to Pliny. Since her arrival at his villa, the Admiral has dispensed with his other secretaries, declaring that Amara's voice has exactly the right cadence for particular writers. "You are only encouraging Pliny's tyranny by doting on him," Demetrius remarks one afternoon on the second week of her visit. "The man burns through books and will wear out your voice in the process." They are sitting alone together on the terrace, Julia and Livia having found some excuse to leave soon after Demetrius arrived. Amara has noticed that the pair increasingly make themselves scarce when Demetrius joins them, almost as if by request. "Reading to the man who freed me hardly begins to repay the debt I owe him," she says, "and besides, I enjoy it very much." Demetrius raises his eyebrows. "Either you are sincere in your dedication, or a supremely talented actress. I'm not sure which is a more desirable quality in a woman." He leans forward to adjust the shawl that has slipped from her shoulder, as if protecting her from the sea breeze. It is a fleeting gesture, but an uncomfortably proprietorial one. Amara has noticed that Demetrius increasingly finds excuses to touch her. "In this case, sincere," she says, and he smiles, understanding she has left open the possibility of possessing both talents. They contemplate one another, until his obvious desire makes her feel uncomfortable. "Perhaps I can convince you by granting you the same favour, if it would please you to be read to." "It would please me." She unravels the scroll of Hesiod's Theogony and starts to read, aware that Demetrius is still staring at her. Her heart beats faster. Amara has lived by the use of her wits and her body for too long not to comprehend that if she did not love Philos, or have to endure Rufus's contract, Demetrius would represent an opportunity. Julia has told her intriguing details about his life, that Demetrius is a freedman, that he is high in the emperor's favour, and above all, that he is astoundingly rich. He is not, unlike Philos, a man she could ever imagine desiring, even with his aura of power. He is too old. But he does not repel her, either. Julia has left many sly hints about the querulous concubine her old friend keeps in Rome, and her suspicion that he means to replace her. The thought that Julia might be angling for an alliance makes Amara uneasy. She has only just started to relax into the text and forget that she is being gazed at when a shadow crosses the parchment in front of her. Demetrius is leaning towards her. She hesitates, unsure whether to carry on reading. Then he takes her chin between his finger and thumb, pressing down on her bottom lip. It is unlike all the other times he has touched her. Amara's reaction is visceral. She pulls away, her body instinctively withdrawing from a man she does not love or trust, a man who is not Philos. "Are you so very besotted with your young patron?" Demetrius asks, not looking offended by her reaction, but not moving further off either. "I am loyal to him," she replies. Still, Demetrius does not move, clearly not finding this a compelling answer. She looks at him, this powerful man who was himself once enslaved, and understands what will convince him. There is also a contract. "Ah!" He sits back, his whole manner changed. "Now, that is a pity." He turns from her and stares out to sea, at the endless expanse of blue and the mountain beyond. "I'm sorry to have interrupted you. Please continue." Amara does as he asks. Time passes, the shadows lengthen, and in spite of his protestations about protecting her voice, Demetrius does not move, until finally Alexios, the visiting Greek scholar, joins them. He interrupts Amara's reading, keen to speak to his fellow guest. She takes the hint and excuses herself. In her room she sits down on the bed. It is 8 days since she left Pompeii. She pulls her legs up onto the mattress and holds her arms around herself, wishing Philos were holding her instead. There are times in this house when Philos does not feel real. The thought that they might ever build a life together seems so preposterous while she's in Misenum, it may as well be a dream. A knock at the door startles her. "Who is it?" she calls, worried Demetrius might have changed his mind and come to hunt her down. "Julia." "Come in." "You look a bit peaky." Julia plumps herself down beside her on the bed. "I hope Demetrius didn't upset you." Julia's gaze is shrewd, and Amara understands that she must have known of his intentions. "Not at all. He paid me an unimaginable compliment." "One I hope you accepted." Julia looks delighted. "One I was unable to accept." Julia clicks her tongue. "My dear girl, I hope you aren't harbouring some foolish notion of remaining faithful to Rufus. My mother was a concubine, and let me tell you, fidelity wins you no favours at all." "I'm under contract. If I betray Rufus, I lose my freedom." "Oh, how very tiresome of him," Julia exclaims. "And after Pliny paid for you. I wouldn't have thought Rufus was such a schemer. Men really can be utter shits." Julia looks so thoroughly put out that Amara laughs, but Julia shakes her head. "It's not amusing. A concubine has a handful of years to make her fortune, and the rest of her life to live off what she's earned. Unless Rufus has also agreed to pay you a pension, as my father did for my mother, then he is being appallingly selfish." "I don't believe he has." "Then I hope you weren't too firm in rejecting Demetrius. He might be persuaded to keep his current woman a little longer until you are free. You know, with all these contracts, a patron's hold over his concubine is automatically ended if he leaves her." "But Rufus has only had me a few months," Amara protests, thinking not of her patron, but of Philos. "Rufus imagines himself in love with you, and believe me, that sort of arrangement burns itself out very quickly," Julia says. "A man like Demetrius, on the other hand, will have more sensible expectations. You didn't spurn him, did you? I do hope you weren't rude." "Of course not," Amara replies. "I would hardly dare. I simply told him there was a contract." "Well," Julia says, her good temper returning, "he won't be under any illusions you're a naive little innocent after that. But perhaps not a bad thing. He does hate hysterics. Let's hope you've made enough of an impression that he's prepared to wait a while." There seems to be no possibility in Julia's mind that Amara might decline Demetrius, that she might have any other hopes for her life. The thought makes her uncomfortable. "It's very kind of you to take such an interest in me," Amara says. "I'm not sure what I've ever done to deserve it."
"Ridiculous girl." Julia reaches over to squeeze her knee. "It's because I like you. Why else?"
Amara is touched by her affection. "Thank you.
And besides, you intrigue me. A prostitute who persuaded Pliny, of all people, to free her, who seems quite unmoved by an offer from one of the richest men in Campania. I'd like to know what your secret is."
Amara is well aware that Julia would be horrified to know her real secret, but she hides her fear, as always, and smiles. "What makes you think I have a secret?"
"Everyone does."
The look in Julia's eyes is no longer playful, and Amara understands. Julia is not prying. She's talking of herself. "I rather envy you and Livia," Amara says carefully, "to have the solace of sharing so much with one another. Men rarely understand such things." Julia rises, kissing Amara gently on the top of her head.
"There's my clever girl," she murmurs.
The following day, Demetrius does not trouble Amara or seek her out. She is relieved, and although it shames her to admit it, also a little disappointed. Pliny has offered to send her home, expressing a half-hearted concern that Rufus might be missing her, and Amara had felt duty-bound to agree. She has no doubt that Julia must have suggested the idea to him, realizing the danger of making Rufus too jealous. Amara's feelings about returning are more complicated than she cares to admit. The last time she stayed with Pliny, she had imagined life in one of Pompey's grander homes represented a height of indulgence that could never be surpassed. But the villa at Misenum has shown her that wealth and its pleasures are limitless. She is deep in her reading when she becomes aware of someone standing near her. Amara looks up, expecting it to be Demetrius, but instead it is Secundus. She glances round the garden, wondering who sent him, and realizes they are completely alone. "You startled me," she says.
"Forgive me."
He sits beside her.
"I heard you were leaving."
"Tomorrow. I'm very sorry to go, but Rufus will be missing me, and I have duties to my household."
"Of course," Secundus agrees. "Though I'm sure your patron's steward is taking good care of it all for you. What was his name again? The handsome young man who was kind enough to keep me company while the Admiral dined with you. He had the most unusual grey eyes."
Already wary, Amara's anxiety increases. "Philos," she says, putting no emotion into the name.
"Beloved," Secundus says, nodding. "How could I forget? That's what Philos means in Greek, isn't it?"
"Yes."
"He seems a capable boy," Secundus says, his tone light. "Impeccably discreet in the habits of his master, as I would expect. Discreet about his master's concubine, too, though surprisingly well informed."
Amara says nothing, not wanting to arouse suspicion by begging to know what he means.
"It just so happened," Secundus continues, "that Pliny had asked Rufus a number of questions about you when we walked to your house, about your hometown, your father, and so on. Rufus hardly knew any of the answers, whereas your beloved knew them all."
"I'm sure he's not the first steward to have a better memory than his master." Secundus smiles.
"True. A steward's first role is to protect his master. I am always careful to protect the Admiral's reputation, a responsibility you share with me, given Pliny granted you the extraordinary honour of his name."
"I would rather die than dishonour the Admiral." Secundus nods as if he believes her, though his eyes are cold.
"No doubt Philos is keen to protect his own master's reputation. Perhaps he does not approve of you. Perhaps that is the reason he turned his face to the side when Rufus kissed you. It was such a slight gesture, I would never have noticed it, if I had not been looking straight at him at the time.
Perhaps, Amara says. I'm aware not everyone approves of my change in station.
It is quite an astonishing change, and Rufus's patronage raises you still further.
Secundus leans towards her, a more aggressive posture than she has ever known him adopt.
A woman's status is only as high as that of the man she allows to master her. Or, if you allow me to put it more crudely, her body only holds the value of the man who uses it.
That is a little crude. Amara wrinkles her nose. For you.
I saw you, Secundus says, lowering his voice. The look on your face when you thought I was him. That would have been enough to tell me what he is, even without the lover's language. Rufus may have forgotten that a slave is also a man, but I never do.
You insult me. They stare at one another, their hostility now open. Amara is expecting Secundus to go on, but instead he is silent, waiting, and she knows that she cannot leave the conversation on such a knife edge. When the Admiral hired me for a week, she says, trying to ignore her sweating palms, the frightened thumping of her heart, I remember you telling me you wagered him a denarius I would beg and wheedle for gifts. But I did not. So perhaps you will believe me now, when I tell you no man's reputation is more precious to me than his. I swear to you, I will never bring Pliny dishonour. Secundus blinks, and Amara sees at last the emotion he has been struggling to hide. It is fear.
I truly hope you mean that.
Chapter 28.
I want a girl who's easy, who goes around in a coat and nothing else. I want a girl who's already given it up to my slave.
Marshall's Epigrams, 9.32. When she returns to the house, Philos is absent. It is Victoria who greets her, embracing her in the atrium. Amara can tell instantly that something is wrong. What is it? She asks, thinking of Secundus's suspicions, frightened he must have warned Rufus about Philos. Why don't we go to your rooms? Victoria says, leading her out of earshot of Juventus. They hurry to her first chamber and sit down together on the couch. Victoria takes her hand, which only makes Amara more afraid. Rufus isn't very happy, she says quietly. He's jealous. He's even been asking me questions. Why? Amara asks, clutching her. About what?
Pliny, of course, Victoria says. And I'm not surprised. Why on earth did you decide to go on a jaunt with a former lover?
The Admiral was never my lover.
Oh, save it for Rufus, Victoria sighs. I was there, Amara. I remember when you came back to the brothel, all lovesick for the old man. You even told me the pair of you slept together, though of course I swore blind to Rufus you never did.
But it's true, Amara protests. We didn't have sex. We just slept in the same bed. I didn't want to tell you at the time in case you laughed at him. She is telling the truth, but even to her own ears the claim sounds ludicrous.
You know it's only Rufus you have to lie to, Victoria retorts. I don't see why you can't be honest with me.
But it's true. I swear it.
Fine, Victoria says, obviously annoyed by what she perceives as Amara's lack of trust. You didn't fuck him. The man hired a prostitute for a week and lay in bed with her and only wanted her to read him books, which any other slave could have done for him. There you were, completely naked, and he never touched you. She stands up. Maybe invent something more plausible for Rufus. And please remember, it's not just your future on the line. If you can't convince Rufus, I've nowhere to go either.
Amara watches Victoria leave, unable to suppress her bitterness. Dido would have believed me. Victoria stops. Amara waits for the explosion, but Victoria does not turn around. Maybe if you treated me the way you treated her,
I would believe you too." There is no sign that Amara suspects anything is amiss in the note she sends Rufus, informing him of her return and declaring herself impatient to see him. After it is sent, she sits in the garden practising the harp, trying to steady her nerves with a distraction. By the time Rufus arrives, she is considerably calmer, so it is a shock to hear him shouting for her in the atrium as if she were a runaway slave. She leaves the harp and hurries to meet her. "My love," she starts, ignoring the thunderous look on his face. "How wonderful to see you. I've been—" Rufus interrupts her. 10 days? You spend 10 days with another man and expect me to believe you're longing to see me?" Amara shrinks from his shouting, but it only encourages him to advance on her. "You must take me for a fool. I suppose I should be grateful you finally managed to tear yourself away from the Admiral's bed." He is unrecognizable with rage. Drawn by the noise, the entire household has gathered to see her humiliation. Amara can see Victoria with the flautists clutching each other by the stairs, Britannica standing beside them with clenched fists. Juventus and Martha are gaping at her from the doorway, but worst is Philos, who must have arrived with Rufus. He is standing by his master's shoulder, staring at the floor, not daring to look at her. "Rufus, please," Amara says soothingly. "You know I would never betray you. Can we not discuss this in my rooms? I will have some wine sent in for us to enjoy, and then I can answer any questions you have in private." "So, you want to get me drunk and seduce me like a whore? You think you can fool me that way?" "No," she says, barely managing to keep her voice calm. "Nothing happened with Pliny. Please, my love, you must believe me. Nothing has ever happened between us. Pliny has only ever shown me the greatest respect. Of all the men you could have chosen, you humiliate me with one I can never confront." Rufus looms over her, yelling in her face. "It's always been him, right from the beginning. I know it has. How you must have laughed at me, thinking I'd never dare complain, thinking you could just fuck him and come back to me." "You're being ridiculous," Amara shouts back, no longer able to contain her anger. "Listen to yourself. If you have no respect for me, at least show some for the Admiral. You can't even hide it, how much you prefer him to me." His face is screwed up with self-pity like a child. It takes everything Amara has not to retaliate with all the scorn she feels. "My dearest love," she says, her voice breaking under the strain of suppressing her contempt, "how can you imagine I care for anyone but you?" Rufus seizes her by the upper arms, his grip so tight it hurts. "Look at me." She looks up, but evidently not in the way he wants, because he pulls her head back by the hair. Amara stares at him, eyes wide. "If I ever find out you did betray me with another man, even the Admiral, I will kill you." "I would never betray you," Amara replies, her voice a whisper. Rufus stares at her. Then, still holding her by the hair, he bends to kiss her. Amara is too shaken to respond properly, but this does not seem to deter him. It only adds to his passion. Rufus scoops her up, holding her in his arms as if he were her rescuer, not her tormentor. "It's only love that makes me so jealous," he says more gently. "No need to be upset. I believe you." He carries her off to her rooms, and Amara hides her face in his shoulder, hating herself for feeling afraid. After Rufus has gone, Amara does not leave her bedroom. There is nobody in the house she wants to see, not wishing to confront either their pity or scorn. It feels as if her patron still has his hand in her hair, and she cannot stop reliving it, the way he pulled her so hard she was terrified he might break her neck. She is not sure how she will face Phoebe and Lais again, or Juventus. Not now they've seen her humiliated in public. Nobody dares to bring her food or undress her hair for bed, though Victoria at least tries to reach her, calling softly from the door. Amara ignores her entreaties, then listens to the sound of the household retiring for the night, the room growing darker. She tries to remember how she endured Felix, how she would force her fear underground and be left with only the anger. But she is so very tired. When Philos finally visits, she is still scrunched up in a ball, lying under the covers. He doesn't say anything, but gets into the bed, curling himself around her body and holding her. "I'm sorry," he whispers. "I'm so sorry." They lie like that, with Philos apologizing over and over for the harm another man has caused her, until she turns around and cries into his tunic, the way she used to do with Dido when they comforted one another at the brothel. He does not stop her, but waits until her emotion is spent. "I didn't think he would be like that," he says. "I always told myself that if he found out, Rufus would hurt me and not you. And now I can see what a self-serving lie that was. I should never have put you at risk." "It wasn't up to you. It was my choice." "Nothing is worth the risk of him harming you." "So you are capable of making a decision about your life, but I'm not." "Amara," he says, stroking her hair, "I don't think I can live with the strain, knowing you might lose everything because of me." "I'm not going to lose everything, and neither are you, because we won't get caught," she replies, more like her usual forceful self. "If you no longer love me, then say so. But if you've only just realized the danger and you want to abandon me to handle Rufus on my own, that's something else. But I can't protect you from him. I will never be able to protect you. All I'm doing is putting you at risk." "You think that's all you do?" She leans back, exhausted, her face blotched and swollen from tears. "I was never able to protect Dido from a single customer, even though I knew how much she suffered. All I could do was love her, just as she did me. And she was always there. Her love is the reason I survived that place." Amara takes his hand. "Do I need to beg you to stay?" "No." He gathers her close to stop her saying more. "Please don't. You never have to do that." He does not loosen his grip, and the longer he holds her, the more Amara starts to relax, knowing he is not going to leave. "But you have to promise me something. I know you say we won't be caught, but if we were, I need to know you would tell Rufus I raped you, that I blackmailed you into having an affair." Amara struggles out of his grasp. "I can't." "You can, and I need you to promise that you would. There is no way I would survive if we are discovered. It's impossible. But you might just have a chance, more than a chance, if I confess to forcing you." "No." She covers her face, not wanting to think about it. "Please." Philos moves her hands away so he can look at her. "You're right. We won't get caught. We'll be even more careful than before. But I can't live with the guilt unless you promise me this." Promises are easy to make, Amara thinks. She has already discarded so many. Even lying here with Philos is a broken promise to Rufus. Yet she also knows how strong her will is to survive, how she dropped Menander without hesitation to gain her freedom. Philos is giving her permission to live, even at the cost of abandoning him in the worst possible way. She nods, unable to say the words aloud. The Venus in Drusilla's garden shines white in the sun. The marble goddess stoops at the edge of the water, her breasts half hidden by one arm, a sly smile on her face, almost as if she were listening to the conversation between her two disciples. Amara is recounting her trip to Misenum, while she and Drusilla sit together by the fountain. Primus and his nurse have been banished to another part of the house, leaving the women to enjoy the morning's sunshine when the heat is more bearable. Amara does not mention Demetrius, even though she would like to boast a little to Drusilla, to make her envious. Julia warned her in the strongest terms to say nothing. "Rufus was very jealous when I returned," Amara says, when she has finally recounted the voyage home. "But that's excellent," Drusilla declares. "There's nothing that makes a man keener or more devoted than sensing he might have a rival." "I'm not sure," Amara says, wondering how much she can confide in her friend. "He was extremely angry." Drusilla laughs. "I'm sorry, but the thought of Rufus angry is a little ridiculous." Her smile fades as she sees Amara's expression. "He was violent." "He was not very gentle." Amara struggles to find the words to describe the line Rufus walks between violence and the threat of it. But it's not as simple as that. "I think he likes me to know he is stronger, that he could hurt me if he wanted to." "Rufus likes his women fragile," Drusilla says, her tone more dismissive than Amara had hoped. "You've always known this. It's what he enjoys." "But he used to like it when I stood up to him, made demands on him even. I thought that was what he wanted from me, rather than wanting to make me smaller." "You were a slave at the start of your affair, and quite small enough already. I'm sure being told off by a woman held a novelty for him back then. It's different now." "Look, forgive me if I sound harsh," Drusilla says, "but you speak as if you expect a real relationship from Rufus. You will be so much happier if you only consider how best to manipulate him, nothing more, unless you really do love him." "No," Amara admits, looking round, as if even here she risks being overheard. "Well then, you've always known he likes to think of you as a delicate creature. You're discovering now that he occasionally likes to frighten you. Just prepare yourself for those unpleasant times, and try simpering over him a bit more in between." Drusilla shrugs. "You're an intelligent woman. I can't believe I need to explain it." Amara feels resentment, thinking of the house Drusilla owns, the shop she rents out, all the security she has to fall back upon if her lovers disappoint her. "How are things with Quintus?" she asks, changing the subject. "Oh," Drusilla shrugs. "I think that's run its course. It's only a matter of time before I leave him. It would be fatal to my reputation if he dropped me first. Fortunately, I've found another lover who is more than accommodating." "Tell me," Amara says, rather enjoying the idea of the arrogant Quintus being dropped. "Ampliatus," Drusilla replies, drawing out the name. "He owns half the warehouses at the port. It's true he's not from such a well-connected family as Quintus or Rufus, but you simply cannot believe how rich he is, and I'm finding it rather refreshing to be with an older man. They can be so grateful in bed, and a good deal less exhausting to entertain." "And he's kind?" In reply, Drusilla raises her wrist in a languid fashion, so that Amara can see the new bracelet shining red and silver against her skin. Amara gasps. "I told you he was rich," Drusilla replies with satisfaction. "He's generous, too. I'm thinking of inviting him to dine with me privately, and to stay the night, of course. That's the sort of public insult Quintus will be unable to ignore. There'll be a scene, and then it will be over." "Is Ampliatus attractive?" Amara asks, wondering just how much older the merchant might be, whether he's the same age as Demetrius. "Is the Admiral?" Drusilla replies, raising her eyebrows. She laughs at Amara's look of annoyance. "My darling, I've always known you preferred him. It's horribly obvious every time you open your mouth to deliver a breathless remark about how generous or intelligent the man is. And I'm quite sure the villa at Misenum only made him even more appealing. Rufus isn't a complete fool. He knows you'd drop him for Pliny in a heartbeat. Who wouldn't?" "I am grateful to the Admiral, and I respect him. But I don't think of him that way. As a lover, I mean." Drusilla rolls her eyes. "What does that even mean, as a lover?" "You know he is rich and powerful. Even if he weren't as intelligent as you insist, surely that would be quite enough. It is impossible to judge Drusilla, not when her remarks are so similar to Amara's own private calculations. But Amara also knows this is not all she wants, that it's not enough. Instead, she thinks of the man she loves, who at this moment is dressed in a shabby tunic, hard at work in a shop whose profits he will never own, taking orders from a man who will never pay him. Shame burns in her chest, knowing how much she would hate her love to be exposed to Drusilla, yet at the same time loving Philos so deeply she wants to defend him, even if it's only to herself. "You are always right," Amara says with a cold smile. "There is nothing else a woman could possibly want from a man." The house is almost empty when she returns. Victoria, Lais and Phoebe are at the baths, and Juventus is unable to tell her where Britannica might be. The Briton never bothers to report her movements. Amara heads upstairs to her study. The conversation with Drusilla has made her eager to go over her accounts, to see whether she might be able to make more money renting out her women, or how much she can afford to lend to new clients. If she is not going to rely on a wealthy patron, if instead she might manage to find a way of freeing Philos, she needs to earn as much as possible. It is not a surprise when Philos himself visits her a little later, since he often helps her plan her financial affairs, but she is startled when he shuts the door behind him and locks it. Amara stands up. "What are you doing?" They have an agreement never to risk being intimate in the day. Philos puts his finger to his lips. He looks agitated, in a way she cannot place. He walks over to her, so they are standing close together by the desk. "He wants me to spy on you." "Rufus?" Philos nods. "He's convinced you might be plotting to leave him for Pliny, or if not Pliny, then for some other wealthy man you met at Misenum. I've been ordered to trail your every move, note down who calls on you and who you see, and to stay here at the house more often." "You don't think he suspects us?" Amara is unable to believe that her patron is colluding in his own betrayal. "We should be careful, in case he wants to turn up and catch us out." "I've known Rufus a long time," Philos replies. "I promise you, there is absolutely no possibility he suspects me." Relief makes her giddy. She puts her hand to her mouth to suppress a laugh. "Then we're safe." "For now." Amara anticipates his kiss, pushing herself up onto the desk so she can wrap herself around him. But even though lust is at risk of drowning out all her other senses, she can tell he is holding back. "What?" She places her hand flat on his chest. "It was the way he spoke about you." "What did he say?" Philos lays his hand over hers, pressing it against his heart, as if that will stop the words from hurting. "He ranted on about how much he loved you, then called you an ungrateful whore, a woman any man might seduce, because so many men must have used you. That however innocent you once were, you are irredeemably tarnished now. I don't really want to repeat it all." "That's not what you think, though, is it?" Amara says, wondering why Philos looks so upset. "Of course not. But for him to say all those terrible things, I don't know how much longer he will want to keep you, what he might do." "I'm sure we can set his mind at rest, given you're the one who will be telling him what I'm up to." Philos doesn't look entirely reassured, and so she kisses him again, hoping to distract him that way instead. "Doesn't it bother you?" He stops her from drawing him even closer. "That I'm reporting to him about you?" Amara understands the question he is asking, whether she minds the power he holds over her life. She runs her fingers through his hair, leaning closer, removing the space between them so that he instinctively tightens his grip on her waist. "No, it doesn't bother me," she says, her forehead resting against his. "Because I trust you." It feels very different being intimate in the daylight while the house is awake, even though Amara has often imagined how it might be. Outside the semi-darkness of the bedroom, Philos looks more real and somehow more vulnerable. She breaks off from kissing him so she can see him better, stroking his face. He leans his cheek into her caress. "I suppose it's fortunate he doesn't consider me a man," he says. "Otherwise, he'd never risk leaving me here with you." He means it as a joke, but Amara can hear the anger in his words, and worse, the shame. "I know you're a man," she says. They look at one another. He kisses her again, gently, because he is always careful how he touches her, and Amara knows without question that whatever she did, even if she betrayed him, Philos would never use his body to hurt her. She wants to tell him all that he means to her, but she cannot find the words. Instead, she wrestles her tunic up her thighs, forcing him to move from where he is leaning on it, and pulls the garment over her head. He looks shocked by her sudden nakedness. "We said not in the day," he whispers, although he already has his hands on her body, touching her bare skin. "I changed my mind," Amara replies. Every time she is with Philos, pleasure edges a little closer. But this is still not how she imagined her body would finally grant her release, in a frantic, rushed encounter, crammed together against a desk. When Philos realizes what is happening, he slows down, holding her tightly while she clutches him, trying not to cry out. Afterwards, she does not want to move apart, enjoying the warm glow of tenderness, all their murmured protestations of love. Until realization hits. She has not used her contraceptive. Chapter 29. Seen in a dream, the butchers who cut up meat and sell it in the marketplace signify dangers. Artemidorus, The Interpretation of Dreams. The old man sits underneath the shrine to Venus on the street corner. The sharp tang from the fullers next door makes it an unpleasant spot for lingering, yet he still seems to have drawn a crowd. Fortune-tellers are always popular at the Fors Fortuna, the festival in late June to honour the goddess of good luck. Amara and Victoria join the onlookers. They have earned the right to dawdle. Victoria just persuaded the unsavoury pimp Castrensis to pay them more, as he has very particular demands for the performance Victoria and the flautists will give that night. Amara cranes past the crowd to see what is happening. The fortune-teller is running through his patter, offering to throw his dice to predict the future or interpret dreams. Victoria nudges her in the ribs as a slave boy pays up, then relates a long, tedious dream, clearly hoping it will predict his freedom. "Are you Greek?" the old man croaks. The boy shakes his head. "Pity," the fortune-teller sniffs. "Wearing white in a dream signifies freedom for a Greek slave, death for any other." The boy's face falls. "Are you sure?" The fortune-teller raises his hands to the heavens. "Fors Fortuna never lies." Before Amara can stop her, Victoria has grabbed her hand and barged them both to the front. She chucks a coin at the man's feet. "Throw the dice for us, father," she says. The old man looks up at Victoria, taking in the seductive way she stands, tunic slipping from her shoulder. "Very well, daughter." He throws his dice, then leers at them both. "You will meet a man on a street corner who is the best lover you've ever encountered." The crowd laughs. Even Victoria is amused, though she pretends to pout with annoyance. "Come on," Amara says, trying to drag her away, irritated to be the centre of so much lascivious attention. "Don't you want to hear your fortune, daughter?" the old man says, pointing at Amara, raising his voice to be heard over the guffaws. Amara has no desire to hear the old man's seedy predictions, but knows it is bad luck to decline. "Very well." The old man throws his dice again, leaving a long theatrical pause afterwards as he stares at the battered cubes lying in the dust. "You will profit from pain," he intones. "What's that supposed to mean?" The fortune-teller looks up at her, his eyes sly. "Costs extra to interpret." "No thanks." Amara draws back, An eager slave immediately jostles in to take her place, no doubt also longing to hear predictions of freedom. "It was only a penny," Victoria says, as Amara hustles her away. "After the prediction you had, why would I pay for that? You have no sense of fun sometimes, and I'm earning you loads. We're working almost every week. Surely you will have paid Felix off soon." "No," Amara replies, not pleased to be reminded she has to visit their old master in the afternoon. Philos has been fretting over it for days, bringing them dangerously close to another row. We're not even close to clearing the debt. Amara watches him pore over the wax tablet on the desk. The movement of his body is so familiar, all that tension, the pent-up energy straining for release, never far from explosion. His face, in profile, reminds her of the trickster god Hermes, the one whose statue she used to stare at in the forum of her hometown. He is at his most attractive like this, absorbed in something other than her, when she might forget what sort of man he is. Felix looks up. "Aren't you interested?" Amara shrugs. The nicer he is, the warier she feels. "I'm not going to trespass on your virtue," he sneers. "You needn't worry." She has no intention of getting any closer, so she kneels on the chair and leans over the desk to see. "Fine," he snaps, getting up and walking round, slamming the tablet down in front of her. "Those are the takings from the bar. Look, that's the rental on the other place. What do you think?" "Why are you asking me?" "You're good with figures. I'm interested to hear if your calculations match mine." Amara frowns at him but takes the tablet, unable to resist the temptation of having a closer look. She pores over the numbers, the expenditure, the takings, the possible risks. "I'd say it's worth it, but you'll be close to the margin. Probably better to wait another month to see if Berenice and Gallus keep up this level of profit." Felix grunts, taking the tablet back. "The other place could be gone by then." "There will be another," she shrugs. "Not worth the risk." "More cautious advice than I was expecting." "It's your money. Just telling you what I'd do if it were mine." Felix is still standing next to her, and she wishes he would move. But then, her old master has never done what she wanted. "Another overpayment," he says. "What am I to make of you throwing all this money at me?" "I don't like being in debt to you," she replies, folding her arms, trying to hide the fact his close proximity frightens her. He takes a step closer. "Don't." She doesn't dare raise her voice. The thought of Philos next door, ready to spring to her defence, sets her even more on edge. To her amazement, Felix stops where he is. The expression on his face, if she did not know him so well, might be mistaken for embarrassment. "I didn't mean to threaten you last time." For a moment, Amara can only gape at him. "What?" "For fuck's sake, I'm not going to apologise. I didn't mean to threaten you." Felix smacks his palm down on the desk, making her jump. "It's not fucking hard to understand what I'm saying." "You've never done anything but threaten me," Amara says, still incredulous. "Right from the first day I met you." "What if I said I wouldn't, any more?" "You'd be lying." Felix runs a hand through his carefully slicked-back hair, another wholly unfamiliar gesture. It makes him look insecure. "You think I'm such a fucking monster?" "You are a fucking monster," she retorts, finding his contrition unexpectedly painful. "You've never given a shit about hurting me or anyone else. There have been times I thought you might even kill me." "I'd never have done that." "No, because it would have cost you too much fucking money," Amara shouts. To her dismay, she is dangerously close to tears. Felix reaches out to touch her, and she flinches away. "Don't!" Felix clenches his fists, and she can see he is struggling to control his temper. "You've always known how to provoke me." "Breathing provokes you. You've never needed an excuse to hit anyone." "You act like I did nothing but hurt you. What about all the times you worked up here on my accounts, when I helped you start lending money? What about that night you stayed with me? For a whore, you were always terrible at sex, completely unable to pretend you liked it. So I can't believe you suddenly acquired the ability to smile like that at a man if you hated him."
Amara knows exactly which night he is referring to, and even worse, the crushing shame of the morning after. It was when she had decided to feel nothing but loathing for Felix, because loving him would destroy her. "It's too late for this."
"Why should it be too late?"
he says, seizing on the fact she has not entirely contradicted his version of their encounter.
"You're not denying how it was. What if I hadn't hurt you so much? What if I'd been kinder to you? You might have seen me differently."
"But you weren't kinder." Felix sits down heavily on the edge of the desk.
"The way you look at me," he says. "It's the way I remember looking at my father when I was willing the bastard to die. And don't tell me I'm like him, because I fucking know I am."
"You chose to be like him," she says, devoid of sympathy.
"You're such a heartless bitch," he says,
and she realizes that his shoulders are shaking with laughter.
"No other woman dares say this shit to me. And even when I owned you, when you kept your mouth shut, I could still see you thinking it. It's why I've always liked you."
If Amara did not know Felix so well, or if she did not love another man, perhaps his flattery might reach her. But she understands how mercurial his moods are, and has seen the way he treated Victoria, with his constant, terrifying switches between tenderness and cruelty. "You can't expect me to trust you all at once." She softens her voice and tries to force a smile. "If you manage not to threaten me over the next few months, perhaps I might believe you."
"That sounds very fucking convenient for you," Felix retorts, eyes narrowed with distrust. "How am I to know you aren't stringing me along?"
Amara's smile is genuine this time. She prefers Felix's suspicion to all his attempts to charm her. At least she knows it's real. "You don't." She leans closer, feeling the familiar burn of hatred in her heart. "I might be playing you, and you might be playing me. We'll have to wait and see how the game ends." Nemoralia. Chapter 30. Nothing can last for all time. When the sun has shone brightly, it returns to the ocean. The moon wanes, which recently was full. Even so, the fierceness of Venus often becomes a puff of wind. Pompeii graffiti. The scent of late-flowering jasmine from the garden infuses the whole house. Its sweetness takes Amara back to the first days of her courtship with Rufus, except now it is not her patron holding her hand, but Britannica, trying to teach her how to land a more forceful blow. They stand barefoot in the atrium, the mosaic of stars pleasantly cool on a hot August morning.
"For you, important to be quick,"
Britannica explains.
"Not strong enough for a long fight. Try again."
Amara lunges, one of the many moves her friend has taught her. Britannica blocks her easily, but she nods in approval. "Better," she says. From the garden, Amara can hear singing and laughter. Victoria and the flautists are practicing their routines for an upcoming dinner. They have managed to win 2 bookings in 1 week, largely thanks to Victoria's hustling. Amara is grateful for the way Victoria has taken to that side of the business, often attending meetings with their fellow pimps on her own, sparing Amara the embarrassment. Those evenings when she does not work, Victoria is often absent, her affair with Crescents showing no signs of cooling. Amara had worried that Victoria might find it difficult to continue servicing clients now she is in love, but Victoria only laughed, saying Crescents is not a jealous man. "How old were you when you first learned to fight?" Amara watches Britannica's manoeuvres with the wooden knife, her footsteps light, almost as if she were dancing.
"We learn as children," Britannica replies. "All my people do this. Better that way.
I'm sorry about what happened to your family. Britannica keeps moving, gestures Amara remembers from the brothel, when the Briton would enact imaginary fights in her cell, keeping up her strength.
Death is no dishonour. They die as they live, as fighters, she replies. Dishonour is mine.
Not now, Amara says, thinking she means her time as a prostitute. That's over. Britannica stops, slowly lowering her arm.
Always dishonour. It never leave me.
Your brother?
Philos tell you.
Britannica's eyes are shrewd. Not for the first time, Amara wonders how much she knows.
My brother was not man, not child.
Britannica's expression darkens.
My family tell me to hide him, protect him. I am not quick enough.
But there was only one of you, and there must have been so many soldiers.
I am not quick enough, Britannica repeats. Not for Dido, either.
That wasn't your fault, Amara exclaims, shocked that Britannica might blame herself for Dido's death. She is so used to seeing Britannica's strength, her daunting height and increasingly muscular physique, that she has almost forgotten the Briton as she first saw her. Angry, but also traumatized, unable to fight off the men at the brothel, even though she nearly died trying. It was not your fault. Amara's gaze is fierce. It was Felix. Britannica nods.
One day I kill him, she says, her voice calm. The first time he touched me, I promise myself this. But first, I regain my honour.
Amara is unsurprised by the Briton's vow of vengeance, more puzzled by her desire to postpone the bloodshed.
How? When I am gladiator, Britannica says. Win or die. This is honour.
Gladiators are slaves. It might look glorious in the arena, but it's a hard, brutal life. I wouldn't want to see you die that way. Britannica laughs.
I not intend to die.
She whips round, bringing the blunt point of the knife to rest at Amara's throat.
You see, she says, they not catch me.
The restaurant is one Amara remembers well. She smiles at Rufus, pleased he would think to bring her here, the place they visited before their first night together. The roof terrace is just as lovely as she remembers, shaded by its trellis of creeping vines, the view looking out over the rooftops to the deep blue of Vesuvius as dusk falls. It is partly guilt, she suspects, that has led Rufus to choose this place. Amara knows that he has slept with Victoria. She reaches for her wine, and he catches her hand, kissing it. Amara tilts her head affectionately, as if charmed by the gesture, then raises her glass to drink.
You're so beautiful,
Rufus murmurs. Amara wonders if he says that to Victoria too. It has only happened a few times, and afterwards, Victoria tells her, Rufus is full of remorse, swearing her to secrecy, lest they break Amara's heart. Poor Rufus has no idea the two women have set him up. You're so good to me, Amara replies, looking at him from lowered eyelashes. Rufus accepts the compliment without a hint of discomfort. Not that guilty, then, she thinks. It had been Amara who first noticed her patron's attention starting to stray to her friend's voluptuous figure every time Victoria performed for them in the garden. The glazed look in his eyes. After that, she mentioned the idea to Victoria and found her surprisingly happy to help. Amara left them alone together at every opportunity, then dropped hints to Rufus about a whole day she intended to spend with Drusilla. Sure enough, Rufus called at the house when she was out. I don't know why he's always moaning about you eating, Victoria had mused afterwards, while she and Amara gossiped together in her rooms. He didn't seem to mind my curves at all. It made Amara uncomfortable then,
thinking of her patron and Victoria together, but she had still managed to laugh. Let Victoria crow a little. Amara would, after all, prefer not to sleep with Rufus herself, so why should it matter? Drusilla has always held on to a patron's interest through a variety of women, and this is one way of ensuring she does not lose Philos. "Don't you think that's enough, little bird?" Rufus asks, interrupting her thoughts. He is looking pointedly at the chunk of sea urchin she is in the process of lifting out of the bowl that sits between them. "I don't really think I'm fat, my love," she replies, continuing to spoon the seafood onto her plate. "Of course not," Rufus exclaims, eyes widening as if horrified by the idea. "I just think you're perfect, exactly as you are." "This is such a treat for me," she adds. "We do try to be sensible with meals back at the house, and I have such happy memories of this place." "You remember, then?" The way Rufus looks at her seems so guileless. She remembers how he used to charm her like that, how his innocence touched her, how he appeared so different from other men. The thought of what he is really like makes her sad rather than angry. After all, she is not his little bird either. "I remember," she says, meeting his eyes and smiling. "Drusilla and Quintus were just over there." He gestures at the best table in the corner, where some other wealthy young man and his courtesan are now seated under a fresco of Venus. "A bit much, the way she went off with that wine merchant, or whoever he is. Did you know he's a freedman? His former master adopted him as his heir, but he swans around referring to the man as his father." "I think he loves her, though." Amara knows this is a delicate topic, given Rufus's friendship with Quintus and her own with Drusilla. "I doubt that," Rufus laughs. "I suppose she's told you all about him, how rich he is, dropping jewels in her lap. Poor Quintus." Amara feels oddly offended by his mockery, even though it is directed at Drusilla, not her. "I think she truly loves him. She says he is very kind." "You can be such an innocent sometimes." Rufus looks at her indulgently. "It's why I liked you. That first evening you came to my house after the theatre. You were so terrified." "I wasn't terrified," Amara says, annoyed by his inability to remember. "I was angry." "I know, I'm an idiot," Rufus replies, with the easy self-deprecation she used to like so much, but which now rings false. "But even I know when a girl is frightened. You were bluffing. And that absurd ultimatum you gave me about winning your heart first. It was both the most outrageous and the most adorable thing a woman has ever said to me." Amara knows he is not thinking of declarations made by respectable women of his own class, still less the young girls he might marry one day. It's the most adorable thing a whore has ever said to him. Rufus sees her expression and sighs. "There's no need to sulk. I was paying you a compliment. Anyone would think you're still a doctor's daughter when you get huffy like that." Amara cares so little for Rufus now, it amazes her that he has any ability to hurt her. "I will always be a doctor's daughter," she says, quietly. Rufus flushes, and she knows he is embarrassed. "I'm sorry. That was uncalled for. Forgive me." "Of course," she says, and perhaps she means it. In spite of all he has done to her, all she suspects he might be capable of doing, it is impossible not to remember that if it were not for Rufus, she would still be in the brothel. She reaches across the table impulsively and takes his hand. "Let's enjoy the evening. Maybe I was a little nervous that night." "I wasn't saying it like it was a bad thing," Rufus replies, giving her hand an answering squeeze. "You've always been such a perplexing girl. Sometimes it feels like I really did meet you at your father's house. I remember that very first time I saw you." He trails off, no doubt thinking of Amara sitting modestly in the garden beside Pliny, who introduced them. "I promise you there was nothing between us," she says, knowing what he's imagining. "Even if there were," Rufus says with a tight smile. "If he was paying, Who am I to complain? My father tells me I'm absurdly sensitive over it. It's not like I didn't know where you came from. The thought of Rufus being advised by his father, Hortensius, with his hard, grasping hands and harder eyes, is not one that brings Amara much comfort. "There was nothing," she repeats. "Little bird," Rufus says, affecting a knowing demeanour that does not yet suit him. "I walked past the place once. I know exactly where you used to live." "You walked past it? When?" "When I first started seeing you." He shudders. "I came home afterwards and resolved never to send for you again. But then I kept imagining your funny, hopeful little face, how disappointed you might be." "You knew what the place was like?" Amara repeats stupidly, still unable to imagine how Rufus left her to suffer in the brothel for so many months after he had seen it. He mistakes the cause of her confusion, and his face grows colder. "I've always known," he says. "Did you think I wouldn't be curious, after you went to such pains to hide where you lived? But I told myself the place hadn't touched you, which I now understand was too much to expect." It is perhaps the politest way a man has ever called a woman a whore. The waiter arrives before Amara has the chance to think of a reply. The man fusses, laying down more food, collecting dishes, but she is aware of Rufus's eyes on her, not distracted by the movement going on between them. His judgment makes her angry. She imagines his reaction if she stood up and declared her love for Philos, if she told Rufus his slave is 100 times more of a man than he will ever be. The words can never be said aloud, but even thinking them makes her feel better. The waiter leaves, and Amara smiles at Rufus, who is still staring at her. "I don't think you hate everything I learned there," she says softly, slipping her shoes off under the table, then lifting her leg to touch him, caressing his thigh with her foot. She feels relief when his lips part, the coldness of his expression replaced by desire. For now, at least, he still wants her. But Amara also knows that, for Rufus, lust is a weak tie in comparison to love. She has no doubt that they are on the downward descent, and the fall, when it comes, could be rapid. Chapter 31. Whoever loves, let him flourish. Let him perish, who knows not love. Let him perish twice over, whoever forbids love. Pompeii Graffiti. The heat of the baths soothes every sinew, loosening the tension in her body, and rivulets of condensation slide over her skin in a soft-fingered caress. Steam rises from Amara's hands as she holds them out in front of her. She turns the palms upwards, interlacing her fingers, then parting them. Her hands belong to her. Her body belongs to her. After the horror of being owned, this will never feel anything other than remarkable. She closes her eyes and leans back, feeling the hot tiles press against her spine, and thinks about Philos, remembering the last night they spent together. It seems impossible now that there was ever a time her body did not grant her pleasure, instead only giving it to those who used her. She breathes in the steam, taking the hot air deep into her lungs. Every detail of Philos is clear in her mind, his movements, his gestures as he talks, the way he laughs or looks at her. How expressive he is in private, so different from the total self-effacement he is obliged to show as a slave. And everything she knows about his life, all the memories they have exchanged, the fables his mother told him as a child, his long friendship with Vitalio, her father's compassion for the sick, the way Dido sang. He has become more precious to her than any other living being. Amara feels the tension returning, knotted like a serpent in her chest, coiled around her heart. It is unbearable to know Philos is enslaved. that he has no control over his life. There were times at the start of their affair when she resented his fatalism, his seeming acceptance that their love would be brief. Now she misses it. His pain is so much worse. She can sense it in the way he looks at her, committing every detail of her face to memory in case she is taken from him. Or the times he holds her too tightly, and she can feel his heart racing. Worst is when they part at night, when he has to return to his cell, and she knows both of them are thinking about when the last time might be, whether they will even have the chance to say goodbye. Amara opens her eyes and sits up, on the verge of panic. The shakier her relationship with Rufus becomes, the more desperate she is to free Philos. They have both schemed over it so many times, whether she might ask Rufus if she can buy him, what the best timing would be, even how much to offer. But none of the possibilities are convincing. Before Rufus ends his patronage, there would be no rational explanation for her to desire to buy Philos, any more than she might suddenly demand to buy one of the tables. It would only cause suspicion. That leaves the possibility of waiting until Rufus has announced his intention to take Philos back, when perhaps his feelings for Amara will be at their lowest ebb. Amara clasps her hands to her waist, as if that might keep the anxiety inside. There is another possibility, one she has set in motion without telling Philos, knowing how dangerous it might prove to be. She stands up, condensation damp on her skin, light-headed from heat and fear. Fortuna only turns her wheel for those who dare to ride it. Victoria is breathless when she arrives at the courtyard for the baths, just as Amara is leaving. "I'm sorry I'm late," she says, face flushed and hair damp with sweat from the sweltering August heat. "Rufus called." Amara takes Victoria's arm, hurrying her back down the steps onto the street, not wanting her friend's loud voice carrying to anyone else at Julia's establishment. "Never mind," Amara says. "Sorry he sprang that on you." "Oh, it's fine," Victoria says generously. "He didn't demand a full fuck or anything, though he seems to be feeling less guilty afterwards, and I think you might need to put in a bit more effort. He says you're much more inhibited than I am." "What a shit," Amara says, stung. "If I go too wild, he broods about the brothel. Now he's moaning I'm not wild enough. He's impossible." They head together towards the marketplace by the arena. It's closer than the forum, even though there are fewer stalls. Already the cool of the plunge pool is wearing off, and Amara feels uncomfortable in the sun. She gestures at the stepping stones, and they pick their way carefully over the road to walk on the shady side of the street. "You do seem to have gone off him a bit, though," Victoria says, taking Amara's arm again. "Is there any reason?" "You saw how he was when I returned from Misenum." "He got jealous," Victoria replies. "But nothing so awful, unless he was violent afterwards. I did wonder, but you wouldn't let me in." Amara knows Victoria's tolerance for brutality is very different from her own. Twice, Rufus has used his physical strength to frighten and overwhelm her, and that is more than enough to lose Amara's loyalty. But it is impossible to explain this to a woman who once loved a man as violent as Felix, whose current lover kills for entertainment. "I don't want to talk about it," she says. Victoria rolls her eyes. "Fine. We'll just have to make sure that between us we get him to keep paying the rent." The marketplace is busy, travelling traders sitting or standing by their temporary stalls, some no more than a rug spread on the ground. A man selling pans is clashing them and bellowing right by the roadside, reminding Amara of the Lemuria. They try so hard to skirt out of his way that Victoria nearly trips over an old woman selling small clay statuettes of Venus and Cupid. "Bring you luck in love, girls," she cries, trying to foist a cherub on Amara. They make their excuses and hurry off. The flower seller is a permanent feature on the edge of the square, a garrulous man who always greets Victoria and Amara like long-lost daughters, with cries of rapture. His theatrical style is at least memorable, and perhaps effective, since they now buy all their garlands from him for Victoria's entertaining. "My girls!" he shouts as they approach. "Look at my beautiful girls!" He pinches Victoria's cheek, knowing better than to try and touch Amara. "You want something for the Namaralia, yes?" "You always know what we're after, Hemeros," Victoria says, batting her eyelashes and playing up to his flirting. "6 garlands, Amara says. "Perhaps you could do us a price on that?" "6? Oh, you have even more beautiful friends. When are you going to bring all these other girls to me?" "Maybe soon, if you do a great price," Amara says. "I always do my favourite girls a good price," he replies with a wink. They carry on with the banter back and forth, putting in the order and arranging to collect it. Hemeros manages to persuade them to part with even more money, insisting they try some of the honey-glazed pastries a passing trader offers on a tray. "Even better than my mother used to make." Amara suspects the two men have an agreement to bring each other business. The order of garlands agreed. Their goodbyes are not lingering. The flower seller is already eyeing up his next customers. Victoria and Amara amble to the side of the square with their pastries and sit on a stone bench in the shade by the vineyard wall. "When am I going to meet Crescents?" Amara asks, brushing the last crumbs from her fingers. She is ravenous and bitterly resents the thought of Rufus sighing over Victoria's breasts while denying her food. "It's so hard for him to leave the barracks, and I don't think you'd like the bar where we meet. Rufus would have a fit if you started hanging out there." "As long as you're happy," Amara says, "and staying safe." Victoria is distracted, staring at someone. "Isn't that the Potter's boy? Look, over there." Amara looks. Mananda is standing at the edge of the crowd, watching them. When Amara's eyes meet his, he turns away. Without thinking of the consequences, she leaps up, desperate to catch him. He turns back again, and she knows he has seen her moving towards him. There is a brief moment when she thinks he might hurry off to avoid her, but instead he waits. The closer she gets, the more she is aware of how great the distance is between their past intimacy and now. Then she is standing in front of him, and his dark eyes are on her, no longer looking at her with the warmth she remembers. It brings back all the horror of the Saturnalia. "I didn't mean to drop the lamp," she blurts out, unable even to say hello. "I promise you, it was an accident." "I realised," he says, obviously embarrassed. "Not at the time, but afterwards, I realised." "It was so beautiful, and I'm so sorry. For everything." "Nicandrus told me that he freed you that night. Your patron." Mananda can barely meet her eyes. She had never imagined he could look this stiff and uncomfortable. "And he told me that... He told me what happened to Dido. I'm truly sorry. She was a lovely person." "Thank you. I miss her." Amara presses a hand to her mouth, not wanting to cry. She breathes in deeply, controlling herself. "I hope that you are doing well." She tries to sound brighter, to look him in the face. He nods. "I am. Thank you. But I have to go now, Amara." His use of her slave name, rather than her real name, Timarete, the one he always used to call her by, hurts more than anything else he could have said. "I'm sorry. I wish you well." He turns his back and hurries away, not even waiting to hear her goodbye. Victoria, who had kept a tactful distance, hurries over and takes Amara's arm. "Don't cry," she says quietly, moving her out of the flow of people. "Not here." They make their way back to the bench, and Victoria holds Amara while she sobs. "It's all right," she soothes. "It's all right." "I'm sorry," Amara wipes her face, embarrassed when the rush of grief has passed. "It's all right," Victoria says again. "I know you cared about him." "I don't now," Amara says, "or not like that. I just never wanted to hurt him. I always thought he was a bit of a selfish prick, not taking the lamp back straight away when he saw Rufus." Victoria fusses over Amara's hair, trying to make her look less rumpled after her cry. "I'm sorry. He might have made you a nice lamp and everything, but it wasn't worth losing a fucking patron over." Amara starts to laugh, Victoria's caustic attitude making her feel better in a way sympathy never could. "And besides," Victoria sniffs, "he's a slave. You can do better than that now." "I don't think being enslaved makes him less attractive," Amara says, unable to stop herself from defending Philos, even though he was not the target. "What about Crescents?" Victoria stands up, helping Amara to her feet. "Crescents is a gladiator," she says, her expression haughty. "It's not the same at all. And besides, Crescents is better looking." They both smile, then walk back to the house, Victoria holding tightly to Amara's arm. Chapter 32. "May you suffer, Phoebus!" Herculaneum graffiti. Amara knows as soon as she walks into his study that Felix has changed. The cold way he looks at her is a shock. Over the past 2 months, as the days slid into the heat of summer, she has slowly grown used to seeing his more amiable side, almost starting to wonder whether he might be sincere in his remorse. Or at the very least, she had begun to believe she might be able to exercise some control over his moods, to keep his violence at bay. But then, Victoria must once have been lulled into thinking this too. Felix does not answer Amara's greeting, or her half-hearted attempt at a smile. Instead, he walks towards her, holding out his hand for the money. She drops the 3 purses into his palm, and he turns around, spilling the coins over the desk. The hard clank of falling metal jars on her nerves. He counts it by scraping each penny over the wooden surface, not remarking on the fact she has given him yet another overpayment. His total silence makes her nervous, as he no doubt intends. "If you don't want to chat today, I'll be leaving." Felix speaks to stop her moving, as she knew he would. "I don't like the rules of your game." "What game is that?" "How many clients do you have now?" He jabs his finger at her to emphasize his words. "How much money is Victoria bringing you in each month?" "Why should I tell you anything about my business?" "You were keen enough to brag before. She's obviously worth more than we agreed. I'm not sure 6,000 sesterces was enough for her." "Well, that's too bad for you," Amara says, growing angry, "because that's what we signed in the contract." "You're not leaving." It is a command, not a question. "You don't own me any more. I've paid you more than this month's instalment. You have no reason to keep me here." "There are many reasons." He tilts his head and smiles, so that she almost hopes his mood might be shifting, until she sees the cruelty in his eyes. "Posh boy doesn't know you're here. That's a reason. You don't want him to find out. There's another reason. Don't you think?" "I thought you weren't going to threaten me any more." "That was last month," Felix says, with his most charming grin. "I'm not here on my own. I can call for the men I brought with me." "Yeah, your 2 hard men next door." He nods, as if seriously considering her threat. "The smart one, who's almost skinnier than you are, and the brawny one, without any brains. I'm fucking terrified by the thought of either of them taking me on." "What do you want?" Felix puts his hands on her waist, cautiously, as if testing what she might do. She grips his wrists, making it clear she will resist him. "I don't care what the contract says. I think you need to pay me more. The way you've always paid me. No. I've waited long enough for you. I want proof you're not stringing me along." "What about winning my trust?" "Fuck your trust. Who do you think you are?" He lets go of her waist and starts to circle her, so that she's forced to keep turning to watch what he's doing. "Let me tell you again. I expect you to pay. Either you agree, and I won't hurt you, or you don't agree, and Posh Boy wonders where all the bruises came from. I imagine he might not be too thrilled to know another man has fucked you. How are things between you both these days? He's had you a long time now. Would he even believe you, I wonder, if you cried rape?" Felix comes to a stop in front of her. Amara is dizzy from all his turning, though she knows exactly what is happening. Every conversation they have had, since she placed herself in his debt, has only delayed this moment, the payment she owes for saving Victoria and Britannica. Perhaps she has always known what Felix would do, and yet she kept coming here, hoping it would be different. She wishes, more than anything, that Philos were not next door. It makes everything so much harder. Amara tries to imagine Felix as he must have been as a child, the frightened boy who loved his mother, who suffered as she has suffered, and wills herself to believe she can reach him. It is the only throw of the dice that remains. He glances down in surprise as she takes his hand in hers. "I don't believe you want to do this. You are not your father, Felix. I don't believe this is who you really are." His expression when he looks up reminds her of the tigers in the arena, the savagery the condemned men must see before they die, the face of a creature incapable of compassion. He grips her fingers so hard it hurts. "Then say yes to me." When Felix takes hold of her, Amara is taken back to the days after he bought her, when she first understood the cruelty he was capable of inflicting. She thinks of Philos and tries not to panic, tries to stop herself from crying out when Felix pushes her against the desk, knowing what is about to happen. There is only one thing she could take from this that might be worth the pain. She grips Felix's face in her hands, making him look at her. "I want something from you first." "What?" He is startled enough to pause. "You want me to take something off the debt? Is that it?" Amara stares into his eyes, knowing she cannot miss anything, that she will not have a second chance. "I want you to tell me where you buried her." The briefest flicker crosses his face. On another man it would look like shame. Felix tries to push her hands away, to stop her looking at him, but she only grips hold of him more tightly. "No," she says, still staring into his eyes, wanting to see a different answer. "Not Dido. Not even you could have done that. You can't have done. Not on the rubbish dump." Amara is willing Felix to deny the accusation, yet still he does not. "You must have buried her," she repeats, her voice rising with hysteria. She lets go and shoves him hard in the chest. "Tell me you didn't leave her there." "So I was supposed to do you a favour, was I? Straight after you screamed to the world that you wanted me dead?" Felix grabs her by the shoulders. "You expected me to pay to cremate the body of a slave just because you cared for her? Why the fuck should I?" Amara looks at his hard, unrepentant face, and all the grief and rage she has suppressed for so long erupts, obliterating any semblance of self-control. She screams at Felix, pushing him away from her, cursing his name, demanding the gods erase him from the face of the earth. He stares, uncomprehending, and she realizes that she is shouting her tirade in Greek, that in this moment she cannot find the words in any other language. She seizes the chair, the nearest object to hand, and when he darts out of her way, she smashes it into the shelves behind him. Jars splinter, money cascading out onto the floor. Her violence builds momentum, driven by the fury in her heart. More jars are hit, this time exploding over her head. Amara swings again, smashing straight into the wall so that the chair legs splinter. The door bursts open, and Philos is in the doorway, a look of terror on his face. "Get back!" she screams at him, spinning round. "Get back!" Philos stays where he is, Juventus behind him. He holds his hands up. "Amara, it's me," he says in Greek. It's me."
She starts to become more aware of her surroundings, that she is no longer shouting, but crying, her chest heaving, holding out the ruined chair in front of her like a weapon or a shield. Felix is near her, his knife drawn.
"Put down the fucking chair,"
he says. Amara does not reply. He takes a step closer, gesturing with the blade.
"If you put it down, I won't hold this against you. I know you are upset."
Felix has never spoken to her like this, placatory, almost as if he is afraid of her. She does not let go. He takes another step towards her, his eyes on hers, speaking quietly.
"If you put it down, Amara, I promise to forgive you for what you've just done."
It is his offer of forgiveness that tips her over the edge. She throws the chair at him so that he ducks. When he straightens up, she spits in his face.
"I would see you dead first," she says. "You son of a whore!"
Felix wipes his cheek, hands shaking with anger.
"If you leave me now, I swear by all the gods I will destroy you."
Amara does not reply. She turns her back on him and walks to where Philos is standing, appalled, in the doorway. Chapter 33. How soft is violence? Herculaneum graffiti. Rage carries Amara on her walk back from the brothel. It is not until she sees the door of her own house half ajar to the street that she feels the first stirring of fear. Felix, who runs a protection racket and thinks nothing of murder, has just vowed to bring down her household. Her sense of misgiving grows as she walks into the atrium and hears the sound of Victoria singing, the high pitch of the girl's flute playing. It is not just her own life that she has put in danger.
"Lock the door,"
she says to Juventus, who nods and hurries to do as she has asked. Amara looks up at Philos. "I have to tell Victoria." In the garden, the afternoon sunshine falls on the fresco of Dido, and the sight of her immortalized at her most beautiful only makes it worse to think of what Felix did to her body. In her guise as the huntress Diana, Dido is twice as tall as the women singing beneath her, and for the first time Amara feels guilty at caring less for her living friend than the dead one. She should have paid Victoria more attention. Victoria sees her watching and smiles, but she does not stop her singing. Amara waits until they have finished. "Ignatius will be thrilled," she says. "You get better all the time." Victoria looks pleased by the compliment. "Let's hope the guests are all in the mood to tip." Amara joins the three of them by the bench and takes Victoria's hand. "I have something to tell you," she says. "It's about Felix." Victoria looks terrified. "What's happened? What has he said to you?" The flautists exchange glances. They have never met Felix, but Amara has already warned them about the potential violence from her former pimp, describing him in case they are ever followed. "I discovered what happened to Dido," Amara says slowly, wanting to prepare Victoria for the shock. "He dumped her body outside the town walls. She was never cremated. When Felix told me—" "You didn't threaten him," Victoria says. "Please tell me you didn't threaten him." Amara thinks of the total destruction she wreaked on Felix's study, the broken jars, the smashed chair, the embers of her rage flare back into life. "I called him a son of a whore, and I prayed for his death." Lais claps a hand over her mouth to stifle a nervous laugh, but Victoria is furious. "You did what?" "He left Dido to rot," Amara says, starting to feel angry at Victoria. "Do you understand? Her shade will never know peace. She will never join her ancestors. She is trapped now between this world and the next. He did that to Dido." Victoria gestures at the wall. "Then maybe you should have left the vengeance to her shade and not brought his rage down on the rest of us." Amara knows Victoria is right, but it only makes her angrier. "You always fucking excuse him, whatever he does." "It's me!
he's likely to take this out on, Victoria shouts. Or one of the girls. When Simo crossed him, it was Drauka he killed. He can't strike at you, not without angering Rufus. So who does that leave? From now on, I want Juventus to come with us whenever we entertain. We need all the protection we can get. Of course you must take Juventus, Amara says, feeling more contrite. And I'm sorry this has put you at risk. Truly I am. But I didn't have a choice. You've always done whatever you fucking wanted, Amara. Today is no different. Victoria storms out of the garden, leaving the flautists behind. Your old master, Phoebe says nervously in Greek, is he a very bad man? Amara thinks of all the violence she has known Felix commit, against her, against so many others, his total lack of compassion and his tenacity for holding a grudge. The worst man you can imagine, she says. Victoria does not talk to Amara for the rest of the afternoon, and Britannica, when she is told, immediately offers to murder Felix, strike first. Confronted by her two friends' extreme reactions, Amara's unease only grows. By the time Philos finally arrives in her bedroom, she has had hours for the anger to drain away, leaving behind its dark sediment of fear. "What have I done?" she whispers as he sits beside her. "What have I done?" The answering anxiety she can see in his face is not reassuring. "It will be all right," he says. "We'll think of something." He left Dido's body on the rubbish heap. He left her there like nobody loved her, like she was nothing. I couldn't bear it. I know. Philos hugs her, and she leans into him. I don't blame you. It's not your fault. Of course it's my fault. No, it's not. Sometimes a person can be pushed beyond endurance. You would never have lost control of yourself like that. I know you wouldn't. Philos gently separates himself, taking her arms from around his neck and holding both her hands. But I have, he says. I have lost control like that. Amara removes her right hand from his and touches his tunic, where she knows the branding lies on his skin. In all the time they have been together, she has never dared ask him how it happened. Is that why they marked you? Philos moves her fingers from his chest, as if the scar still hurts. Do you remember when we were first together? I told you that I once embarrassed myself by crying over a girl. Amara nods. I did see her again. I loved her very much. He stops, and Amara is about to tell him he doesn't need to share this story, that he doesn't have to tell her everything, but he continues. We were married. Married? I know slaves' marriages aren't recognized, Philos replies, as if this were the reason for her surprise. But that doesn't mean it never happens. He pauses. Her name was Restituta. The reality of Philos's wife rests in the air between them for a moment, like a shadow passing. After Terentius lost interest in me, it was almost worse than enduring him. I had no sense of myself. I hated what he had made me. It felt as if he had destroyed everything. And Restituta was so kind. I cannot even begin to explain how kind she was. Like you are to me, Amara says, realizing then that perhaps Philos was not always this gentle, but instead learned from the love another woman showed him. When you marry a slave in the same household, you always know it's possible you might be separated, but you just hope it won't happen. I don't even know why the family decided to sell her. When I found out, we were both distraught, and I promised to go to Terentius. I promised her I could persuade him. He stops, and Amara feels as if she cannot breathe, understanding how desperate Philos and Restituta must have been. I begged him. I cried. I got on my knees. And when he refused me, Philos trails off, I don't even remember what happened. I know I broke things, screamed and raged. Whatever I did meant a flogging wasn't sufficient punishment. But the branding wasn't the worst part. They never let me say goodbye. I never saw her again.
Amara grips his hand, unable to find any words of comfort. Whatever she had imagined lying behind the mark, it had not been this much pain.
We managed to exchange a few messages after she left, through the slave network, which is slow, relying on porters and good memories. Then 2 years ago, I learned she had died in childbirth.
He breaks off, turning his face away.
I hope she was carrying the child of a man who loved her.
I'm so sorry, Philos, Amara says, taking him in her arms. They hold one another for a long time, not speaking.
I'm not such a kind person as you think, he says at last, his voice still unsteady. When Rufus told me I was to run a household for his concubine, the girl I had been escorting from the brothel, I wanted to seduce you to spite him. But then, when you came here, I fell in love with you.
I've done worse than contemplate seducing someone out of revenge, Amara says, touched Philos would feel guilt for an act he didn't even commit. Believe me. She lies back on the bed, pulling him down beside her, so that they can hold one another more easily. They rest their foreheads together, and she can feel the palm of his hand on the back of her neck.
I'm very sorry I didn't tell you about Restituta before. But now that I have, do you think you might be able to tell me more about Felix?
I did tell you.
I didn't mean about today.
It hurts to think of Felix, and Amara knows it will hurt even more if Philos starts probing at the parts of herself which bring her so much shame. I don't know what you mean.
You told me once you didn't love him, but I've always felt that wasn't true.
Philos keeps hold of her as she tries to pull away.
Please, my love, I'm not jealous. I just want to understand.
In her mind's eye, Amara can see Felix at the slave market at Puteoli, the way he stood slightly apart from those surrounding him in the full glare of the sun, the most beautiful man she had ever seen. And when he approached, when he smiled at her and Dido, she had felt relief, because she was foolish enough to believe he would be kind. I don't want to think about him, she says, her voice breaking. Don't make me do this.
It's all right if you loved him. It's not your fault. You know that, don't you?
Were you stupid enough to love Terentius? After all he did to you?
Not Terentius, no. But I loved my first master very much. I spent years wanting him to notice me, wanting to impress him, to be as important to him as he was to me. It's so common. I don't want you to feel guilty about it.
How can I not feel guilty? I hate Felix so much. I have wished him dead 1,000 times. And yet, when I thought he really was going to die, when Balbus came at him with the knife, I prayed for Felix to move out of the way. Amara pauses to control herself, not wanting to cry. And then the knife hit Dido instead. She almost expects Philos to let go of her, that he will feel the disgust she feels. But he does not. Just because you wanted Felix to live doesn't mean you wanted Dido to die. It wasn't your fault.
Maybe, Amara says, and allowing herself to say the word aloud is like setting down a weight. Maybe it wasn't, but today was my fault. Do you blame me for what happened with Restituta? She shakes her head. Then why would I blame you for what you did? You're not made of stone. I just wish I had asked you about Felix before. I should have realized it was too much for anyone to deal with.
I'm not sure it would have made any difference, Amara replies, trying to make her voice lighter. I wouldn't have listened to you anyway.
Philos smiles. Well, that's true, but I hope you listen to me now. We really do need to pay him back the money, all of it. Can't you take out a loan from Drusilla, now she's got that new man?
3,000 sesterces is still far too much to ask.
I think you're going to have to. Better to upset Drusilla than keep going back to Felix.
Amara sighs, knowing he's right. He kisses her, his lips at the very edge of her mouth.
But that's for tomorrow. I should leave you to rest now.
I'm not tired yet, Amara says, holding on to him, not wanting to let go. Not unless you are. In answer, Philos shifts his body further towards her, so that no space remains between them, and all she can feel is the warmth of him.
Chapter 34. Hail, Prophet!
Mosaic in a Pompeian house. It is one of the most ostentatious villas she has encountered in Pompeii. Amara steps through the giant doorway, Philos beside her, an octopus unfurled in an elaborate mosaic beneath their feet. Woven between the creature's tentacles is the motto, "Prophet is joy." Ampliatus clearly makes no secret of the gods worshipped in his house. The porter who greets them both is dressed in a scarlet tunic, his sandals so well oiled they shine.
"My master is expecting you?"
His expression makes it clear he finds this doubtful. "We are here to call on Drusilla," Amara replies. "Her steward, Josephus, told me she is receiving visitors here. I am Amara, concubine of Placidus Rufus." The name of her patron gains her admittance, though the porter cannot bring himself to look pleased by an uninvited visit. He calls over a slave girl who, like him, is dressed in scarlet.
"Your boy must wait here with me. The girl will show you to Drusilla."
Amara leaves Philos with the bad-tempered porter, smarting at the insulting use of the word boy to describe her lover, who is at least 10 years older than she is, and walks through the giant atrium, following the maid. The red walls create an optical illusion, a glorious painted cityscape she imagines must be based on Rome. She can feel a light spray from the central fountain as she passes, the marble dolphin sending its jet of water high into the air before it tumbles down in a noisy cascade. The garden is full of roses, swathed in thick bands of trellising around the walls and sprawling beside the enormous fish pond, their heavy scent mingling with the smell of the sea. Drusilla is sitting in a shady alcove, and to Amara's astonishment, she is engaged in needlework. Another maid, who Amara does not recognize, is sitting beside her. "Amara!" Drusilla stands up in delighted surprise. "How wonderful to see you here!" "What a beautiful garden this is," Amara says, joining her friend on the amply cushioned marble. Drusilla reverently lays aside the tunic she is working on, smoothing it out to avoid creasing. "Is that for Ampliatus?" Amara asks, amused at the thought of such a wifely occupation.
"He likes to be fussed over."
"And I like to fuss over him." The affectionate look on Drusilla's face seems genuine enough, though she has always been a formidable actress, and Amara is conscious of the presence of the eavesdropping servant, no doubt owned by the man in question. Drusilla sees the direction of Amara's gaze.
"Fetch us some refreshments," Drusilla says to the maid, "and when you return, please wait there by the fountain until I call for you."
"This place is extraordinary," Amara exclaims as soon as the girl is out of earshot.
"I told you."
Drusilla is smug. "And what's with the tunic? I didn't even know you could sew."
"Of course I can sew," Drusilla retorts crossly.
"He likes wearing things I've made. He says it means I'm always near his heart."
"You like him."
Amara has never, in all the time she's known Drusilla, heard her repeat a patron's flattery with fondness. Drusilla purses her lips.
"Why shouldn't I like him?
Who doesn't enjoy being doted on?"
She lowers her voice. It's better than a man like Quintus, who takes and makes you feel like a whore every time he gives you a present. I'm glad to hear Ampliatus treats you well. More than that, he's kind to Primus, Drusilla whispers. He's taken him all around his warehouses in the port, making a fuss of him. None of the others had any interest in my boy. They just found him a nuisance. Ampliatus even tells him stories. Primus adores him. Amara is so used to seeing Drusilla's public face, the hard, glittering front she shows to the world. She has not imagined her ever looking this vulnerable. She supposes it makes sense, that the way to win Drusilla's heart would not be sex or flattery or even wealth, but kindness towards her child. He sounds like a good man, Amara says. As much as any of them are. Drusilla tosses her head, clearly not wanting to appear too sentimental. How is Rufus? I hope he is planning to spend some of the Nemoralia with you. I'm spending it with Julia, Amara replies. Rufus says he has to spend the festival with his parents. His parents? Drusilla raises her eyebrows. That's what I thought, Amara says. Drusilla is silent for a while. The maid has returned with the tray of refreshments and is standing at the opposite side of the garden, but Drusilla does not call her over. Have you thought more about what we discussed? Yes, and I've stopped. Stopped completely? Completely. For many weeks now. The two women stare at one another, both aware of the implications. It is such an unusual moment of intimacy between them that Amara hates the thought of ruining it by begging for money, but she has to get the loan. Drusilla, she takes her friend's hand. There's something I need to ask you, and which I hope you will be able to forgive. It is the reason I've called on you. Drusilla is wary. What is it? I am still in debt to Felix for Victoria, and I cannot be left vulnerable to him if Rufus leaves me. This is too much to ask, and I know it, but please, I am begging you as your friend to lend me the money. I swear to repay you at whatever rate you choose, and relinquish any claim on my investment in Phoebe or Lais. How much? 3,000 sesterces. Drusilla breathes in sharply. How will you ever repay this if Rufus abandons you? It is a brutal question, but no more than Amara expects. I am not completely friendless, she says. The Admiral still has some loyalty to me as his freedwoman, and Julia has already made me aware of other possibilities. They are so close to the sea that in the silence that follows, Amara is conscious of the sounds of the port, ships unloading, the cry of gulls. Drusilla is making her wait, and for that Amara cannot help but hate her friend a little. I will lend it to you, Drusilla says, and Amara clutches the bench with relief. Without interest. But this is the last favour you may ask of me until it is repaid. And I must warn you that if Rufus leaves you, I cannot have you stay at my house. She sees Amara's hurt expression and softens her voice. I'm sorry. I wasn't going to tell you when things are so unstable with your patron, but Ampliatus has asked me to marry him. I intend to rent the place in town and live here. You are more than generous, truly. I cannot tell you how grateful I am. Amara places her hands over her heart in a formal gesture of sincerity. And many congratulations on your marriage. This is wonderful news. Neither of us intend to make a fuss over the arrangement, Drusilla says, looking embarrassed. I'm hardly a young virgin, and, as a freedman, Ampliatus cannot hope to make some illustrious match with a freeborn woman. His wife died 2 years ago, and he's lonely. As for me, well, you know how precarious the life can be. This suits us both very well. She gestures at the maid to come over, signalling the end of their private conversation. Send Philos to see Josephus with a contract this afternoon. I will make sure he has the money.
The porter looks in better spirits when Amara returns to the atrium. He is standing, chests thrust out, recounting some anecdote to Philos, who is listening politely, no doubt having worked hard to win the man's trust. The pride Amara always feels in Philos, for his ability to dissemble his feelings, is somewhat undercut by the knowledge Drusilla has managed to snare a man who owns half the port, while hers doesn't even own his tunic. She crushes the thought, ashamed, when Philos turns to her and smiles. "Your mistress is here," says the porter, looking aggrieved to be cut short. "So she is," Philos replies to him with a bow. "Thank you for your hospitality." The porter nods, pleased that Philos treats him as if he were the person important enough to be called upon, not his master or future mistress. "She said yes," Amara whispers, as soon as they have stepped out onto the street. "Thank fuck for that," Philos breathes out with relief. They both stand for a moment, the busy life of the port unfolding before them. "I don't want to go back yet. Do you think we could walk along the waterfront?" Amara asks, "or would it look suspicious?" "I could tell Rufus you wanted some air, if anyone sees," Philos says. "It's not as if I've let you go wandering off on your own." They skirt around Ampliatus's enormous villa, walking towards one of the colonnades that frames the harbour. Small fishing boats bob against the sea wall as they pass, men dragging their nets onto the stone. Amara sidesteps to avoid being splashed as the fish jump and writhe by her feet. Past the noisy hustle of boats in the harbour, the blue of the bay stretches out, its horizon limitless. The gap between her and Philos as they walk feels almost as large. She wonders if he is thinking of Restituta, whether his wife's absence is an ache as constant for him as Dido's loss is for her. "How far do you want to go?" he asks. "Maybe we should just keep on and never stop," she jokes, before she sees from his face that she has pained rather than amused him. They reach the colonnade, and the space is less crowded. She remembers sitting here with Victoria and the others, dangling their legs over the wall. There is no way she and Philos could do anything so brazen. "Josephus will have the money for you this afternoon when you go round with the contract. Has Rufus said anything to you about staying away during the Nemeralia? Drusilla thought it odd he was seeing his parents." "He is not. Or not only his parents." "Do you think he has another lover?" It almost makes Amara want to laugh at the dread she feels when she cares so little for Rufus. Philos stops so that they can stand side by side, looking out at the water. "I'm rarely with him now. Any time I'm at the house, I work on the business, not his personal affairs. But I don't think it's a lover. I think his family expect him to get married. That is what Vitalio has heard." Amara puts out her hand to touch the column, wanting to feel something solid. The marble is warm under her fingers from the sun. "I'm sorry. There was no good time to tell you, but it's another reason I wanted you to get that money from Drusilla." "He's not going to want to keep renting a house with a concubine in it, is he?" "I don't think so." "I'll speak to Julia. I know she has some apartments to let. It might be cramped with Victoria and the other women, but we'll manage. Rufus must owe me something. As a patron it would look bad if he threw me out on the street, and if I involve Julia, that will make it even harder for him. It's all I'm going to ask. Rent to Julia, and letting me keep you. Surely he can't say no to that." She is looking at Philos, but he is staring out at the water, the light of the waves reflecting onto his face. "I hope not," he says. Chapter 35. I see you hurrying in excitement with a burning torch to the grove of Nemi, where you bear light in honour of the goddess Diana. Propertius, Poems. The garden is filled with the sound of laughter, All the women of the household are gathered together, even Martha, and they splash one another as they wash their hair. The water is cold when Victoria pours a jug over Amara's head, making her shudder, but the heat of the sun is so intense, the water dries on her skin almost as fast as it falls. Amara takes another jug and pours it over Britannica, who shakes her hair like a dog, spraying the water everywhere, making Phoebe shriek. Martha yelps and darts out of the way as Victoria tries to fling water at her too. Amara realizes it is the first time she has ever seen her maid smile. "Careful!" Amara laughs as Martha nearly crashes into the carefully planted herbs in a vain attempt to dodge the spray. Victoria tips the last of the water into the flower bed, and Martha flops down on the hot paving stones, stretching out her legs. The Nemoralia is the goddess Diana's festival for women and slaves, and they have nothing to do today but wash their hair and dress themselves in garlands of flowers, ready for the evening's torchlit procession to the river Sarnus. Philos and Juventus have been banished to the atrium, where they are lounging about playing backgammon, though occasionally the sound of their laughter drifts as far as the garden. Amara allows the holiday atmosphere to beguile her, too. She tells herself she will worry about Felix and Rufus when the festival is over. Victoria sits at the edge of the fountain, trailing her hand in the water. "I know what I'm going to ask Diana this evening," she says. "Endless victory for crescents?" Amara suggests. Victoria purses her lips, not telling. "You can't ask Artemis for gifts in love," Lais says, fluffing out her hair to help it dry. "She has many faces, but she's still the virgin goddess." "So you won't ask for help to snare Juventus's heart?" Victoria asks. Lais rolls her eyes. "One time I said he is not too ugly, and you never let me forget about it." "I don't imagine Juventus would take much hunting," Amara says, thinking of the way he leers at them all. He's not exactly playing hard to get. They laugh, and Amara feels a little uncomfortable, hoping the porter does not overhear their mockery. "Rather him than Philos, though," Victoria says with a shudder. "Can you imagine Philos trying to fight anyone?" There is less laughter this time. Amara bends her head, letting the hair fall to hide her face, raking her fingers through the curls. Philos's body is as dear to her as it is familiar, and over the course of their affair he has become increasingly confident, no longer inhibited by the need to cover up his scar. She doesn't like to hear him belittled. "Philos has a really lovely face, though," Phoebe says. "A lovely face?" Victoria repeats, amused. "You can't fancy him." The guilty flush on Phoebe's cheeks is answer enough. "I didn't say that," she protests, looking round at the others for support. "Just because you notice a man looks nice doesn't mean you want to bed him." "Nice face," Britannica agrees, picking at the gap between her teeth. The declaration is so startling it makes everyone laugh. Britannica shrugs, unconcerned by the mockery, though she glances at Amara, holding her gaze for a moment, before looking away. "Sounds like you've got competition for him, Phoebe." Victoria has a needling edge to her voice. Amara remembers Victoria's incessant taunting of Berenice at the brothel, and knows she could keep this up for hours if nobody intervenes. She picks up a half-empty jug of water and flings it at Victoria. "And you are a tease." Victoria shrieks, splashing Amara with water from the fountain in revenge, and the gathering degenerates into more yelling and leaping to escape the spray. After they have exhausted themselves, Amara goes to the kitchen to fetch the food for lunch, making several journeys. As the mistress, she is expected to wait on the others. The kitchen is tiny, little more than a hole with a ledge for broiling meat or heating up pans. A shelved storeroom opens onto it, and, beyond that, the latrine. The lingering smell of wood smoke, stale roasted fish and excrement makes Amara feel nauseous. She is unsurprised neither Martha nor Juventus have much enthusiasm for cooking in here.
When she has served the women, Amara takes food out to the men in the atrium, water dripping from her hair as she walks. Juventus stares at her body, where the wet material clings, but she barely notices. She is too busy enjoying the way Philos smiles at her. "You're winning," she says, looking at his side of the board as she sets down the plate. Philos is so close to her, and there is such affection in his eyes, it is an effort to stop herself from kissing him. "The game's not over yet," Juventus scowls. Philos replies to him in dialect, something that makes Juventus look less sour. As she walks away, Juventus makes an expressive-sounding comment, rounded off by a filthy laugh. Amara has worked long enough as a prostitute to recognize sexually charged remarks, whatever the language. She cannot read anything into the tone of Philos's reply, but she is not entirely pleased that whatever he has said makes the porter laugh even harder. "You can have Juventus whenever you like," Amara says to Lais in Greek, sitting beside her. Maybe the man would be less insufferable if he had a lover. Lais raises her eyebrows. "If you paid me, I'd be happy enough." Amara thinks she is joking, and then realizes from the sharpness of Lais's expression that she is keen to make money. It reminds Amara of how she used to be at the Wolf Den. "If that's what you want." "You could charge him too," Lais suggests, "and then perhaps we can split what he gives you." "No, you keep what I charge him. You're the one earning it, though we don't need to tell Juventus that." From the smirk on Lais's face, Amara suspects Lais had calculated that would be her mistress's reply. "I am not like Felix," Amara tells herself, "or she would not even dare to ask me." The fear Amara has been trying to suppress rises again. She looks over at Britannica, reassuringly large and muscular, standing by the fountain. Men are not allowed to accompany them for this evening's ritual, but should Felix try his luck on the way home, Britannica will be armed. The August evening begins to cool, and Victoria goes to fetch the garlands from the atrium. They dress each other's hair, the two freedwomen waiting on the slaves. Victoria helps the flautists, while Amara weaves flowers into Martha's thick black curls and tries to persuade Britannica to wear a garland of red amaranthus. "The goddess will be more likely to listen to your request if you dress to please her," Amara says, as Britannica flinches away. "Not too much," Britannica mutters, finally letting Amara fix it in place. With the Briton's bright red hair, the garland looks like a halo of flame. She tilts her chin up at Amara. "You think Hunter Goddess will hear me?" Amara lays her hand to her heart. "I hope so." They turn towards the wall where Dido is painted, a version of Diana who is sacred to them both. "I ask for revenge." Britannica speaks as if she is addressing Dido. "Do you even know how to write?" Victoria says. She is busy scrawling on a ribbon with charcoal, one of the 5 they will leave at the shrine. Martha, who is Jewish, won't be praying to the goddess, and declined the offer of a ribbon. Amara was surprised her maid even agreed to join the procession. "I can write Britannica's prayer," Amara replies. She lays out 2 strips of white ribbons on the marble bench, writes "Vengeance" on the first for Britannica, and "Deliverance" on the second for herself. Britannica squints uncomprehendingly at the Greek letters. At the approach of dusk, they agree to prepare the lights. Amara goes to the storeroom, holding her breath to avoid the smell, and gathers up the small terracotta torches that she and Victoria bought from the Forum. When she comes back out, Philos is waiting with an oil lamp. The women illuminate their torches from it, one after the other. Watching them, Amara wonders how long they will all be together in a household like this. And it is not only the habitual fear of being separated from Philos that makes her chest tighten. She has grown used to this place, to the strange, almost family of women she has collected. Amara lights her own flame last.
She does not dare look in Philos's face, but deliberately touches his hand as she reaches out to hold the lamp steady, forming an unspoken connection between them. She glances round to make sure everyone else's light is still burning, then leads the women through the darkened atrium. Juventus lets them out onto the street. Other women are already walking along the pavements, holding up torches or candles. Those furthest away glimmer like a scattering of stars in the dusk. Men and children watch from windows and doorways as they pass, and neighbours call to one another, the air warm with good humour and the last lingering heat of the sun. Lais and Phoebe hold hands, and Amara remembers how she used to walk like that with Dido. She hopes the flautists are not separated whenever she and Drusilla sell them. It becomes darker as they leave the town, walking out of the theatre gate towards the river. A narrow path off the main road has been set with flaming lamps to guide them. They pass villas and vineyards, the trailing lights of their torches illuminating everything they touch. Some of the women in the procession sing snatches of song, and Victoria joins them, her sweet voice ringing out loudly. The words are unfamiliar to Amara. They reach the small shrine to Diana that sits at a curve in the river, planted round with cypress trees. It is surrounded by women and dancing flame. In spite of the crowd, the air is much cooler here near the rushing black water, and Amara is grateful for her cloak. There is no formal ritual or priest, and so Amara and the others wait until it is their turn to tie the prayer ribbons to the cypress trees. Britannica knots hers to a high branch where it hangs alone above the rest. "Did anyone bring an offering?" Amara asks. The others shake their heads. She turns to Britannica. "Will you come with me while I leave mine?" The Briton nods, and from the savage expression on her face, made even more sinister by the glow of the flame she is holding, Amara guesses Britannica is eager to see some token of violence left at the hunter's shrine. They walk side by side to the heap of offerings. A small marble statue of Diana watches over her worshippers, and Amara stares at it while they wait. The goddess of the moon will always make her think of Felix. Amara remembers when he compared her to Diana for her savagery and pride, and it was Diana the huntress she once sent him as a token of her undying hatred. But it is not a clay stag or hunting dog that Amara has brought tonight. When she finally reaches the shrine, she hands her torch to Britannica and kneels down to lay a small clay figure of a mother and child at the edge of the heap. Then she rises and takes back the flame without looking in Britannica's eyes. Chapter 36. Restitutus has often deceived many girls. Pompeii graffiti. The water that bubbles over the stone steps seems to keep pace with Julia's laughter. Amara has never been inside Julia's garden dining room before. It is reserved for invited guests and tenants. She cannot imagine a more relaxing space to celebrate the second day of the Nemoralia. The place is painted deep blue, with scenes from the Egyptian Nile, and the goddess Isis looks over them. Wine and figs are set out on a bronze table, its legs shaped into the forms of 3 lustful satyrs. The festival, with its upending of hierarchies, means that Britannica has also joined them as a guest. To Amara's surprise, both Julia and Livia have been very welcoming towards the taciturn Briton, admiring her strength and encouraging her to demonstrate her skills with the knife. "It's as if she is dancing," Livia says, watching Britannica's cat-like moves in the shaded walkway beside the long pool. "She really is very clever." "She is loyal," Amara says, pleased that finally somebody other than Philos can understand why she loves Britannica. "I value her highly." "I cannot believe you've been getting her to teach you how to use a blade," Julia says. "What a mysterious girl you are." She sips her wine. "It is a shame Rufus could not spend some of the festival with you." Amara knows Julia well enough by now to understand this is not an idle remark. His parents were insistent he spend the time at home, she says. He has not mentioned it to me, but I believe he is considering getting married.
I wondered if you'd heard the rumours, Julia says. Unsurprising, given he is standing for election next year. I've never cared much for Rufus, Olivia says, her eyes still following Britannica's every move. Rather spoiled, I think. All men are spoiled, Julia declares, though some grow kinder as they age, like dear old Pliny, or my friend Demetrius.
Rufus never gives me news of the Admiral, Amara says, ignoring Julia's mention of the imperial freedman. I do hope he is well.
Both of them are well. I have been trying to persuade Demetrius to visit me here when he next tours his estates. I'm sure if I have a beautiful new tenant, it won't be very difficult to persuade him.
You really think I could stay here with you?
Of course, Livia answers for her aunt. Even if she didn't like you, she's desperate to rent that apartment. Nobody else wanted it. Don't be awful. Julia swats affectionately at Livia, who is now reclining against her, then turns to Amara. It's true, though, darling. The place is very small compared to where you live now, and rather dark, but you would be most welcome to use the garden.
Amara's eyes burn with unshed tears of relief. Thank you so much, she says, her voice sounding more steady than she feels. I cannot tell you how grateful I am.
Think nothing of it. Julia waves a hand. Now, do you think your girl would like something to eat? Perhaps you should call her over. I'm longing to ask her what Britain is like. My father was always curious about the place.
Amara had intended to stay at Julia's until late, but finds she is exhausted, and, with the constant soothing murmur of the water, fears she might even be in danger of falling asleep. It is not yet dusk when she sets out for home with Britannica. The streets are less busy than usual, with most businesses closed for the holiday. To her surprise, Amara can hear voices from the dining-room door as soon as she steps into the atrium. She was expecting the house to be empty. Rufus sent for Philos in the afternoon. The flautists are entertaining Drusilla and Ampliatus at the port, and Victoria was due to meet Crescents. Instead, Victoria's laughter carries on the late afternoon air. It is hours earlier than Amara expected to be home. "Is it the master?" Amara whispers to Juventus, mortified by the prospect of catching Rufus with her friend. Juventus looks down. "Crescents," he says. "The gladiator." "She brought a gladiator to the house?"
"He was wearing a cloak," Juventus protests. "Even I couldn't see him properly, and I was only a few paces away."
"But that's worse. What if the neighbours tell Rufus we've been smuggling muffled-up men in here?"
Juventus gives an angry shrug. "What if he sees us all go to the brothel?" he retorts. "It's hardly a house of Vestal virgins."
Amara knows, looking at his mutinous expression, that any trace of authority she once held has gone. If it weren't for Britannica standing beside her, she suspects Juventus would be even less civil. "Fine," she snaps. "I'll deal with it." She walks across the atrium, Britannica beside her. At the threshold of the dining-room, she pauses. The voices have gone ominously quiet. For a moment, she wonders if it's better to wait until they have finished, but the anger and curiosity are too much, and she pushes the door open. Victoria and her gladiator are sprawled over a couch. Amara can see the muscles on the man's back, the tension of his shoulders as he moves. She gasps. Then Victoria sees her and scrambles up, yanking her dress back over her breasts. "Amara!" The man does not rush himself. He picks up his own tunic, pulling it over his head before he turns to face her. "Felix!" The shock of him standing in her home is so great, Amara cannot say anything other than his name. "Only command me," Britannica says, her knife drawn, "and I kill him." Felix has his hand on the hilt of his own weapon. "That declaration seems a little overconfident." He turns to Amara with a mocking bow. "Are you in the habit of threatening to murder your guests? I imagine a dead pimp
Might not be such a welcome scandal for Posh Boy at the start of his political career. Get out. Not even a tour of the place. Felix saunters towards her, although she notices he keeps his eyes trained on Britannica's weapon. Very thoughtful of your lover to choose musical nymphs to decorate your rooms. A happy reminder of when you hoard yourself out for me. I said, get out. Then tell the bitch to put down her knife, he says, no longer bothering to affect a casual tone. Unless you want me to open her fucking throat in your boyfriend's dining room. Amara turns to Britannica. Make sure he leaves, but don't touch him. Then come back here. Britannica lowers her arm with reluctance. You try anything, she hisses at Felix. You a dead man. Amara does not look at Felix as he passes, but he stops, forcing her to acknowledge him. I always keep my promises, he says. They stare at one another. Then he turns away, walking beside Britannica to the door. How could you do this? Amara can hardly bear to look at Victoria standing quivering by the couch. How could you bring him into my house? I'm sorry. Sorry? Is that all you can fucking say? Did you ever even have an affair with Crescents, or has it always been Felix? Victoria is silent, and Amara guesses the answer. I don't believe this. You lying, cheating whore. Please, Victoria says, clasping her hands to her chest. I never wanted to hurt you. I didn't want to lie. I thought I could persuade him to ease off on the debt. That's why I agreed to see him at the games. But when we met, he told me how much he missed me, how it was killing him to be without me, and he meant it, Amara. I swear he meant it. Victoria starts to cry. I love him. You've always known I love him. It was too much not to see him any more. I couldn't bear it. Britannica returns to the room, quietly closing the door behind her. Amara barely notices. How can you be such a fool? She shouts at Victoria. Felix doesn't love you. He's only using you to get back at me, and you're stupid enough to fall for it. I cannot believe you let him into my house. How often has he been here? Was today the first time? Victoria shakes her head, too choked by sobs to speak. Which rooms has he seen? Still Victoria doesn't reply, and Amara grabs her by the shoulder. Answer me! Victoria cringes from her. He wanted to see all of the rooms. This is the second time he's been. So he knows the entire layout of my house. Amara releases Victoria, pressing her hands to her own eyes, trying to take in the magnitude of the betrayal. Tell me you didn't let him go through the accounts. No, of course not. Why, of course? You've had him in my bedroom. You were fucking him in here just moments ago. The image rises up again in Amara's mind, and with it a rage so blinding there is no room for any other feeling. You really are trash, Victoria, she says, her voice as cold as Felix at his cruelest. No wonder your parents left you to die in the rubbish. It's where you've always belonged. The two women stare at one another, the full ugliness of what Amara has said hanging between them, dark as smoke from the guttering lamps. I've defended you to Felix so many times, Victoria says. Whenever he told me how little you cared, how you were just using me to make money, I defended you to Felix, even after you asked me to fuck Rufus, because I was so grateful to you, because I loved you. And all that time you were nothing more than the spoiled little doctor's daughter, just like Felix always said you were, looking down your fucking nose at me. Victoria's anger builds as she speaks, leaving her too distracted to notice the object Britannica places on the table behind her. The only person you ever thought was good enough for you was Dido, wasn't it? The pair of you at the brothel, sneering at everyone, thinking you were above us all. And I know, I've always known, that you would have exchanged Dido for me in a fucking heartbeat. Blood pounds in Amara's head. She can no longer see Victoria clearly. Instead, she is back at the Forum, the night of the Saturnalia. Dido is lying wounded at her feet, and there is nothing Amara can do except watch her die. "It should have been you that night," she screams. "If you love Felix so much, why didn't you take the knife that was meant for him? Why was it Dido? She was worth 1,000 of you." "Perhaps she was." Victoria flings her arms out in a gesture of defiance. "But look who ended up on the rubbish heap. It wasn't me, was it?" The words break like glass in Amara's heart, shattering the remains of her self-control. She seizes Britannica's knife from the table, and with a move so swift Victoria has no time to react, she grabs her by the hair and brings the point to Victoria's throat. "Did you know? Did he tell you what he did to Dido's body?" Victoria stares at her, eyes wide with shock. "Did he?" "No," Victoria gasps. "Amara." Britannica lays a hand gently on her arm to avoid startling her into a sudden movement. "Be calm." Victoria swivels her eyes to look at the woman she has hated so long, who appears, inconceivably, to be coming to her aid. "I am calm," Amara says, though her trembling arm betrays her. "You must kill her, now," Britannica says. "No!" Victoria cries. "Please!" Britannica grips Amara's shoulder, holding her steady. "Think of what she may know, what she may tell Felix, about your life, your secrets." Britannica squeezes her even harder. "Listen to me. I tell Rufus she tried to kill you first, that I defend you. We both say I killed her." "Amara, you can't listen to her," Victoria begs, gazing at her desperately. "I would never tell Felix anything to hurt you. I swear it. Please, I'm begging you. Please don't do this. Please." Amara's gaze slides from Victoria's face to her throat, and she starts, as if the sight of her own hand holding the knife shocks her. She lets the blade fall, clattering onto the tiles. Victoria collapses against the couch, holding her fingers to her neck, gasping for air like a woman who has been held under water. Britannica hisses through her teeth. She seizes the knife, stowing it at her belt. "This is mistake," she says. Amara ignores Britannica, still looking at the crumpled form on the couch, the friend she nearly murdered. "I am thousands of sesterces in debt because of you," she says to Victoria. "I risked my life to save you. I gave you everything, and you repaid me by bringing Felix into my house." "And you nearly killed me." Victoria looks up, some of her old spark returning. "I think we're fucking even." "I never want to see you again. Do you understand? You will leave this house immediately." Victoria gets unsteadily to her feet. "I never wanted to choose between you both." She reaches out to Amara. "I didn't want to choose Felix over you." "But you did." Amara steps away from her. The two women look at one another, and there is no trust left in the ashes of their friendship. Only regret. Victoria takes a step backwards, retreating slowly, eyes darting between Britannica and Amara, as if even now she fears one of them will try to kill her. Then she turns her back on them both to open the door and runs across the atrium, barging past Juventus and hurtling onto the street, where Felix is no doubt waiting. Amara sits down heavily on the couch. "This is mistake," Britannica says again. "She will betray you." "What more can she do now?" Amara says wearily. "She's already shown Felix the house. There's nothing more for him to see." Britannica moves, leaning in so close that her breath is warm on Amara's cheek. "Philos." The word is only a whisper, but Amara is instantly alive to the meaning behind it. She looks up at Britannica, and seeing her expression, wastes no time pretending not to understand. "Victoria doesn't know," she murmurs. "She can't do." "Yet I know." "How? When did you guess?" "You are alike," Britannica says simply. "You are like him. Victoria would also see this."
Amara looks over towards the door, which Victoria left ajar, the door through which she just allowed her to escape. "Even if she does know, I couldn't kill her," she says, putting her head in her hands. "What sort of monster do you think I am?" "You regret this one day. Trust me." Amara glances up at Britannica, who is still staring at the door with a look of murderous ferocity. "You always hated her," she mutters. "That is nothing." Britannica raises her eyebrows, a flicker of amusement on her face. "I hate most people." Chapter 37. I bought my wife's freedom so nobody could wipe his dirty hands on her hair. Petronius, the Satyricon. When Amara wakes the next morning, only a brief moment passes before the memory of Victoria's betrayal hits her. She lies rigid in the bed, not wanting to move. High up on the wall, the early morning light filters through from the window into the tablinum. She closes her eyes, but when she does, she can still see the movement of Felix's back, Victoria underneath him, the way Felix turned to face her, and worse, the memory of her own anger, the knife she held to Victoria's throat, the sound as the metal hit the tiles. Nausea grips her, and Amara sits up, trying not to retch. She crouches over her knees, shuddering, until the urge to be sick has passed, her forehead damp with sweat. Then she forces herself to get up. At the bottom of the bed, Amara opens the chest to take out her clothes. The woven basket of boiled lambswool, her contraceptive, sits in the corner, and she moves it underneath some linen so she doesn't have to look at it. The lid is heavy as she lowers it. She leans forwards, resting her weight on its wooden surface, the carved design of grapes and vines imprinting onto her palms. The pain of Victoria's betrayal has not yet fully sunk in. Felix has been in her private rooms, rifling through her belongings, laughing at her. Perhaps he lay here in this bed with Victoria, just as Amara lies with Philos. Philos himself had been surprisingly calm when she broke the news last night. He will be the one who tells Rufus about Victoria today, destroying her reputation as effectively as possible. It was Philos who had the idea of suggesting they not only claim Victoria risked disgrace by inviting a pimp to the house, but also slandered Rufus. They hope, by playing upon his guilt, that Rufus might be less inclined to take his anger out on Amara for having Victoria in the house in the first place. Amara opens her bedroom door. Martha is already waiting by the dressing table. The maid's face is as blank as wax, no imprint left of last night's events, though she must surely have heard the shouting and be aware by now that Victoria has gone. Amara walks over to sit for Martha and is met by the same quiet greeting her maid gives every morning. It is impossible for Amara to read anything into the way Martha styles her hair, either. Martha has always been silent, her hands unkind. The only sound is the sigh of the comb scraping against her scalp. Amara knows as little of Martha now as she did the day she first came to this house. She thinks of the unexpected way Martha smiled at the Nemeralia, of how lonely her life must be, the losses of her past, and knows she should have made more effort to earn her maid's trust. Perhaps then Martha might have told Amara if she had any suspicions about Victoria, or about the man Victoria had brought to the house. Amara only speaks once Martha has finished the rituals of dressing her hair and face. "Could you send Britannica to me, please?" Martha bows her head in acknowledgement and leaves the room. The sight of the Briton a few moments later, silhouetted in the doorway, gives Amara the first sense of hope she has felt all morning. Britannica is not fond of embraces, but she joins Amara on the couch and pats her shoulder. "Fabia also betray you." "What?" "All these months I go to the bar. She leave no message to warn you about Victoria." "Perhaps she didn't realize." Britannica gives her a pitying look. "She must know." Anger makes Amara feel more like herself.
If she wants to continue eating, she had better start talking. Come. Britannica stands, holding her hand out. We go to the bar. She hauls Amara to her feet, then looks down, her expression a perplexing mixture of savagery and tenderness. The two women go through the farce of asking Philos's permission to visit the temple for the Nemeralia, as if he were still reporting on Amara for Rufus, rather than the three of them united in deception. It is impossible to know whether Juventus is fooled, but he lets them out without comment. The streets are quieter than usual, Pompey's more generous masters granting their women and slaves a respite from work on the final day of the festival. Virgula's shop is shut, as is the grocer on the corner. A dog trots past them on the pavement, its neck wound round with battered-looking flowers in tribute to Diana. Britannica stares, muttering something in her own language. They stop and watch it jump onto a paving stone, back legs scrabbling. Victoria go to Felix, Britannica says, as they observe the dog's progress across the road. I suppose you think I'm a fool for ever trusting her. No. Britannica starts walking again. Even I not see this, though I know she is bad. There are no stepping stones to cross the language barrier that sits between Amara and Britannica. All the shades of meaning that could lie within the word bad, reduced, like everything else Britannica says, into blunt, unsophisticated phrases, even though Amara has long suspected she is anything but. Why did you always think badly of Victoria? Is it because she called you savage? I watch her eyes. Even before I understand all the words, what she say is different to what she think. When you, Amara, go out at the brothel, she is different. When you return, she is different again. When I went out, she was different, Amara says, struggling to follow. You are strongest. She know this. She not like it. Britannica looks at Amara, resentment plain in her face. I try to warn you many times. Always, I am warning you. I thought you just didn't like her. Britannica shakes her head. You want to ask me about Philos? What I see? You've watched him. Always watch him, after I understand what he is to you. And what did you learn? In spite of herself, Amara is almost afraid to hear the answer. He never protect you. Felix kill him quickly, more than quickly. But I watch his eyes. He is good. She places a hand to her heart. I trust him. Better man for you than others. Britannica's words affect Amara in ways she had not thought possible. Not having to face another's judgment when she has been burdened with the fear of punishment and disgrace for so long makes her want to weep. No, Britannica warns, seeing her emotion. Don't. They have reached Asalina's bar. The reek of stew, smoke and alcohol wafts onto the street along with the hubbub of voices. It seems the hard-faced landlady has not chosen to give her slaves a day off. Amara puts a hand over her mouth to stop herself retching from the stench. Britannica looks at her with apprehension. I go in for you? No. Amara shakes her head. I should speak to Nicandrus myself. They enter through the shop rather than the bar. Nicandrus is serving, looking even skinnier and grubbier than the last time Amara saw him. The place is sweltering. A vat of water is boiling over the fire at the side of the counter, steam billowing from it, making Nicandrus drip with sweat, hair matted to his forehead. Amara and Britannica join the queue. Nicandrus spots Amara long before he is due to serve them, and she is grateful to see him shout over his shoulder for assistance. Even with another slave at the counter to help serve, they have only the briefest time for a conversation. When does Fabia come in? Amara asks. Does she have regular times? Every Friday, he replies, usually early. Amara nods. Don't tell her to expect us. For a moment she wonders if she should share what she knows about Dido, then decides against it.
Better let Nicandrus believe his love is at peace. "Thank you," she says, "and stay well." Nicandrus nods, distracted, already being hassled by other customers who are displeased that he is daring to snatch a few moments to chat rather than serve. Some believe, it seems, the only rest a slave should enjoy is in death. Amara and Britannica abandon him and make their way back onto the street. Breathing in the cooler air is a relief. "Nicandrus wouldn't be stuck here if it weren't for Felix," Amara says. "I can't believe Zascalis sold him to such a bitch." "No good masters." Britannica glances at Amara, both of them conscious of their own relationship. "One day you free me. It is different." They continue walking up the main road towards the Forum. Every street corner in this part of town is somewhere Amara once loitered with Dido. But today, as well as the sense of loss, she feels an unusually strong pull of solidarity towards Britannica. When they reach the turning to the brothel, neither speaks, but both quicken their pace, passing it as swiftly as possible. In the Forum, the stone ribcage of the buildings traps the heat reflecting off the white marble. Voices rise like the incense outside Jupiter's temple, in a murmur that is almost musical. There are no hawkers to interrupt with screeching cries, only a few stalls selling the last drooping flowers for offerings to Diana. Amara chooses 2 stems of gladioli, which look slightly less crumpled than the rest. "We cannot go inside the temple precincts," she says to Britannica. "We'll have to leave these at the door." They join a small queue of women and slaves who are waiting by the entrance to Apollo's temple, where the god's sister Diana is also worshipped. The woman in front of Amara is heavily pregnant, stroking her belly gently with the sprig of flowers she has brought for the goddess. "The hunter is also for childbirth?" Britannica asks. "Yes," Amara says. For a moment she thinks Britannica is going to say something more, but she does not. At the doorway, a dour attendant waits with a basket in which worshippers silently lay their offerings. He does not look especially pleased by the sight of Britannica, who peers straight over his head to catch a glimpse of the temple precincts. He shoos her away. Britannica does not hurry herself to obey, and Amara has to tug her arm to get her to move. "Always the hunter is your chosen goddess?" Britannica says, as they walk back towards the Forum. "No. My parents worshipped the goddess Pallas Athene above all others." "But now you give to the hunter twice." Amara does not reply, and Britannica nods, as if this is answer enough. "Philos knows?" Britannica is striding through the crowd, confident Amara will keep up with her. Nothing about the way the Briton carries herself suggests she is asking a question that might be too personal. "Knows what?" Amara nearly says. It is the answer she would have given Victoria. But it is impossible to dissemble with Britannica. She will only spell out her meaning more clearly and with absolutely no shame until she gets a reply. "No," Amara says. "Not yet." Phoebe and Lais are back from the port when they return, huddled in the atrium beside Juventus and Philos, all of them whispering together. With Victoria gone, everyone in the household, but Amara, is enslaved. "We knew nothing, mistress," Phoebe says in Greek as soon as she sees Amara. "I promise you." "I know where she hid all the tips," Lais adds. "I can show you when you clear her room." Victoria's room. Amara had not even thought about going through her friend's belongings yet. "Show me now," she says to Lais, who hurries up the stairs, only too eager to pull apart Victoria's bedroom, along with what remains of her reputation. The moment she steps inside, Amara is returned to the first day Victoria came to the house, with all its joy and excitement. Grief swells in her chest. Lais is rifling through Victoria's clothes, piled neatly on a stool in the corner. "There!" she cries, holding up a purse. Amara takes it from Lais's outstretched hand. I think she used to give gifts to Crescents, Laïs says, nodding. Or the man we thought was Crescents. Amara tips the coins onto her palm. It is only a few pennies. She can picture Felix taking Victoria's stolen tips, praising her, rewarding her with a show of tenderness. Perhaps that is how he is treating her now, or perhaps he is angry she did not bring him more. In anger, Victoria will seek to assuage with yet more information about Amara. You can share everything between you, Amara says to Laïs and Phoebe, who is now standing in the doorway. All her clothes, the money, they are all yours. She walks out onto the balcony. Down below, Philos and Juventus are still standing close together by the door. Philos, she calls, leaning over the railing. I want to know what the master said. He turns to look up, but she backs away, heading to her study, not waiting to watch him come up. The moment Philos has closed the door, she drops her show of coldness and embraces him. There are too many people in the house, he murmurs, loosening the grip of her arms, pulling himself away. I've told Rufus. He was angry, but no more than I expected. What did he say? He was more concerned about the damage Victoria might do to his own reputation than the fact she had a lover visit the house. Does he still care so much about what I think? Amara asks in surprise. Perhaps he's not planning to get rid of me after all. Philos leans against the door jamb, scuffing his heel against the skirting, not looking her in the face. I don't think that was the point. Although he did ask me whether you believed Victoria. I suspect his anxiety is more about what a future bride's family might hear. Oh, Amara says. Of course. But I stressed you were blameless, and he believed me, which is the most important point. Philos looks at her with the anxious expression she has come to recognize when he speaks of her relationship with Rufus. And perhaps any guilt he feels might make him kinder towards you. Or I hope so. Amara reaches out to take his hand, and he holds her briefly, kissing the top of her head. We need to wait until this evening, my love, he whispers, giving her shoulder a squeeze before moving apart. Amara watches him leave, hears the latch click, then rests her head against the wall and closes her eyes. Surfacing from sleep, Amara feels like she is buried beneath layers of mud. She can feel the weight of someone's hand pushing at her shoulder, and panic jolts through her, her body remembering the brothel. She flails out, hitting nothing but air. It's me. I didn't mean to frighten you. Philos is staring down at her, his face lit by the flicker of the oil lamp, and she is lying in the warmth of her own bed, the room in darkness. Still the panic does not entirely recede. What happened? Nothing has happened. Philos strokes her hair from her face. I was going to leave you to rest, but you've been asleep all afternoon. Amara struggles to sit up, and he helps her. You look so pale. Are you sick? Sick and terrified, Amara thinks. No. She moves closer to him, so that they are sitting beside one another, knees touching. But I need to tell you something. She cannot bring herself to say the words, so instead she takes one of his hands and holds it against her stomach, looking at him. He stares back, momentarily puzzled. Then his face is lit by understanding, and she hears his sharp intake of breath. Are you sure? He asks, his eyes so wide they shine white in the lamplight. She nods. Do you think? He falters. Do you think it's mine? I know it is. How can you be so certain? Firstly, I lie with you constantly, and with him only occasionally. But mainly, she breaks off, worried about his reaction. Do you remember in the study 2 months ago, when I was frightened because I hadn't used any contraceptive? Yes, of course. I hadn't even realized you used one in the first place. Well, afterwards I started wondering if maybe it was such a mistake after all, that perhaps I should stop using it with you, but keep using it with him. Because if I fell pregnant, then Rufus would be more likely to let you stay, as I would need the help of a reliable steward to care for the child. And also," she swallows, embarrassed, "also, we have so few choices, I don't know if we will manage to be together, or if I might lose you. But this way, I won't lose you completely." "You meant for this to happen." "Can you forgive me?" "Why would I need to forgive you for wanting my child?" His eyes are bright with tears. He blinks, wiping his face, but the tears keep falling, and she is worried he might start sobbing. Amara takes Philos in her arms and holds him, one hand cradling the back of his head, the other stroking his shoulders, the same way he comforts her. "I'm not allowed a family," he says. "I can never call myself a father. I'm not even a man. And you want to have a child with me." The words cut through Amara, knowing every one of them is true. "I'm not sure how you got me pregnant, if you're not a man," she says, her voice light, hoping to make him laugh, and succeeding. He moves away from her embrace so he can look at her, and she sees the anxiety in his eyes. "But this is so dangerous for you." "Hundreds of women give birth every day. I'll be fine." Amara smiles, but she is frightened too. They both know hundreds of women also die in childbirth. It is, after all, what killed his wife, Restituta. "I will be fine," she repeats, leaning forwards to kiss him. "I promise. And it's early yet. I'm not even showing. When the time comes, I will ask Drusilla for the midwife who delivered Primus." "But you're not taking such a risk for me." "No," she interrupts. "Not just for you. This is for me too. I want to have a child by a man I love. This might be the only chance I ever have to do that." "How do you think Rufus will react?" "Obviously, he will believe the child is his." Philos stops, and Amara can tell from the expression on his face that he has reached the same point as her. "The child will think I'm just a slave. They will never know I'm their father. We can never tell them." "But we will know." Amara tries to smile again, to pretend she is not upset, but she finds she can't. And instead, without warning, she is suddenly crying so hard she can hardly breathe. Philos holds her, trying to calm her, but she cannot stop. "It's all right," he says in Greek, stroking her hair. "It's all right, my love, it's all right." Hearing him speaking her own language, even mangling it with his heavy Italian accent, reaches Amara in a way that Latin cannot. "I love you," she replies in Greek, still crying. "I love you." "I love you too. Please try not to be upset. It will be all right. I promise." "Rufus." Amara finally controls herself enough to say his name clearly. "What if he refuses to let you look after the child? What if he makes you go with him?" "He won't. And whatever happens, I promise I will do everything I can to stay with you." He interlaces his fingers with hers. "With both of you." Amara nods, allowing herself to be comforted, letting Philos draw her back onto the bed. She closes her eyes and wills herself to believe she is safe, even though their lives depend on the whims of a man who cares less for her with every day that passes. Chapter 38. "Well, well, forgotten her flute girl days, has she? She doesn't remember, but she was bought and sold, and I took her away from it all and made her as good as the next." Petronius, the Satyricon. The smell of the bar is no easier on Amara's stomach early in the morning. Britannica forces bread on her, watching while she chews, nodding at her with a look of ferocity that is perhaps supposed to be encouraging. "Stop staring like that," Amara says. "You're putting me off." "Better than be sick." "Just keep an eye out for Fabia." They are sitting half hidden in the shadow of the stairwell of the almost empty tavern. It is Nicandrus's voice, loudly ushering Fabia to a table, that first alerts them to the old woman's presence. By the time he has brought Fabia around the corner and she sees them, she is trapped, blocked from escaping by Nicandrus brandishing the hot bowl of stew at her back. He gestures for her to sit, and Fabia's shoulders sag in defeat. "You look well," Amara says, as the old woman slumps down opposite. Britannica smiles in agreement, revealing her missing teeth. "How kind of you to see me, daughter." "Are you enjoying your new mistress? A shame you didn't think to share the happy news of Felix's betrothal."
"Please."
Fabia licks her lips, for once not touching her food.
"He would have killed me."
"Victoria may cost me everything. You could have found some way to warn me."
"It's Felix. Please, my life means nothing to him. And my Paris—"
Fabia trails off. "What about Paris?"
"Felix has set him on me as a spy, my own son. I pray you never know what that feels like."
Amara ignores the plea for sympathy. "Tell me what's happened since Victoria came back." Fabia starts to spoon in her stew, but without the usual enthusiasm.
"He took her to his new bar to celebrate. He's showing her off everywhere, claiming her as his freedwoman and wife."
Fabia's mouth twists as if she has tasted something bitter.
"You blame me, but you think Berenice didn't know? She didn't warn you either."
Pain lodges in Amara's chest, as indigestible as the dry bread Britannica has been pressing on her. There was a time she trusted Victoria and Berenice as her own sisters.
"It won't last,"
Fabia mutters, wiping stew from her chin.
"He always turns on her eventually. I'm sure he only managed to restrain himself all these months because you would have seen the bruises."
Amara thinks of the smell of pomade on Felix's skin, his slicked back hair, and worse, the greed in his eyes when he took hold of her. "Victoria is not the one he wants," she says, "though I wish she were."
"He says he will destroy you."
Fabia bows her head, not meeting Amara's eye.
"And he means it."
"I know."
"I see him dead first."
It is the first time Britannica has spoken since Fabia arrived.
"Do you know how many men have tried to kill him?"
Fabia hisses.
"What makes you think you can manage it?"
"Fabia, please," Amara says, taking the old woman's hand. "I don't blame you for staying silent before, but I beg you to tell me everything you know now."
"He has people watching your house."
Fabia's voice is so low Amara can barely hear. "He means to attack me or attack the house?"
"Victoria knows all your bookings, doesn't she? She's been bragging about it to him for months."
"He means to attack the flautists?"
"I can't be sure."
Fabia takes her hand back, her lips pursed.
"It's not as if he shares his plans with me. But that's how he normally works, striking at a rival's earnings first."
"Thank you." Fabia shrugs.
"If he has had me followed here, I'm already dead. So I might as well tell you."
She wipes the last scrap of bread around the bowl, then stands to leave. Her expression, when she looks at Amara, is unforgiving.
"You should have said yes to him."
Amara's neighbourhood feels different on the walk back. She does not expect to see anyone she recognises. That's not how Felix works. He has a large enough network to draw on. She knows whoever is spying will not be familiar to her, or else they might be all too familiar. Perhaps one of the shopkeepers she nods to each day, paid or threatened to give information. If it were not for Britannica, Amara would feel even more afraid. As they walk side by side, Britannica has her hand on her knife, her eyes constantly roaming their surroundings. But even though the Briton is a formidable fighter, she is alone, and surely no match for a gang of thugs. The house, as they approach, no longer looks like an unassailable fortress of luxury, the way it once did when Amara longed to escape here from the brothel. Instead, she looks at the wooden shutters on Vergler's store and thinks how easy it would be to start a fire under cover of darkness, to burn everyone in their beds. "I think we should start keeping the door locked all the time," Amara says to Juventus when they slip inside. "Not now. The master is coming to visit." Juventus sucks his teeth, looking her body up and down. Amara knows that her stomach is still flat, but Juventus seems mesmerized by her breasts, which are not only sore, but swollen from the pregnancy. The doorman opens his mouth, a lascivious expression on his face, but then catches sight of Britannica and closes it again, keeping any further remarks to himself. Amara fetches her harp and sits in the garden, afflicted by weariness as well as fear. She wonders if Rufus is tired of all this too, whether he finds it hard to be near her, now everything that was genuine between them has died. At least she has finally become more skillful at playing the instrument he gave her. The melody she chooses flows in time to the murmur of the fountain, the rich notes of the harp as soft as the spray. It soothes even Amara's nerves. Rufus's shadow announces his presence before he steps into the sunlight. They acknowledge one another with a look, but he does not come closer, instead standing to watch her a while. She can tell from his face that he is enjoying her playing, and she prolongs the melody as long as possible, plucking the final refrain over and over until the notes die into silence and only the ripple of the water remains. He sits beside her. "That was beautiful." She bends her head, expecting him to kiss her, but he does not. "Philos told me Victoria brought the pimp here." "I'm so sorry," Amara murmurs. "I never wished to embarrass you. She will never set foot here again, I promise." "I warned you against her. You should never have bought her." "You were right. I'm sorry." "A lying whore like that will say anything." Rufus is looking at her from the corner of his eye, trying to gauge what she knows or believes. Amara covers her face with her hands. "Victoria told the most terrible lies. I couldn't bear to hear her insult you. Please forgive me for ever trusting her. I'm so ashamed." Between her fingers, Amara sees his posture relax. Rufus puts an arm round her, and she nestles in close. Then he is kissing her, his hands less gentle, and she knows he is looking for a different type of relief. Afterwards, Rufus is unusually affectionate. They are reclining on the couch in her dressing room, and he is holding her tightly, the way he always used to. Amara knows she has satisfied him. She took every possible opportunity to give him pleasure. Even though her body has become so sensitive, sometimes she does not even like Philos touching her. "I remember the first time I made love to you in this house," Rufus says, lazily stroking her flank. Amara remembers it too. Her amazement at all he had done, the gratitude, so overwhelming it felt like love, and Philos standing in the shadows when Rufus lifted her into his arms. She can recall his presence at that moment so clearly. Had she felt something for him even then? She turns to Rufus to tell him she loves him, but then she sees the guilt in his eyes. His nostalgia is for a relationship he knows is over. Fear grips her, and the words spill out. "I'm pregnant." "What?" Rufus almost knocks her off the couch in shock. It was not, admittedly, how she had planned to tell him. "I'm carrying your child." "How? When?" He is staring at her in horror, eyes wide as an actor's mask. Amara looks down, twisting the material of her discarded tunic in her fingers. "I haven't bled for 2 months. I didn't want to alarm you unless I was sure." "Alarm me?" Rufus is shouting. "You've no idea how bad the timing is. You could not have chosen a worse possible moment." "I'm sorry." She pulls the tunic up to cover herself, wrapping her arms protectively around her stomach. I didn't mean to upset you. Rufus breathes deeply, making an effort to calm himself. I shouldn't have shouted, but this is not ideal. I don't expect you to recognize the child, not formally, but I hoped it wouldn't displease you this much. Of course I can't recognize it. My father will be beyond furious if I start parading some little Greek bastard around the place. He hunches over as if he might be sick. 2 days ago I got engaged, and now this. You're engaged? The bride's family is very traditional. Rufus makes no effort to spare her feelings. I'm sure they will be overjoyed their precious daughter is marrying a man who just got a concubine pregnant. But they must know you have a mistress. Nobody minds a man having a few girlfriends before he marries. They even tolerated my foolishness over you at the Floralia, but not this sort of indiscretion. Rufus has his head in his hands, still leaning over the couch. Amara tentatively strokes his back, and when he doesn't shake her off, she gently kneads his shoulders. I promise you I won't make this difficult, she says, her voice soft. I don't want to bring you shame. I never did. I can live quietly with Julia. You don't have to pay much, just enough for me to survive. Philos would be a suitable servant to care for the child and educate it. Beyond that, I needn't trouble you at all. He sighs, his shoulders sagging. You're a good girl. I'm sorry if I said anything unkind. He pauses, letting her massage him. I suppose that would be one way of limiting the damage. Amara is desperate to press him further, to make him promise to give her Philos, but she cannot draw too much attention to that part of her plan, not yet. I will move whenever you need me to. I don't mean to throw you out. Rufus finally sounds embarrassed. He sits up, shrugging her hands from his back. There's no enormous rush. His eyes, when he looks at her, have some of the kindness she remembers from earlier days. I suppose at least this shows my father I can give him an heir, so it's not all bad. He sighs again, more heavily this time. I just thought you knew how to be careful about that sort of thing. Nothing works perfectly, Amara says, truthfully enough. Rufus is staring at her stomach. She wonders if he is going to reach out and touch her, to lay his palm against her skin the way Philos does. Last night she had fallen asleep, while Philos held her like that, lulled by the warmth of the gesture. Now she is tense, waiting to see what Rufus will do. It is a relief when he turns his back on her, picking up his tunic from the floor. Amara also dresses, covering the body Rufus so recently enjoyed, unable to fight off a growing sense of shame. No need to get up. Rufus raises his hands to block her embrace, and no rush. But maybe speak to Julia, just to see when one of her apartments will be free. Rufus leaves, and she draws her legs up onto the couch, curling herself into as small a space as possible. She did not feel the euphoria she expected when Rufus raised no objection to her taking Philos. Instead, Amara's feelings are closer to grief, knowing that they will always be under threat, unable to acknowledge one another, their lives strung together by nothing more than a fragile fabric of lies. Chapter 39. There is indeed some truth in that line of Callimachus. To little people, the gods will always give little. Artemidorus, The Interpretation of Dreams. Amara has never sat with Phoebe and Lais in the tablinum, and there was never the need for the formality, and perhaps, too, she did not want to remember Felix, to sense the echo of his position as pimp. The two women stand close together, facing Amara across the desk. Lais looks wary, and Phoebe afraid. I have cancelled all the remaining bookings, including the party tonight, Amara says. The risk to you both is too great. Phoebe breathes out with relief. But Lais stiffens, understanding the implications.
Are we to be sold?
Amara sees Lais tighten her grip on Phoebe's hand. No, but you will have to leave this house. Drusilla will take you to her new home by the port. Her patron enjoys music, and she believes his household is large enough to absorb you both. Amara does not add what else Drusilla said.
If not, I will sell them.
I'm very sorry. I had hoped that you might both work for me longer, that you might even find patrons.
Like you?
Lais smiles, but Amara sees the dislike in her eyes. Lais's hatred does not anger Amara. It only pulls her back further into the past. She looks at the women before her, the women she has sold to so many men, and sees herself and Dido standing before Felix. I pray to Pallas Athene, to the patron goddess of Attica, that you are never separated. She turns aside so they cannot see her emotion, and waves her hand to dismiss them. Josephus will come to collect you this afternoon. When they have gone, Amara does not move from her chair. She stares straight ahead, the painted doves on the lintel wavering as she blinks the tears away. The chest below the window to her bedchamber blurs into a dark shape, like a figure crouched on the floor. "Victoria," she says aloud to the empty room. Tears stream down Amara's cheeks, and she wipes them away. It would be so much easier if she could hate her friend, rather than feel this endless, bottomless grief. Philos still comes to Amara's room in secret at night, the pair of them now drawn together more by fear than passion. They sit, huddled on the bed, leaning their backs against the wall, repeating the same conversation they have had so many times before. "I can't be worth all that much with this," Philos whispers, gesturing at the place where his brand lies under the tunic. "He could never sell me at a public auction. That type of mark takes thousands off a slave's value. I think you should just ask for me as a gift." "But then there's no proof you no longer belong to him, is there? Won't that make it harder for me to free you? You won't be able to do that for years anyway. It would look far too suspicious." "But if I don't free you, what's the point?" "The point is I would be with you. I would be a father. That's more important to me than being free. The child changes everything, Amara." "Rufus can't say no, can he?" Amara has asked Philos this same question hundreds of times. "He didn't seem to mind the idea of you coming to look after the child. He didn't say no to me then. Surely he has to agree. He has to say yes to me. He has to." "Don't get upset," Philos says, putting his arms around her, pulling her close. "It's not your fault, whatever he does." Philos's words do not calm her. She can feel the panic surging through her body as she grips onto him, staring into the shadows over his shoulder. Neither of them are worth much to anyone other than each other, and yet this does not mean they will have a greater chance of escaping notice or punishment. Amara has not felt this crushing sense of powerlessness since she was herself enslaved, and although it shames her, sometimes she wishes she did not love Philos, that she did not have to face the consequences of choosing a man who is not free. In the morning she turns to where he was lying, even though she knows that side of the bed will be empty. She reaches out, placing her hand on the cold blanket. It must be close to dawn. The room is still dark. Only the birdsong tells her it is no longer night. She hears the scrape of the front door as Juventus opens it to the street, a familiar, soothing sound. Amara closes her eyes, hoping to drift back to sleep, then opens them wide. Juventus is shouting. Her feet slap onto the cold tiles. She flings a tunic over her head and hurtles out of her bedroom. Martha is standing waiting for her, eyes wide with alarm. Together they run across the atrium to the door. Juventus is no longer shouting. Instead he stands with Philos, both of them talking in low, urgent voices. "What is it?" Amara turns from one man to the other.
On the doorstep, Philos replies. Don't look. But Amara is already rushing to the door. She sees Britannica's back. The Briton is kneeling over something on the pavement. Amara takes a step closer. Fabia. The old woman has been dumped on the street, lain across Amara's threshold in a grotesque parody of a guard dog. She is not moving. Beside her, someone has chalked a message. In Felix. Unlucky. Amara looks swiftly to the side. Vergula's store is shut, the street still empty, and scuffs out the writing with the sole of her foot. Is she inside? Britannica hisses. We bring her in. Help me. Juventus, Britannica and Philos carry Fabia inside, nobody speaking. A dark red stain is left on the pavement where the old woman was lying. They lie her down in the atrium. Amara kneels beside her and takes her wrist. Alive, she breathes. We have to stop the bleeding. It is Martha standing close. Strip her. Let me dress the wound. Amara stares up at her maid, surprised by Martha's stillness, her lack of fear. I will strip her, Amara says. Fetch some wine and whatever linen you think you can use as a dressing. Martha hurries from the atrium as Amara bends closer to the old woman's face. Fabia, can you hear me? There is no sign of consciousness, but Amara continues speaking to her as if she might hear. We are going to remove your clothes. I will get you new ones if they tear. Britannica hands her a knife. Amara's father was a doctor, but her knowledge of how to treat a major injury is still slight. Her hands shake as she rips away the flimsy, blood-soaked tunic. Fabia's body is so stained, it takes a moment for Amara to find the source. It is a deep cut to her upper arm, still oozing blood. Martha has returned and hands Amara the flagon of wine. She pours it over the wound, pressing the skin to part the lips of skin. More blood seeps out, mingled with the wine. Fabia moans in pain. Paris. Amara goes cold. She does not know if Fabia is calling for her son or naming the man who attacked her. You're safe, she murmurs, as the old woman slides back into unconsciousness. Martha is kneeling, inspecting the cut, speaking quietly to herself in Hebrew, a frown on her face as if trying to remember. I think she has lost too much blood, she says to Amara, but I will try. With the same rough fingers as Martha dresses Amara's hair, the maid rips the linen, wrapping it around Fabia's arm above the cut, then picks up a wooden spoon she must have brought from the kitchen. She twists the linen with the spoon to tighten the band, digging deep into Fabia's flesh. The old woman moans again. It is to help you, Martha assures her. I will loosen it later. When the tourniquet is in place, she starts ripping up the rest of the linen, bandaging the wound round and round until red no longer drips through it onto the floor. How often have you done this? Amara stares at Martha and her swift, brutal movements. What only word she gave before passing over to the underworld. Felix must have known, she told me, Amara whispers, still holding Fabia's hand, even as her skin grows cold. When Phoebe and Lais did not arrive at Cornelius's house. You can't blame yourself. Felix was always going to strike. Amara says nothing. She feels guilt over Fabia for what she forced her to tell, and yet she knows it would be no easier to see Phoebe or Lais lying there. Grief burns her eyes. Victoria. Victoria won't have known what Felix would do. Perhaps. Amara lays Fabia's hands on her sunken chest, leaning over to kiss the old woman on the forehead. She did not love Fabia, not the way she loved the other women at the Wolf Den, and yet she cared for her. It hurts, knowing that Fabia's hard, brutal life ended like this, with yet more suffering. She prays by all the gods that it was not Fabia's own son who killed her, that instead Fabia called on Paris for comfort. A sob escapes from her,
and Philos lays his hand on her back. "I will send for her body to be taken outside the town walls in the morning," he says. "We can have her cremated. Her spirit will be at peace, more than she ever was in life." "Thank you." Amara leans against him, and he slips his arm around her. "We have to leave this house. It will be safer at Julia's complex. All the guards. It's much better protected than here." "I know." They sit together in silence, watching over the dead woman. Oil lamps set on the table beside the bed cast their trembling light on the unmoving body, now a senseless mass of fabric and shadows. Death does not feel like an auspicious omen, but it is the reason why Amara will have to call Rufus, to ask him, finally, the question she and Philos have discussed so many times. Within days, Philos might be released, or they might be ripped apart. Chapter 40. Rivers are analogous in one way to slaves' masters and to judges, because they just do what they want at their own discretion without answering to anyone. Artemidorus, the interpretation of dreams. The house with the golden door is at its most beautiful in the warm glow of early September, but now Amara knows she is leaving, the place feels less substantial, as if the building itself were no more real than one of the paintings on its walls. The message is sent, calling for Rufus. Amara wanders the house, trying to decide where it is best to receive him. Every room holds a difficult memory. In the end she decides on the garden. Her hands are trembling too much from nerves to play the harp, so instead she sits, heart pounding, while she waits. "You called for me?" Amara rises as Rufus strides towards her. There is little warmth in his face, but he looks at her body closely. Perhaps he is hoping to hear she miscarried. "I have spoken to Julia," she says, as Rufus sits on the bench beside her. "I thought it better to move as soon as possible, without any fuss." Rufus nods. "That might be best. I don't really think I can continue visiting here. Or not when your condition becomes obvious." He takes her hand in his, stroking her fingers. "I'm sorry it has to end, little bird. I promise, I have never loved a woman the way I loved you." Amara's own voice shakes with emotion, though not for the man holding her hand. "I will always love you, which is why I know I have to let you go." She allows herself to sob then, giving way to all the pent-up terror, the guilt and the grief. "There, my darling," Rufus soothes, perhaps pleased to be the object of so much heartbreak. "You know I will still look after you. Not like this, but I won't allow you or the child to suffer." Amara grips his hand. "I don't deserve you." "I will pay a year's rent to Julia, and a small allowance for you." She waits to hear the amount, but Rufus does not elaborate, and Amara cannot press him over it, not when everything hangs on her next question. "I was thinking," she says, her heart beating so hard, the thud of it feels like a drum trapped in her ribcage. "Perhaps I could take Philos to help look after the child. He is educated, and I know he is trustworthy, which will matter when I am so very alone." "I suppose that's not a bad idea. You know he helped care for me when I was a boy." Amara shakes her head as if this information is new to her. "I'm happy to lend him to you a while longer, though I will still need him several hours a week as before." The hope that had been rising in Amara's heart plummets back down into panic. "Lend him?" Her voice sounds breathless. Couldn't you make a gift of him to me?" "You'll be taking plenty of presents I've given you, all the jewellery, and there's an allowance. Or don't you trust me?" "Of course I trust you. I just think I might need him for several years. It takes so much time to educate a child, and one slave isn't so much to ask." "He isn't just one slave,"
Rufus says testily. "He knows my family's entire business, has done for years. Philos probably does more work in an hour than 3 other servants do in a day."
Amara has known Rufus long enough to recognise when he has made up his mind, when he is on the edge of losing patience, but she is too desperate to leave the subject alone. "Please, my love," she tries to smile. "It would mean so much to me. The last gift I will ever ask from you." She kisses his fingers.
"There was a time you never asked for gifts." Rufus takes back his hand, looking at her with distaste. "When we first met, you never asked for anything. You were grateful just to love me, or so it seemed."
"Please?" It is impossible to keep the edge of hysteria from her voice. "Please do this for me?"
"You're so transparent. Do you think I don't know what this is about?"
He stands up, and Amara stares, terror expanding in her chest.
"You think you can keep Philos a few years and then sell the boy on, don't you? That's because he's so valuable to my business. He must be worth something. Well, sorry to ruin your little scheme, but he's branded. You'd hardly get any money for him at all."
Panic overwhelms Amara. She grasps at Rufus, pulling at his arm. "I don't want to sell him. Please, if that's what you think, I'll buy him from you, or sign a contract. I just want him to look after the child. Please, I'm begging you, please."
"I've said you can borrow him," Rufus shouts, "and that's an end to it. Don't try my patience."
Amara's legs feel unsteady, and she sits back down. The garden blurs, a roaring in her head drowning out the thud of her heartbeat. She grasps the bench, leaning over to stop herself from blacking out.
"I understand your condition, the funny notions and moods it can give a woman."
Rufus's voice is gentler.
"I don't want to argue, little bird."
She feels him sit beside her again. He starts to stroke her back, making her stiffen.
"Let's not spoil the last days we have together."
Amara knows that she needs to control herself, to force herself to sit up and smile, to thank him for his generosity, but she cannot move or speak.
"Fine, then."
She hears Rufus pause after he gets up, knows he is standing beside her, but she keeps her eyes screwed shut, her head between her hands. His footsteps slap, hard and impatient, as he leaves the garden. The fountain continues its gentle murmur long after Rufus has left the house. Amara remains where he left her. Then she feels the stir in the air brought by another's approach, the warmth of a hand on her shoulder, and knows Philos is before her. She feels him crouch down. If she looks up, his face will be level with hers. "Amara?" She does not answer. "I heard how hard you tried." Philos lifts her chin with his fingers. The resignation on his face is like the cold flat of a blade against her heart. "Not everything is lost. We may still have years together, more than many are ever granted." It is an effort to drag her voice through her throat. "It's not enough. It's what we have." Philos reaches out to stroke her face, but Amara does not respond. All she can think of is how badly she has failed him. Even the terrible risk she has taken with her body, her life, has done nothing more than buy them a handful of years. He kisses her on the forehead, neither of them caring who might see. "Any time I have with you is still more happiness than I ever imagined." Somewhere, beneath the suffocating layers of guilt, Amara senses the sharp edge of her anger. "It's not enough," she repeats. "How can you call it happiness? A half-life, constantly hiding in the shadows, everything resting on the goodwill of a man who could destroy us any moment he chooses." "My life has never been anything else." Amara knows it is true. Her belief that she could free Philos and outwit fate a second time hangs between them, as insubstantial as smoke. He takes her hands in his. "I'm sorry. I tried to warn you." Philos is still crouched beside her, and the guilt in his face pains her more than anything else. "You have nothing to be sorry for. Nothing." She grips his fingers more tightly. "We can try again. It might take a few years, but I'm not giving up. I won't rest until you are free, even if it takes everything I have." Amara stands in the atrium, choosing the same spot where she once stood with Dido, the pair of them watching the house being assembled. Now it is being taken apart. Most of the furniture has already gone. All the rooms upstairs have been stripped bare, the couches removed from the dining room. Rufus has offered to lend her some furniture to take to Julia's apartment, but the new place is so much smaller most of it won't fit. Martha has already left, absorbed back into Rufus's household along with the brass table, the lampstands and the silver mirror. Amara watches Britannica and Philos carry the last of her bags across the atrium, placing them down carefully by the door. When the three of them have left, Juventus will remain at the house, alone, guarding it from thieves, until the new tenant arrives, and he too is called back into Rufus's service. Amara looks up. The square of sky lets in the light and warmth of the September sun. From here, the heavens look impossibly far above her. A flock of sparrows fly over, small black arrows set against the vibrant blue, and she thinks of Pliny, when he compared her to birds which cannot sing in captivity. This house has been a haven compared to the brothel, but Amara is starting to believe she will never be free. "Ready?" It is Britannica, not Philos, who calls to her. "I think I will take one last look at the garden," Amara replies, surprised at how calm her voice sounds. She walks towards the light, grateful neither Britannica nor Philos offer to accompany her. The heat hits her before she walks out into the sunlight. Amara steps out onto the baking paving stones. White, yellow and purple flowers bloom in the herb garden she planted with Philos, and their scent sweetens the air, reminding her of her father's house. She is sad to leave the plants she has tended so carefully, but they are not the reason for her final visit. Amara looks up at Dido. The painter, Priscus, did his job faultlessly, and yet for the first time Amara regrets that she immortalized her friend in such a brutal way. She hears Victoria's voice in her head, remembers how she turned aside in horror. "What have you done?" The sun is scorching, beating down on her head, yet Amara does not move. She gazes at Dido, trying to screen out the scene of death she had painted around her. How little Amara cares now for vengeance against Felix, as if it ever mattered, as if it ever would have brought Dido back. Amara places her hand over her stomach, which is just beginning to show the first signs of swelling. She prays to the goddess Diana, in the guise of her friend, asking for protection for her child, for Britannica, and for Philos, for the people who matter more to her than freedom, more than her own life. Amara turns her back on Dido for the last time, the gentle murmur of the fountain and her own footsteps the only sound as she walks into the shade of the atrium. She joins Philos and Britannica at the door. They will both accompany her to Julia's complex before returning to the house for her belongings. Britannica did not want to risk Felix attacking Amara when their hands were full. Amara gives Juventus a coin, pressing it into his palm. "Thank you for your service." Juventus looks down to check the amount, nods at her in thanks, then stows it beside his belt. There is no love between the pair of them, but in the end no great animosity either. The porter steps past Amara to perform his last act of service. He draws back the bolts, the metal scraping against the wood, and yanks the door inwards, letting in the light and noise of the street. Amara, Britannica, and Philos step out onto the pavement. For a moment, Amara is mesmerized by the bustle, her eyes scanning passers-by, searching for Felix or Paris. There is no trace of them, but that does not mean she is safe. She thinks of Fabia lying bleeding on the very stones where she is standing, and shudders. Amara turns to take one last look back into her house, but all she sees is the door swinging towards her. She hears the bolt slam across from the inside. The wood panels rise impossibly tall with their brass skin of studs, as impenetrable as any wall. Her time at the house with the golden door has ended. AD 76. Nominalia. Chapter 41. The sin is sweet. To mask it for fear of shame is bitter. I'm proud we're joined, each worthy of the other. Sulpicia, Roman woman poet. The room is small and dark. Wintry light filters through the shutters, letting in the sound of the street below. Amara feels a familiar rolling pressure against her stomach. The baby is moving. She lays her hand over the taut skin, wondering if the being beneath feels the answering pressure of her fingers. The exhaustion of pregnancy has been a source of unwelcome surprise. The energy she once took for granted, sapped by the life growing inside her. She can hear noises from the room below. Britannica must be back home with the morning's bread. Leaning on her elbow to take some of the strain, Amara levers herself out of bed. Her belly is enormous now, a constant pressure under her narrow ribcage. Sound and the freezing February air stream in when she opens the shutters. She peers down onto the street far below, the tops of people's heads passing beneath her like fish in a stream. A peddler is bellowing near the entrance to the Venus Baths, shoving his wares in the faces of anyone who passes close enough. Amara ducks back into the shade of the bedroom, crossing the rough wooden floor, and makes her way carefully down the stairs. Britannica is busy at the small brazier in the corner, heating water for their daily draught of hot mint and honey. She glances up at Amara. "How is Fighter?" Amara is amused by Britannica's passion for the baby, her unerring belief she is carrying a warrior. "Kicking," she replies, sitting on a stool. "Good." Britannica sits beside her, setting down 2 steaming cups on the small wooden table. "I hear Philos go out early, before dawn." "He's working for Julia this morning. He wanted to get her accounts done before he has to be with Rufus." "Lucky she pay him." Amara gives a tight smile and picks up a cup, blowing on the hot liquid. Rufus's allowance is not as generous as they had hoped. Julia knows it, and is bending the rules by paying Amara for Philos's labour, rather than his true owner, Rufus. At Amara's instruction, the money is given directly into Philos's hands, not hers. She remembers how it felt when she was enslaved, not entitled to anything she earned. Philos is supporting his family with money he has made himself, and that's what he deserves to feel. Rufus's words come back to her, making the sweet drink taste bitter. "Philos does more work in an hour than 3 other servants do in a day." "I could make you money." Britannica sips from her cup. "I've told you, I'm not selling you as a gladiator. When I can free you, then you can fight." Britannica reaches for the bread, handing Amara a chunk and taking one for herself. "You need to get outside today, walk, to make the baby come." "I will spend some time in the garden." Amara looks down at the crumbling hunk in her hand. It is a constant source of tension between them both, how little she dares leave this darkened house. Just walking down the street is enough to make her sweat with fear, constantly searching for familiar features in the crowd in case Felix or one of his henchmen is following. It has been like this since Fabia's murder, more than 6 months ago, and anxiety for the child she is carrying is a much heavier burden for Amara than simply protecting her own life. "In the garden you just sit. Need to move," Britannica grumbles, and as if to illustrate her point, she rises, picking up a broom to sweep the floor. She darts it vigorously by Amara's feet, forcing her to shift them. "You think when Fighter is here you feel safer out? What you do? Stay inside forever?"
"Don't. Just leave it, please." Amara leans back against the wall, turning away. Ignoring Britannica is not easy. This room is even smaller than the one she and Philos share upstairs. The walls are painted in blocks of colour, with the occasional tiny bird to break up the monotony. There is no atrium, no dining room or study, and the windows let in very little light. Yet Amara is still happier staying inside than wandering Pompeii. It is not only about her safety. In this house, her relationship with Philos is real. Outside she cannot acknowledge him, and instead inhabits the role of the abandoned concubine.
"Then go to garden." Britannica clunks the brush at her feet. "Now."
Amara gets up, clutching her cup, but her attempt to stomp furiously out of the flat turns into a lumbering waddle. Livia is chatting to one of the other tenants when Amara reaches the garden. The sky is a dull, heavy grey, and the stone path shines, still wet from the earlier rainfall. Amara picks her way along it carefully, not wanting to slip.
"Darling!"
Livia exclaims, waving at her.
"Flavia has been telling me about the most shocking theft at the painter's. Her poor husband had half his pigment stolen. Imagine."
"How dreadful," Amara murmurs. She still struggles to remember the names of all Julia's tenants, some of whom she suspects are not entirely delighted to rub shoulders with an unmarried, pregnant freedwoman.
"Just as he was about to start a new commission,"
Flavia says, hands fluttering in distress.
"Now everything has been delayed."
The breeze brings with it a damp mist. Amara glances at the canal, the surface of the water dimpled by drizzle. Livia notices too.
"You should get under cover,"
she says, taking Amara's arm. "You don't want to catch a chill in your condition." The gesture does not exclude Flavia, but it does not invite her either.
"I had better get on,"
Flavia says, nodding to them both.
"Sorry to have kept you."
Livia's grip is firm as she steers Amara towards the colonnade.
"You should be careful, coming out in the damp. Julia will fret when she gets back from the baths. Perhaps you should pop over there to warm up."
"I barely got wet," Amara protests, "and Britannica just made me a hot drink." She waves the cup at Livia.
"Good. I'm glad somebody is looking after you."
Livia pulls Amara into one of the rooms off the garden, sitting her down on a stool by the brazier and pulling another up for herself.
"His new bride is nothing to look at, you know,"
she says in a low voice, and Amara knows immediately who Livia means. The respectable girl Rufus has married, barely more than a child, or so Julia told her. "I hope they will be happy," Amara says.
"I don't. Or not him, anyway,"
Livia snorts.
"I always thought he was the most disingenuous boy. You'd be much better suited to somebody older, darling. Someone who knows how to appreciate a woman."
"Maybe I don't want a man at all," Amara says. "You and Julia manage perfectly well."
"Careful,"
Livia says, but there is a trace of laughter in her voice.
"Not everyone is so fortunate. All of us have to compromise. Everyone except Julia, that is."
"Not you?"
"Without Julia, I would have no freedom at all. She is everything to me."
Livia looks uncharacteristically serious.
"Women are rarely blessed with a choice, Amara, and I know how lucky I am. You would be wise to let Julia guide you, and to trust her."
"Of course," Amara says, dutifully bowing her head. She does not allow Livia to see the unease that flickers across her face. Dusk has fallen, and Amara is already in bed by the time Philos arrives home. She can hear the murmur of his voice below, the scrape and clink of bowls as Britannica serves him the remains of the soup she brought in for them all. It's likely the only food Philos will have eaten all day. Amara considers getting up to join them both,
but her head aches, and her body is unbearably heavy and cumbersome. Instead, she lies in the dark, waiting for the sound of Philos's footsteps on the stairs, the gentle creak of the door as he tries to slip in without disturbing her. The light of his lamp creeps into the room before him. That was a long day. He walks over to the bed, setting down the lamp and bending to kiss her. I hope I didn't wake you. No, I was only resting. She watches Philos take off his tunic, draping it over her clothes, which already lie on a stool, before he extinguishes the light and climbs beneath the covers. The feel of his skin against hers is comforting. He holds her, resting a hand on her stomach. I think the baby's sleeping, for once, she says, knowing he is hoping for the reassurance of movement under his fingers. I'm sorry you were kept working so long. The election means Rufus is leaving even more for me to do than usual. It won't last forever. All the hours Philos works, yet he is only paid for a handful of them. Years of his life taken. Does he ever ask? No. He's too busy with his new bride, and that's safer. The less attention he pays to you, the more likely he is to leave us alone. Philos curls himself more tightly around her. You've not had any pains or anything, have you? It must be very soon. You're enormous, like a dormouse fattened up for the Saturnalia. Amara laughs, as he intends her to. Very flattering, thank you. She places her hand over his, their fingers interlacing. The midwife says it's likely to be soon. He squeezes her hand, and Amara can sense his fear, the dread she knows he feels at the approaching birth, a dread she shares. I was thinking, she says, maybe in the house, when we are alone, we could use our real names. No. His answer is so swift she is taken aback. It's too dangerous. Imagine if one of us used the wrong one by mistake. How suspicious that would look. I suppose. She waits, hoping he will at least ask her for her name or share his own. He doesn't. Don't you want to know what my father called me? Only if you want to share it. It is not the most inviting reply. Amara hesitates, then speaks in Greek. My name is Timarete. The sound of her own name, of who she really is, brings a lump to her throat. Timarete, Philos repeats softly, and she is touched by the effort he makes to pronounce each syllable correctly. Honour and virtue. That's what it means in Greek, isn't it? Yes. My father's hopes for the name influencing my character went somewhat awry. That's not true. Timarete is beautiful. It suits you better than Amara. He leans over and kisses her on the cheek. She waits, hoping now he will share his own name. But he is silent, only stroking her hair, perhaps offering affection in place of the knowledge he does not wish to give. Can't you tell me what your parents called you? I'd like to know. I was named by my owner. It's not the same. But it's still the name you knew as a child. You must have felt some attachment to it, more than to the one you have now. The name Terentius gave him. Philos stops caressing her hair. Can we leave it, please? Or am I not allowed to keep anything to myself? How unreasonable of me to want to know the name of the man whose child I'm carrying, Amara retorts, hurt by his rejection. It's not exactly a terrible thing to ask. She pulls away, hunching over, arms cradling her stomach. There is a long pause. It's Rufus. You can't blame everything on him. No, that is my name, so I think it's rather obvious why I couldn't keep it. Amara turns to face him, struggling to shift herself with the weight of her belly. I'm sorry. Don't be. You're right. It's not a terrible question to ask. I just don't have a happy answer to give you. I only asked because I know Philos was... She stops, not wanting to make things worse by mentioning the man who abused him for so many years. Terentius gave Greek names to all his favourites. I suppose I should be grateful another boy was already stuck with Eros, though I always hated Philos, at least until I met you. Now I quite enjoy hearing you call me beloved in your own language. Amara kisses him, and he smooths his thumb against her cheek. Sometimes I think about when our child is older, when we won't be able to be like this anymore because we will have to pretend, even in the house, that I'm nothing to you. And when that happens, you can still tell me you love me, every time you say my name. Amara holds him, glad of the darkness that hides her tears.
Chapter 42. To see one's face reflected in a dish signifies fathering children with a slave girl. But if this dream is seen by someone who is himself a slave, we must conclude the dish reflects his own slavery. Artemidorus, the interpretation of dreams. Her pain starts in the deepest hours of the night. They rouse Amara from sleep. The claws that clamp down on her then release. She stares into the dark. Nothing. Then the pain hits again, and her eyes widen. Not agony, but a warning, the distant rumble of thunder before a storm. Philos is sleeping, the slow, steady rhythm of his breathing like a caress. She does not wake him yet, but instead presses a little closer to the warmth of his body, drawing comfort from his presence. It was a lie, what she once told him, that this child was as much for her. Amara had no desire to be a mother when she fell pregnant, no desire for all the changes to her body, the risk to her life, the shadow a dependent child will cast. And yet, over the months, something shifted. The love she feels for Philos, that constant, painful ache in her chest, began to take in the life she is carrying. Pain surges again, and she gasps. Philos stirs. He murmurs her name, a question half dragged from sleep. "I think it's starting," she whispers. In an instant, he is fully awake. He sits up in the bed. "Are you all right? Do I need to send for the midwife?" "No." She takes his hand to reassure him. "We can wait until morning. This stage lasts hours, when the pains are still far apart." Her breathing is no longer steady, and even in the darkness she can see the fear in his eyes. "I'm not frightened," she says. It is almost true. She has dreaded this moment for so long, yet now it is here, she feels relief. The hours of the night pass, and it is only the two of them in that dreamlike threshold between her old life and her new. Between the birthing pangs, Amara is able to talk and move as if nothing is happening. But slowly the pains grow on her, the spaces shortening. She becomes restless, walking around the room to ease the discomfort, or sitting upright in the bed, panting. The child inside her is awake, and when she is still, Philos rests his hand on her stomach, as if he might comfort them both. Dawn approaches, and they both lapse into silence, knowing that after he leaves to fetch the midwife, they will not see each other again until it is over. He dresses in the grey darkness, birdsong and the rumble of carts drifting in from the street. Philos no longer looks afraid. His face is unnaturally calm when he crouches by the bedside to kiss her goodbye. "It will all be well," he says. "I will send Britannica up to you now before I go for the midwife. And after that, I will be downstairs the whole time. It is what Rufus instructed." Amara nods, not allowing herself to show any emotion either. Nothing that will acknowledge that they might not see each other again. Pain hits her in time with the gentle click of the latch as he leaves, and she has to stifle a groan. Sweat dampens her skin. She wills the panic beneath the surface, closing her eyes and breathing deeply as the pressure fades again. In the lull between pangs, She hears the murmur between Philos and Britannica downstairs, then the heavy thump of the Briton's steps on the stairs. "What you need?" Britannica is breathless, her face bright with anticipation. How she might once have looked on the eve of battle. It immediately makes Amara feel stronger. "Some bread. The hot mint and honey. I need to eat while I can, to get through this." Britannica nods, heading back down the stairs. Amara goes to the shutters, opening them, the breath hissing through her teeth as another pang hits. She clutches the window ledge until it passes. Sunrise is casting its pink glow, staining the rooftops a deeper shade of orange, the mountain a hazy blue in the distance. She resumes her pacing up and down the tiny room until Britannica joins her again. The Briton hovers, watching her eat and drink. "You want me to stay with you? For the birth?" "Yes, please stay." Amara trusts that Valentina, the midwife, is good at what she does. She came with the highest recommendation from Drusilla, but she still does not want to be left alone with near strangers. A pounding from below makes her start. "That's her," she whispers to Britannica. "She's here." The thunder that woke her in the night is nothing to the storm that engulfs Amara as she is drawn inexorably into the agony of childbirth. There are times she wants to claw a way out of her own body, digging her nails deep into her thighs, crouched on Valentina's enormous wooden birthing chair. The midwife's two nameless attendants try to soothe her, stroking her back, murmuring platitudes about the healthy son she will bear her patron. Amara cannot bear their touch, cannot bear the feel of fabric on her skin, keeps pulling off the blanket which Valentina has draped over her knees to protect her modesty. "I'm a whore," Amara snarls when Valentina tries to cover her yet again. "I don't give a shit about that." The midwife, no doubt used to all manner of behaviour in the birthing chamber, does not persist, nodding at one of the attendants to remove the blanket from the floor where Amara has hurled it. "It will be very soon now," she says, her voice deep and calm. "You need to stop fighting yourself." Amara screams as another wave of agony rips through her. It is not only her body which is opening. The pain is searing her mind apart, emptying it of everything but that brutal, unstoppable rhythm. Valentina is kneeling between her knees. "Next time, I want you to push as you feel it coming. Push with everything you have." The midwife's words are barely over before Amara is screaming again. Surely death itself would be less terrifying than this. You are still fighting against yourself. Ride the wave when you feel it coming. Push the pain out of your body. "I can't," Amara moans. "I can't." She feels someone grip her hand, the pressure on her finger so hard, somehow it reaches her. "You are strong," Britannica says. Amara looks at her, keeps staring into the Briton's eyes as the next wave builds, then turns all her focus on the pain. She screams not with terror, but with rage, pushing down with the ferocity that has always ensured her survival. "Keep going," the midwife says. "You are doing it. The baby is almost here." This time, when she feels the wave coming, Amara pushes down with all her strength just before it hits, obliterating the agony. She is no longer at the mercy of the storm, but mastering it. "You're nearly there. You are doing well." Amara does not allow herself to feel the exhaustion which clings to her like sweat. The pain builds again, and she uses every last reserve of strength to push, clutching Britannica's hand so hard she hears the Briton cry out. The child kicks hard inside her, then slides into Valentina's arms. A moment of stunned silence, followed by a howl. Valentina laughs, angry, like her mother. Amara is so exhausted, she almost does not have the energy to lean forwards to see her own child, her daughter. She tries to look at where the midwife is crouched, but there is fire between her legs, burning as she moves. Is she healthy? Valentina has laid the baby on a blanket on the floor, inspecting her, massaging her limbs, poking at her. The child wails furiously at every prod. Amara winces at the sound. "She is healthy," Valentina says at last. "I cannot see any defect. There is no reason to dispose of her." Amara reaches out, wanting to hold her, but Valentina hands the baby to an attendant, also crouched near Amara's feet. "Lean back in the chair and breathe out slowly for me." Valentina presses down firmly on Amara's stomach, the cord taut in her hands. "And again." A weight shifts through Amara's body as the heavy burden she has been carrying for so many months slides from her. The midwife smiles in relief. The most dangerous part of the labour is over. "Please, I want to hold her." "I will bring her to you in the bed after she has been bathed." Desperate to see the child, Amara tries to stand, but to her shock she cannot. All the strength left her body with the birth. One of Valentina's attendants caresses her shoulder, murmuring at her to wait. Water splashes Amara's skin. The woman is cleaning her. It is then she sees the blood. There is so much of it, pooled across the floor, splattered on her own legs, soaked into blankets. The aftermath of violence. Amara thinks of Felix, of all the blood he has spilled, yet his strength, his power, is a shadow. It takes nothing to end life, everything to give it. The attendant mistakes the look on Amara's face. "That's all from the birth," she soothes. "You are not bleeding too heavily now. The worst is past." With Britannica's help, she staggers to the bed, yet more linen wrapped around her body to staunch the flow. She watches as Valentina massages oil and fenugreek into her baby's delicate skin, before gently sponging it off with water. The child shouts in protest, and Amara's body aches with longing. By the time her daughter is finally brought to her, tightly swaddled, Amara is close to tears. The baby's tiny face is red and rumpled, her mouth squashed into a pout, blue eyes wide and blinking. She looks both strange and familiar. Amara strokes her daughter's head, covered with soft down, and tears stream down her face. Britannica leans over to look. "Like a frog," she says, grinning. Amara snorts, and the two women give way to their relief with a flood of mirth that borders on hysteria. Valentina exchanges glances with her attendants. "Will your patron wish me to call on him in person?" Valentina's choice of words is careful. The baby will never legally have a father, but Rufus's informal recognition and support at least means Amara retains some vestige of her status as a concubine. "No, I think not. He asked to be informed by his steward." Amara thinks of Philos waiting downstairs, and tears again threaten to overwhelm her. "What message shall I give the steward to take from you?" "That he has a healthy girl, and if he is willing, I propose naming her Rufina, in honour of her father." In the hours after Rufina's birth, Amara cannot sleep in spite of her exhaustion. There is no wet nurse, she could not afford one, and so instead she rests the baby on her own breast, trying to encourage her to feed. Valentina dispenses advice and lotions in case Amara's milk is late or her breasts become sore, while the attendants burn incense to sweeten the air. Britannica brings Amara stew and holds the baby, murmuring words of encouragement at the small being, who she still calls Fighter. It is a long, agonizing wait before Philos can visit. Amara sends Britannica to fetch him the moment Valentina has left, her heart thudding as she hears his footsteps hurrying up the stairs. Then he is standing in the doorway, and in spite of all the uncertainty they face, at that moment Amara feels nothing but joy. Philos sits beside her, slipping his arm around her shoulders and pressing a kiss to her forehead. She can feel the intensity of his relief. "Do you want to hold her?" He nods, staying completely still, while Amara carefully transfers Rufina into his arms. "She's so tiny." Philos stares at the child, as if he is unable to believe what he is seeing.
He holds her with such tenderness that Amara's heart, already bruised from all the emotion, aches even more. You didn't pass any message on for Rufus about your own health. I had to ask Valentina if you were safe, and she promised me you will be fine. She swore it. You are fine, aren't you? Yes, just very tired. You can sleep now. I'll look after her. You rest. He bends to kiss Rufina, then gazes at her, awestruck. She's so perfect. Britannica thinks she looks like a frog. Philos laughs. Maybe a bit, but a perfect frog. She certainly kicked like one on the way out. Amara eases herself downwards so that she is lying rather than sitting on the bed. Philos is humming softly to his daughter, and she watches them both, her shattered body finally relaxing now he is here. She closes her eyes, telling herself it will only be for a moment, before falling deeply asleep. Chapter 43. Show me a man who isn't a slave. One is a slave to sex, another to money, another to ambition. All are slaves to hope or fear. Seneca, Letters from a Stoic. The first night after the birth is the last unbroken sleep Amara is granted. The savage rhythm of the baby's nights drags her to a state of exhaustion beyond any she could have imagined. Rufina's screaming wakes them hourly, and by the third night, when Philos yet again hands her the baby to feed, Amara sobs and tries to hide her head under the blanket. Philos is also hollowed out by exhaustion, no longer light on his feet, but staggering clumsily to dress himself as he struggles from the house at dawn, working solidly until nightfall, when their torment begins. The days of celebration and family visits that would follow the birth of a child if Amara were married, or rich, are instead a strange state of seclusion. Britannica waits on her, even learning how to wash and swaddle Rufina, ensuring Amara has nothing to do other than feed the baby or sleep. Julia, too, makes Amara feel less alone. Her landlady visits every morning, bringing Amara gifts of food or toys, and a few days after the birth, Julia insists Amara join her in the garden. They sit together heaped in blankets, the baby sleeping peacefully on her mother, in cruel contrast to her wakeful nights. "You must decide who you will invite to the naming ceremony," Julia says, reaching out to sip the sweet wine on the table beside her. "I wasn't sure it would be appropriate for me to hold one." "Nonsense!" Julia waves her glass for emphasis, the dark liquid splashing against the side. "If you're worried about the size of the flat, I'm happy to host it." Julia is too polite to mention that Amara might also be afraid of the cost. "You are so kind, but you've done too much for me already." "Amara, you are going to have to learn to be more like my mother. Never turn down a gift. It's hard enough bringing an illegitimate child into the world without standing on pride." Rufina sighs deeply in Amara's arms, a contented, snuffling breath. Julia watches, an unusually soft look in her eyes as Amara settles her. "What was she like, your mother?" "Ah." Julia gazes across the garden, as if picturing another figure standing there, and although she smiles, her expression is shaded with melancholy. "She was the best and the worst person you can imagine. But it's fair to say she taught me everything I know, and not a day passes when I am not grateful to her." "Did your father always support her?" "He did, though she never got over the bitterness when he ceased to use her as a concubine and pensioned her off. I must have been about 10 at the time. Before that, she was a great pet of his, and her life revolved around his happiness. He gave her this house. I can remember him here in the garden. When he arrived, he would fling out his arms and expect us to come running to hang off his every word." She laughs, seeing Amara's expression. "It wasn't only for show. I did love my father, and as his only surviving child, I have enjoyed privileges which are unimaginable for most illegitimate daughters."
Did your mother love him? Yes, which was unfortunate. He had bought her when she was very young, and later freed her as his concubine. He was always generous, but my father really did not deserve the godlike worship my mother lavished on him. No man does. A mistake she was later determined her daughter would not repeat. Julia takes another sip of her wine. A mistake you did not, perhaps, make with Rufus. I thought I loved him, once. Until you learned of the contract? Amara nods, not wanting to share the real moment her affection died. I must admit, that surprised even an old cynic like me. But you are quite safe now that he is married. He cannot revoke your freedom, and eventually, perhaps soon, you will find another patron. Julia's meaningful look makes Amara uneasy. She has no intention of leaving Philos, but can hardly say so, given Julia knows nothing of the relationship. I'm sure men will be flocking to the door of an abandoned concubine with an infant daughter. Julia laughs. How naive can you be? Do you not think proof of fertility makes you valuable? And you are hardly abandoned, darling. For all his faults, Rufus still recognizes you. You have the Admiral's name, and I like to think my friendship does not count for nothing. It counts for everything. Truly, I do not know what I would have done without your support. She is not obliging you to gush over her, is she? It is Livia's sharp voice behind Amara, and she turns her head as Livia saunters over and bends to look at Rufina. "Hello, little frog," Livia says, her face dimpling with an affectionate smile. She sits next to Julia, leaning against her, and Julia lays a hand on Livia's knee. "I hope you don't mind, but I got your steward to sort out a contract for me this morning. Very helpful boy, isn't he? And rather nice eyes. As long as you paid him," Julia answers on Amara's behalf. "Of course I paid." Livia looks affronted. She helps herself to Julia's glass of wine. "He told me once the election is over, he will be responsible for caring for the child." Amara knows from this that Livia must have given Philos a determined grilling, since he never volunteers anything about their lives. Yes, that's true. He once helped educate Rufus. "Really? I wouldn't have thought he was old enough. He's awfully pretty. I hope you didn't flirt with the poor boy." Julia is looking at Livia with her eyebrows raised. A charged look passes between them, close to amusement, but darker. Livia smiles. "You know I'd never do that." She lays her hand over Julia's. The gesture is so intimate that Amara looks down at Rufina, fussing over her, pretending she hasn't seen. That evening, when Amara tells Philos about Julia's proposal to host a naming ceremony, he is surprisingly keen on the idea. They sit together in the bed, Philos with his arm resting behind Amara's shoulders, the oil lamp casting long, wavering shadows over the walls. The frescoes in this room are the cheapest type, geometric patterns of black and white, and it is hard to tell paint and shadow apart. Rufina is clamped to Amara's breast for one of her incessant feeds, her tugging both uncomfortable and a release from the pressure of the milk. Anything that asserts she is free-born will make life easier. Philos gently strokes his daughter's toes, which are bound beneath the swaddling. "I never imagined a child of mine wearing a lunula." There is reverence in the way he says the word. It is the necklace that will signify Rufina's free status, placing her in a different category of human being to her father, and even to her mother, who carries the taint of past enslavement. I feel bad that Julia is buying it all, though. "She wouldn't offer unless she wanted to," Philos says, "and I must have saved them a fair amount. Their last contract with the Bath's wine supply was a terrible deal." "Livia said you helped her today." "Oh, that was for a personal purchase. She certainly likes the finer things in life." Philos sounds amused rather than judgmental. "I think she took rather a shine to you." He laughs. "I don't think I'm her type, and not just because I'm a slave." Amara smiles. but the casual mention of his enslavement feels like he is pressing down on a wound which never heals. "I was thinking," she says, shifting the baby to her other breast, "when Rufina is a little older, we should try again to free you. I can ask Rufus as a gesture of thanks for your work in looking after her, or offer to buy you again. Maybe Julia would lend me the money." "We can try that, but I also think we should enjoy the time we have now, rather than constantly agonize over the future." Philos caresses her shoulder where his hand is resting. "You work so hard, and you are given so little for it." "But it's enough for us to live on, when you add in Rufus's allowance, and we are together in relative safety. Many married people don't even have this much." I asked Valentina about the midwife training, and she wasn't very encouraging. Perhaps she doesn't like the thought of competing with a doctor's daughter. Philos kisses her on the temple. "You only gave birth a week ago, my love. I think you are allowed a little time to collect yourself before you start hustling to deliver other people's babies." Amara chews her lip, anxiety gnawing at her. "But her dowry—" "She's 5 days old," Philos laughs. He moves himself so that he can look into her face, cupping her cheek with his hand. "I know why you worry. I do understand. But she isn't going to have your life, or mine. I promise." Amara has told Philos about her own journey to slavery, the dowry her parents never saved, forcing her mother to sell her after her father's death, rather than see Amara starve. The start of her long, brutal journey to Pompeii, to Felix. "I can't bear that you're not free," she says, unable to keep the words back, even though she knows how much it will hurt him. "Sometimes it feels like I can't breathe." "I know." He rests his free hand on Rufina, the other still soft against Amara's cheek. "That's why Julia's protection matters so much." Philos does not finish his thought, but Amara still hears it. "In case I am taken from you." Chapter 44. "But those you see with figures like to each, and faces like both parents, these have sprung from the father's body and the mother's blood, by two hearts breathing as one in mutual passion, and neither masters the other, nor is mastered." Lucretius, On the Nature of the Universe. Rufus does not attend Rufina's naming ceremony, nor does her real father. Amara is not sure whether this is easier, whether seeing Philos as an unacknowledged slave at his own daughter's nominalia would have been even more painful than his absence. She had half expected Rufus to be the one who gave her the lunula, but instead her former patron sends a lavish platter of fruit and a toy horse on wheels. It is Julia who gives the precious necklace that signifies the baby's freedom. A small crescent moon on a delicate chain. It is made of silver, and seeing the charm against her daughter's skin, Amara feels a slight easing of the pressure on her heart. She starts to believe that Philos is right. This child will not repeat the lives of her parents, but will have her own. The priest chants prayers to purify the child and burns offerings of grain and wine on Julia's altar. He makes predictions for Rufina's future based on the direction of the smoke. A happy marriage, numerous children of her own. Amara suspects the patter is the same for every child's ceremony. No doubt it's what the priest promised her own parents years ago in a Fidnai. The gathering is very small. Julia, Livia, Britannica, Drusilla and Primus. Amara cannot help but picture those who are missing. She imagines showing her child to her parents, how her mother would have fussed, how her father would have smiled. She imagines, too, the happiness of seeing Dido hold her daughter. She tries not to think of Berenice or Victoria. It is several months since Amara last saw Drusilla, but the presence of another child makes the occasion more relaxed. Primus is busy enjoying Rufina's presence, especially the horse on wheels, which he clatters back and forth across the tiles. Amara was half afraid Drusilla would not come, and suspects if the invitation had not been from Julia, she might well have stayed away. Amara is no longer someone it is valuable to know. Not to mention, she still owes Drusilla money. As it is, Drusilla gives no sign of the cooling of their friendship, but holds Rufina with the ease of a mother, rocking her and smiling. "Did your parents have eyes this colour? So pretty." "My father," Amara lies, "but I suspect hers are just an infant's blue. No doubt they will darken in time." "She has your mouth," Drusilla says, her own curling in a mischievous smile. "I hope she is spared her father's nose." Julia laughs. "Dear Rufus, he's no Adonis. We must certainly all pray the child follows her mother." Amara smiles, accepting the compliment. It is too early to see what Rufina will look like. Her face is still more frog-like than human, but Amara cannot help seeing traces of Philos. The delicacy of the baby's features, the wide spacing of her blue-grey eyes, giving her a look that is almost feline. Her eyes will turn brown, Amara tells herself. "How is married life treating you?" she asks Drusilla. "Ampliatus has just brought me a loom," Drusilla replies with a smirk, "to impress visitors with my womanly accomplishments. Though he's yet to wear anything I've woven on it. Even his devotion doesn't extend that far."
"Are you talking about Papa?"
Primus, like all small children, has a gift for eavesdropping.
"He promised to play knucklebones with me later."
"And he's adopted Primus." Julia claps her hands, and all the women exclaim their congratulations. Drusilla nods her head in acknowledgement, her pleasure obvious. Amara is pleased for her, but cannot help feeling a stab of envy. Everything about Drusilla proclaims her wealth, the rich fabric of her tunic, the delicate rose scent she wears, and perhaps, most of all, her air of contentment. She looks like what she is, a woman who has secured her child's future and her own. The first weeks of Rufina's life pass both quickly and slowly. The days drift, blending into one another. Philos is gradually able to spend more time at home, and there are moments, when Amara is with him and Britannica, that she can pretend they are a family. At Britannica's insistence, Amara also starts to venture outside Julia's complex. She starts with a brief morning stroll through the marketplace by the arena, which backs onto Julia's garden, first with Britannica, then, increasingly, on her own. Each day grows a little easier. By the time Rufina is 2 months old, Amara has become complacent. She wanders the market, weaving between the food stalls, her heart lifting at the sight of so much life around her. She chatters to her child in Greek, lifting her up to see a stall of leather goods, pointing to its hanging charms, the seller smiling indulgently. Hemeros is still selling flowers at the edge of the square, but she does not approach him. The memory of her visits there with Victoria are still too strong. When she reaches the arena, she pauses to look up at the huge building, sun glinting behind it. Swifter than thought, an arm grips her waist, and she feels the press of something sharp against her ribs. The shock is even greater than the terror. "Don't scream!" She swivels to see him. Felix's face is calm, broken only by a charming smile, as if he were greeting a dear friend. "I'm not going to hurt you. Not if you are quiet."
"Let go of me!"
She means to sound commanding, but her voice is a whisper.
"We're going to sit on that bench over there."
Felix nods his head to the seat she once shared with Victoria, set against the vineyard wall. "No!" Amara grips Rufina, her chest heaving, panic rising.
"Don't get hysterical."
His voice is reasonable, even soothing.
"I promise I won't hurt you."
He pokes the knife harder against her ribs.
"Not unless you resist me."
Amara walks with him across the square, her breath coming in stifled gasps, as if she were drowning. Felix steers her, all the while keeping up a steady, smiling commentary on the stalls as they pass, as if he might be helping his exhausted wife to a seat to rest herself.
That wasn't too bad, was it? He remarks pleasantly as they sit beside one another.
His arm is still around her, the knife hidden under his cloak.
What do you want?
That's not a very friendly greeting. Aren't you going to ask after Victoria, and inquire how my business is doing? Fuck you.
Felix laughs.
I've missed you, Amara.
If you keep me here, Britannica will come looking for me.
I've no intention of keeping you. I have my own lovely wife now. She gave me a message, by the way, when I told her I was seeing you. Do you want to hear it?
I'm not interested in anything Victoria has to say.
She begs your forgiveness.
Amara says nothing, and his expression hardens.
Did you really think I'd leave you alone? That I'd let you laugh in my face? Not that it's only me you're laughing at.
Felix throws his head back as if contemplating the tendrils that trail over the wall.
Can you believe there was a time I once saw you as a rival? What a fool. There you were, spreading your legs for a slave. A slave!
He laughs so hard his arm shakes, and she is terrified he will cut her with the knife by accident.
You're even more stupid than my wife. What did he say to you to make you throw your life away?
Amara forces herself to keep her face impassive. I don't know what you're talking about.
Is that his bastard?
Felix nods at Rufina. Amara clutches her daughter closer, trying to shield her from view.
After Victoria told me, I must admit, I thought it was a fucking lie. That penniless boy who used to pick you up from the brothel. That's who you chose.
Whatever Victoria told you, it isn't true.
Is that how you want to play it?
Felix strokes the side of her ribs lightly with the flat of the blade, until she is sitting rigid, her eyes fixed on his.
Do I have your full attention now?
His voice is soft. When Amara does not answer, he presses the knife a little closer.
Yes, she gasps. Good girl.
Felix smiles, and hatred sticks in Amara's throat like an olive stone, bitter enough to choke her.
The first time Victoria showed me around your lovely home, I was intrigued to see that chest in the tablinum, set right under the window to your bedchamber. I'm sure you know the one I mean. Just the sort of chest a girl like Victoria might be able to stand on if she wanted to get a good look into your room and see what you were up to at night. Especially since it turns out you were thoughtful enough to keep a lamp burning in there, lighting up the whole bed.
Felix is staring into her eyes, and Amara knows she is incapable of hiding her fear.
Victoria protested, but she always does what I want in the end.
Felix shrugs.
You shouldn't hate my wife too much, you know. She kept your secret from me for more than half a year. She only decided to betray you after I told her how you used to fuck me when you came round to pay the debt, how I thought you would have made a better wife than her. So, as you can imagine, when she came out with her lurid tale, I thought she might have invented the whole thing out of spite.
Felix leans closer to Amara, and she shelters Rufina, not wanting any part of his body to touch her daughter.
But do you know what convinced me? I made her repeat exactly what she saw that night, not once, but hundreds of times. She described the way he fucked you in such excruciating detail, as if she were watching the memory unfold in her head, and each time her account was the same, because it was true.
He sighs, a long, contented exhale.
We both know Victoria isn't smart enough to memorize a complicated lie like that, to tell me exactly how he touched you and when.
Felix shudders in disgust.
Though I thought she must have invented the weeping. Is that really what you do? Cry over him when he's finished?
Amara wills herself to stare back at Felix without flinching, without betraying the nausea that threatens to overwhelm her.
It's all a lie. I can see why you might stick to that, considering what would happen should it ever be uncovered.
Felix smiles again, his face crinkling with amusement, so that anyone watching would never imagine he is threatening her.
How much is Rufus paying to support the bastard his slave got on a whore? Amara turns her face away and does not answer.
How much would you pay me to keep my mouth shut?
You really are a fool if you think Rufus would listen to anything you have to say.
I agree. He might not at first. But after he has read the letter a few times, I wonder if it might start to add up. I wonder how Philos got his current position, whether you asked to keep him, whether you ever said or did anything that might look suspicious. At the very least, I think we can agree Posh Boy would question Philos. And slaves are always questioned under torture. Your lover wouldn't look so pretty after that, even if he managed to keep his mouth shut.
Amara's eyes are burning. Rufina has dozed off, snuggled against her breast, as if her mother's wretched arms were a place of safety. How much do you want?
I think a monthly payment of 20 denarii would cover it.
We'll have nothing to live on.
That's what happens when you throw yourself away on a slave, I'm afraid.
Perhaps you might have been wiser to accept another man's offer, rather than fucking a nobody. It is the only reference Felix has made to her rejection, but Amara can feel the anger in the way his body stiffens, his rage that she chose a slave over him.
And then there's your lovely daughter to think about.
His voice is soft, as if he were crooning an endearment at the baby.
Don't touch her. Such a pretty lunala she is wearing. What a shame if she were to lose it.
Nobody has the power to enslave her. I'm a freed woman.
That hardly matters if her paternity is exposed.
A child is always free if her mother was free at the time of birth, Amara snaps. Don't try and play fucking games with me. Felix grins, savouring her confusion.
You really don't know, do you? We're not in Greece now, Amara.
He is on the verge of laughter, and his unfeigned delight chills her.
I will leave her father the pleasure of explaining the situation to you.
Felix leans in close, knife pressing against her again.
And when he has, I think you will find the price I asked is cheap. So cheap, in fact, I might have to raise it at some point in the future.
Felix stretches out his hand towards Rufina, and although Amara tries to twist away, she is trapped by the knife, and is forced to let him rest the tips of his fingers on her daughter's head. Fear and hate twist so tightly round her heart, Amara is unable to stop the tears that sting her eyes from falling.
Every day of your life, Amara, you will know I have the power to destroy everyone you love.
Felix takes back his hand.
Be here this time next week to pay me. Same spot, same day. And don't bring the British bitch.
He slides his arm away from her, standing up abruptly, and walks off into the crowd, without looking back. Amara is not sure how her legs carry her back through the marketplace. She crosses Julia's garden with her head down, hoping her friend will not see her, knowing she will be unable to hide her distress. It is not only the threat, but the sudden sense of exposure that makes her feel ill. All those moments of vulnerability with Philos laid bare, seen through Felix's scornful eyes. Her fingers fumble with the latch to her flat, and when she is inside, she collapses on a stool by the table. Her jerky movements wake Rufina, who starts to howl. Amara tries to undo her tunic to feed her, but she is shaking so much that the baby is red-faced with rage before she manages it. As soon as Rufina is clamped to her breast, Amara starts to sob, is still sobbing, when Britannica arrives back with their meal.
What happened? Fighter is sick?
Felix, Amara gasps. He knows. He knows about Philos. Victoria told him.
Victoria.
Britannica bares her teeth, a look of utter ferocity on her face.
I tell you she better dead.
Amara leans her head in her hand, still sobbing, unable to contradict her. Felix said she begged my forgiveness.
I forgive her, Britannica snarls, when crows pick out her eyes.
She kneels on the floor beside Amara.
Let me kill him.
They look at each other. There is no pretense between them that Britannica's suggestion is anything but tempting. It's too dangerous. Victoria would know who did it. She would seek revenge.
I kill them both.
Amara shakes her head. I have to pay him. Britannica swears in frustration. I can't risk losing you. I can't risk the murder being linked to me. It's not that I doubt you, but it's too dangerous.
When you change your mind, I do it.
Britannica rises from her knees and towers over Amara, watching her and the baby.
And now, how we pay him?
I will sell the harp Rufus gave me. That will buy us a few weeks.
It was for Fighter's dowry.
This is more important, Amara says, turning her face away in shame. If I don't pay Felix, she won't have the chance to get married, have a dowry, anything. Britannica smacks her palm against the wall. Her body is contorted with frustration. All the vengeance she cannot enact.
Is like being back there, she says,
and Amara knows exactly which place Britannica means. Amara and Britannica barely speak for most of the afternoon. They are united by a sense of helplessness, but little else. It is not only the money which crushes Amara's spirit, but the threat to Rufina's safety. Felix's words play over and over in her mind, and she keeps stroking her daughter's lanula, as if the charm will work its own magic protection. It does not help that Philos is kept working until late. Amara hears him come in, the cheerful tone of his greeting, the low rumble of Britannica's reply, and his exclamation of shock. When he bursts into the bedroom upstairs, Rufina is asleep in her cot, Amara sitting up, arms tight around herself. Britannica said Felix threatened you. Philos sinks down on the bed beside her. Please tell me he didn't hurt either of you. He didn't, but he knows about us. Victoria told him everything. She grips his hand. He wants 20 denarii a month, or he will tell Rufus. But that's almost everything we have. I know. If Amara had hoped seeing Philos would make her feel better, the look of defeat in his eyes only worsens her sense of powerlessness. Felix said something else, about Rufina, that if it became known you were her father, she would be enslaved. But that's a lie, isn't it? He was just torturing me. A child always takes a mother's status at the time of birth. Everyone knows that. At first she takes his shocked expression as proof Felix has lied. But when Philos only stares, lips parted, and offers no reassurance, she starts to panic. It's not true, is it? Tell me it's not true. A child always follows the mother. Usually. What do you mean, usually? It can sometimes be revoked, Philos says, his expression more serious than she has ever known it. If a freed or free woman has an unauthorized relationship with another person's slave, their union can be declared illegal. That means their children are enslaved to the father's owner. He balls his hand into a fist, pressing the knuckles against his lips. I thought you knew this. Amara gapes at him. Rufina would be enslaved. She would belong to Rufus. Hortensius. Amara lets out a cry of distress. But that's not going to happen. Philos grasps hold of her arms to hold her steady. We'll pay Felix. Nobody is ever going to find out. Amara only stares at him, eyes wide with fear. And even if we were discovered, it's a legal process. I cannot imagine Rufus would want the scandal, especially now he's been elected. It would be so much easier to kill me and leave the child alone. That's why any involvement from Julia, any public recognition of Rufina's free status, it all helps protect her. But she can't be enslaved. She can't be. I would never let Hortensius take her. Amara remembers the way Rufus's father ran his hands down her body, grasping as if she was standing in the slave market. Imagines him owning her daughter. I would die before I let him touch her.
Hortensius won't take her, Philos says, trying to calm her down. She's safe here. Nobody's going to touch her. She's free.
When you go to work for Rufus, I can't stand it. I can't bear that he owns you. But it would kill me if she were enslaved.
It's not going to happen. Philos kisses her. I promise you.
I should have killed Victoria. Britannica was right.
Of course you shouldn't have killed her. Don't be ridiculous. If anyone's to blame, it's me. Amara knows what he is going to say and tries to interrupt, but he presses on. I never imagined you didn't know all the risks we faced, and I'm sorry. I wish I had not brought so much pain into your life.
It's not your fault.
Amara puts her arms around his neck, pressing close to him.
I don't blame you for any of it.
She wants to reassure him further, to say that she does not regret loving him, that she could never regret having his child. But at that moment, with the image of Hortensius in her mind, she cannot bring herself to say the words. Chapter 45. Mistress, I ask you to love me. Pompeii graffiti. The harp buys them a month. In that time they cut back drastically, saving as much as possible to make the pain of each payment less severe. Philos loses weight, and in spite of his protestations, Amara suspects there are days he goes without eating to spare them the expense. Money is not the only hardship. Felix's threat seeps into every area of their lives. It puts a strain on Amara's friendship with Britannica, makes her constantly anxious for her daughter, and corrodes the sense of safety she always felt in Philos's arms. When her body has recovered enough for her to make the first tentative moves towards intimacy, Amara cannot shake the sense of Felix watching. It is as if she has been dragged back to the earliest days of their relationship, and if it were not for Philos being so loving and patient, she suspects she would have lost the ability to feel any pleasure at all. The few moments that Amara feels the darkness lifting at home are when she watches Philos bathe or swaddle their baby, entirely absorbed in love for their daughter. His stillness soothes Amara, even though she hates the reasons he is able to stay so calm. She knows his stoicism is enforced by a lifetime's lack of control, the understanding he acquired in childhood that the only things he would ever master were his own emotions. At Philos's insistence, Amara spends increasing amounts of time with Julia, allowing the relationship to cast a protective shadow over Rufina. As the weeks pass, Amara begins to spend more evenings with Julia and Livia than she does at home. Julia always introduces her as the Admiral's freedwoman to guests, making her full name known, Gaia Plinia Amara. In spite of herself, Amara comes to enjoy these evenings outside the darkness of her flat, without the constant, exhausting needs of her daughter. She reclines in Julia's outdoor dining room with the other guests, without having to worry about the expense of the food, the cost of the wine. Her only obligation is to be charming, and with Livia's encouragement she starts to play the lyre in company again, grateful that she kept the instrument back from sale. When Amara gets home at night, creeping into bed beside Philos, he asks about the guests Julia invited. In the darkness it is hard to read his expression, but she can feel the tension in his body and hear the tightness in his voice. They never discuss the obvious, but Amara knows Philos is not so naive that he will not have understood what the easiest route out of their financial distress would be, the safest way to diffuse the threat that hangs over their child. They don't need to discuss her former life as a rich man's concubine. Instead, the past rests beside them in the bed, as tangible as a third, silent presence. Amara keeps up her pursuit of Valentina, and her approaches to the midwife for work are not entirely fruitless. Valentina's manner softens a little after Amara calls on her, bearing Pliny's valuable scroll on plants, along with several herbal remedies to ease sickness which her father taught her. But for all her efforts to ingratiate herself, Amara knows learning a new trade will be time-consuming, with little chance of earning what she needs quickly enough to keep Felix at bay. It is May, not long after the Lemuria, when Amara sees a familiar figure reclining in her landlady's company. The jolt she feels is not so much from Demetrius's presence, which she has long dreaded, but from the lack of warning Julia gave her that he would be joining them. Amara knows she has been outmanoeuvred. Julia gestures at Demetrius, no doubt telling him of his prey's approach, and he turns. The Emperor's freedman is older than she remembers, though the intensity behind his dark eyes is the same.
"Congratulations on the birth of your daughter,"
he says, rising to greet her. His gaze sweeps over her now voluptuous figure, too polite to linger on her breasts.
"Motherhood suits you."
"Rufina is a dear little thing," Livia remarks. "We're all awfully fond of her." Amara places a hand to her heart in acknowledgement of their compliments, but is relieved that Demetrius does not express a desire to meet her child. She is not sure she could bear for Philos to bring her out. "Are you here to visit your estates?" They sit down together, Julia retreating to the opposite couch where Livia is already reclining.
"Among other duties."
He glances at Julia.
"It is always a pleasure to see old friends."
"Will you be staying long in Pompeii?"
"It depends if I'm welcome."
His words are for his hostess, but it is to Amara he directs his answer. She feels the heat go to her face, and knows it must look as if she is blushing with pleasure rather than anxiety.
"As if you even need to ask, you ridiculous man."
Julia flicks her wrist affectionately at Amara.
"Darling, would you mind playing something for us? I'm sorry to impose, especially when you've only just arrived, but I've had the most trying day, and your voice is so relaxing."
Julia is not even attempting to be subtle, and if she were not under such pressure, Amara might even laugh at the shamelessness. "Of course," she murmurs. But before she can rise to retrieve her lyre, one of Julia's servants has brought it to her. At that, Demetrius looks at Amara and raises an eyebrow. There is warmth, not mockery, in his amusement, and in spite of herself, she smiles back.
"I hope you're not this peremptory with all your guests," he says to Julia. "I'm damned well not going to start warbling for you. Too many years have passed since I was obliged to sing for my supper."
Amara glances at him, surprised. Surely Demetrius isn't referring to his past as a slave. He is reclining expansively on the couch, smiling at Julia and Livia, who are curled around each other, contented as a pair of cats. Nothing about his manner suggests a man who just made a shameful confession. Perhaps it was simply an expression, not a sign he was once forced to entertain. The strings of the lyre are taut under Amara's fingers as she plucks them, making sure the instrument is in tune. She starts to play Sappho's hymn to Aphrodite, a song she always performed with Dido and Drusilla, and one she knows so well there is little danger of making any mistakes. To her relief, Demetrius begins chatting with Julia rather than fixing her with his unsettling attention. She listens to him talk about his estates, suspecting that Julia's questions are designed to show off his wealth, just as she has contrived to show off Amara's skills at entertaining. From the conversation, it seems that Demetrius not only owns vineyards and olive groves, but also a large fishery off the coast. Amara tries to concentrate on her performance, doing her utmost to block out the endless litany of riches. Julia and Livia press Demetrius to talk about his life in Rome, too, but he is tight-lipped about his business for the Emperor Vespasian, only offering the blandest praise for his master. His discretion reminds her a little of Philos, or even Secundus. Service always leaves its mark. She finds herself wondering, in spite of herself, how Demetrius came to be owned by the imperial family, how he gained his freedom, whether he was enslaved in Greece, or whether, like her, he was born free. The topic which never seems to exhaust him is the transformation of his adopted city, Rome.
He takes pains to describe the new Temple of Peace and the ongoing construction of the Flavian amphitheatre.
"You could fit Pompey's arena inside, perhaps 10 times over," he explains to Julia. "The scale of it is unimaginable. All the wealth of the great temple from Jerusalem has gone into its construction."
His words set off an echo in Amara's mind, recalling her old maid, Martha. "Ask the Admiral why Jerusalem is now nothing more than ashes." Amara strums the strings of the lyre, no longer singing, so that she has a better chance of hearing what is being said.
"You might not recognize the city you once visited," Demetrius continues, nodding at Julia and Livia. "Its greatness is unlike anything I ever expected to witness, and I say that as a man who grew up in the shadow of the Temple of Zeus."
"You are from Olympia?" Amara cannot help interrupting. "You grew up in the sacred city?" Demetrius nods, not looking displeased by her interest, but not volunteering more either. "My father always wanted to make a pilgrimage there," Amara says, "to see the statue of Zeus before he died."
"You are from Attica?"
Demetrius replies in Greek. It is a statement, not a question, and Amara does not know whether he guessed from her accent or because he learned this from Pliny.
"They say Pallas Athene always leaves her mark on those from her own kingdom. I wonder if that is true of you."
In her mind's eye, Amara can see the glass statuette of Attica's patron in her parents' house. Pallas Athene, goddess of wisdom and strategy, more beloved than any other immortal in the city of Amara's birth. The goddess Amara abandoned in favour of Venus, the patron of Pompeii, as perhaps Demetrius also once abandoned the gods of his fathers. "I've heard," Amara replies in Latin, "that the temple to Minerva in Rome rivals anything to be found in Attica." Recognition passes between them.
"As Rome surpasses Athens in every respect,"
Demetrius replies. At that moment, Amara could almost be looking at her own father, the familiar crooked smile he reserved for when talking about the power of Rome. "Everything they have is borrowed from us, Timarete. Always remember that."
"Greeks," Livia says, rolling her eyes. "You're all insufferable with your sneering, as if we don't know what you're up to." "Since Rome's dominance over Athens is not in doubt," Demetrius says, amused, "I think you can spare us our little jokes." He smiles at Amara. "And you are right about the temple on the Capitol, though it is only one of many wonders in the city."
Amara bows her head, suddenly nervous, not wanting him to extend an invitation to take her there.
"You should see the work being done on our Temple of Venus," Julia says. "We may not be as grand as Rome here in Pompeii, but there are still a few sights worth seeing." She stands. "Perhaps you will join us, Amara."
Amara looks out across the garden, at the lengthening shadows. "I will need to feed Rufina," she says sadly, as if reluctant to turn down the invitation.
"Your former patron did not supply a wet nurse."
Demetrius looks displeased, though it is hard to tell if his disapproval is aimed at her or Rufus.
"It's no matter, you can join us later, darling," Julia says to Amara,
cutting across Demetrius's question to spare her embarrassment. Amara bows deeply to them all, and as she walks away, she hears Julia's muttered reassurance to Demetrius. "Such things are easily rectified." Philos is home when Amara returns, Rufina sleeping upstairs. The sight of him, sitting bent over some wax tablets in the small, darkened room, makes her chest constrict. She bends down to kiss him, and he looks up at her with a smile. It is the type of open exchange of affection other lovers take for granted, but which is still precious to them both. "Have you eaten?" She moves to the brazier, desperate to do something for him.
"I'm not especially hungry. Why don't you take it?"
"I'm eating later with Julia."
"Then I'll have it. Thank you. Though leave some for Britannica."
"Is that more work for Rufus?"
"No. Better than that. Julia passed me some accounts to look over for a friend of hers, so it's paid work."
"Oh, wonderful." Amara exclaims, though her heart sinks at the thought of how much they now owe their landlady, and how furious Julia is going to be when she declines Demetrius. She stirs the food, a rabbit broth Britannica bought yesterday, which they have been attempting to stretch over 2 days. The congealed fat starts to loosen as the liquid heats. Now is the moment she ought to tell Philos about Demetrius, so that they can plan together how to handle the matter. She glances over at the table. He is looking at the tablets again, a frown creasing his forehead. It is impossible not to notice the dark smudges under his eyes, the air of exhaustion that wraps him round like a cloak. A splash of broth lands on her hand from the bubbling pot. Amara sucks in her breath and moves the pot from the heat. Philos does not look over as she spoons it out into a bowl. It smells a little ripe. She sits opposite him, setting down the dish. "Thank you so much." He closes the tablets and smiles at her again. "I remember a time you told me it made you uncomfortable when I served you. Now it makes me uncomfortable to eat while you have nothing." "I've had plenty already today, I promise." At Amara's reassurance, he finally picks up the spoon. "I remember that day. It was the afternoon I decided to buy Victoria after Fabia visited." Amara thinks of all that has happened since and sighs. "I wish I had listened to you." "You loved her. It was easy enough for me to tell you to leave Victoria there. I doubt I would have listened to that advice either." Amara thinks of other advice Philos has given her, which she also ignored. The time he begged her to leave him. If she had not allowed love to guide her then, what would her life be like now? "You look very melancholy," he says. "I hope you're not blaming yourself. You know I don't." Philos is gazing at her, his kind grey eyes filled with nothing but concern. It makes her feel afraid, not of Julia or Demetrius or even Felix, but of herself and the pain she knows she is capable of inflicting. In her mind's eye, she is no longer looking at Philos, but at Menander when she smashed the lamp at his feet. She scrapes back her stool. "I will just check on Rufina," she says, her voice choked. Philos is left, startled, while she hurries for the stairs. Rufina is asleep, but seems to sense her mother's presence when Amara leans over the cot, taking in a deeper, snuffling breath, stirring in her loosened swaddling. Amara sinks to the floor, wrapping her arms around her own knees, unable to bear the suffocating sense of love. It hurts how much she cares for this child, this tiny person who was supposed to free her father, but who only trapped her mother. "It's all right." Philos's voice is soft as he crouches beside her. He puts an arm around her shoulders, and she buries her face in his chest, sobbing. He strokes her hair, shushing her. "What's wrong, my love?" "I'm so afraid of losing you." It is only half the truth, but as much as she can bear to say. Philos continues to stroke her hair, his chin resting on the top of her head. "What's brought this on?" Amara does not answer, but instead cries even harder. "Whatever it is, you know you can tell me." Amara longs to tell him about Demetrius, to confess the terror she feels. Whatever decision she is going to be forced to make, she needs to ask Philos's advice, or at the very least, warn him about the other man's existence, about the looming threat and opportunity presented by another patron. And yet, would it not shame Philos if he became complicit in selling her? Surely no man wants to admit he is willing to prostitute the mother of his child, even for his family's survival. Perhaps it is kinder to make the decision alone. Amara clings to Philos, her face still buried in his chest. "Forgive me," she says, her voice muffled in his tunic so she doesn't have to look in his eyes. "There's nothing in particular. I don't know what came over me. I've just felt so emotional since Rufina was born." She sits up, wiping her face, and forces herself to smile.
Their baby starts to cry, disturbed by all the noise, and Amara scrambles to her feet. "I had better feed her. You go and finish dinner." Her back is to him as she bends over the cot. Philos rests a hand on her shoulder. "Only if you are very sure you are all right. I can always stay with you both." "I'll be fine. I promise. Please go eat." Amara does not turn as he leaves. She sits on the bed, feeding their daughter. The black and white lines on the wall blur as she stares, distorted through a veil of tears, turning the world grey.
Chapter 46. But tears cannot put out the flame. They inflame the face and melt the spirit. Pompeii Graffiti. Demetrius is sitting alone in the outdoor dining room, looking out at the garden. Amara has a brief moment to study him before he sees her, the relaxed way that he sits, his complete ease in his own company. Wealth and power rest on him, as light as the folds of his luxurious tunic. She presses a hand to her cheek. Her eyes are still hot from crying earlier, but the dusk should hide any blemish to her skin. Amara has played so many parts in her life. She tells herself this is only one more mask, perhaps no harder to wear than any other. Demetrius glances up when she joins him, a wry look on his face. Julia insisted she was too tired to eat, a suggestion even more subtle than her behaviour earlier. He speaks in Greek, and Amara notices his voice is deeper in his native language. It also makes his tone harder to read. "I can leave if you prefer." "You cannot possibly imagine that would be my preference." He stares steadily into her eyes, not with desire, but appraisal. She does not look away. "I understand from the Admiral you once worked in the town brothel. You don't act like that sort of whore." "Is your experience of brothel whores so extensive?" "I mean no offence." He smirks at her irritation. "But your story is somewhat outlandish. Pliny's explanation that he hired you to assist him in his research would be laughable from any other man, but I've known him long enough to be familiar with his insatiable curiosity." Amara almost smiles at this description of her benefactor. Demetrius watches her. "You're fond of him, aren't you?" Fond does not begin to express the gratitude I feel. "And what about your young patron, the man who fathered your child?" "I am also indebted to him." "But not so fond of him as you are of the Admiral." The corner of Demetrius's mouth dimples in a smile. "Pliny told me you begged him to take you on as his secretary in the most passionate, desperate terms." Amara does not drop her gaze from his, even though her cheeks blaze with mortification. "If I had not seen you with him in Misenum, I would never have believed that tale even from Pliny. A brothel whore trying to bribe the admiral of the Roman fleet, not by offering him the use of her body, but her mind." Amara does not allow herself to show any trace of the embarrassment she feels. "I'm glad the story amused you." "I've been in service my whole life. Believe me, I'm not laughing at you." He pours her a glass of wine, takes one for himself. "Why did your last arrangement end? And don't fear I will judge you for disparaging your former patron. I prefer honesty." "It was an arrangement based solely on his passion for me, and when that was spent, so was his patronage. Is there any other reason for such things to end?" Amara sips the wine. Something about Demetrius's coldness soothes her. His family's desire for him to marry also played a part. "Did you love him?" "Do you love the woman who serves you as a concubine in Rome?" Amara stares, so he can be in no doubt she is subjecting him to the same scrutiny he has applied to her. "I am grateful to her, and my gratitude now takes the form of a pension for all the years she served me in the past." He swirls the wine in his glass. "But you avoided my question.
Because I think you are quite intelligent enough to work out the answer for yourself.
Demetrius snorts. A politician's answer. He gestures at her to sit beside him. Come here.
It is only a few steps from one couch to another, but Amara is in no doubt about the line she is crossing. Her movements are fluid, betraying no sign of hesitation. She has banked up her grief and guilt, forcing them to a distance, behind a wall of ice. She will feel everything later. Demetrius rests his hand upon her thigh, warm and heavy.
I don't propose an arrangement like your last, based on absurd romantic expectations. But you intrigue me, Plenia, Amara. I should like to see if we might suit one another. I suggest you come with me to Stabii for a few weeks, and if we please each other, I will take you to Rome. If not, you may return to your life in Pompeii.
What about my daughter? Amara asks the question calmly, because the thought of leaving Rufina, of what that will truly mean, is a pain she has not even begun to comprehend.
I am happy to cover the rent, the cost of a wet nurse, everything, to ensure she is cared for here in your absence. Julia tells me you have a reliable steward. We can pay him whatever you believe is required.
Demetrius moves the curl of her hair, tucking it behind her ear so he can see her better.
Believe me, whatever sum you name will be a trifle.
Amara knows this is not a compliment on her worth, but a statement of his wealth. And I will be allowed to see her.
If we decide to enter an arrangement, then I'm sure I can spare you a month or so each year to see her and set any affairs you have here in order.
She stares at the floor, conscious of him watching her, able to see every expression.
I can give you until tomorrow to consider my proposal, if that is necessary.
No. Demetrius raises his eyebrows in surprise. Amara curls her hand into a fist, the nails biting her palm. In her mind's eye she can see Philos working at home, Rufina sleeping, and the thought of leaving them both is an agony beyond endurance. If she goes back now, she will never have the strength to give Demetrius the answer her daughter needs. I mean, no, that will not be necessary. She bows her head. I am, of course, honoured to accept your proposal. Her turmoil has not gone unnoticed.
You don't sound very enthusiastic.
His voice is sharp. Amara forces herself to look at Demetrius, to stare directly into his eyes. It is simply that such a change in fortune is somewhat overwhelming. Whatever he sees in her face must reassure him.
If you are certain,
he murmurs, no longer hiding the desire in his voice. She only has a heartbeat to prepare herself before he takes hold of her, a moment to prevent herself from instinctively pushing him away. Perhaps Demetrius senses her reticence, or at least he does not grab her. He leans forwards and kisses her softly on the lips, running a finger along the base of her throat. His hand is warm as he lays it against her breastbone, and she knows he will feel the pulse thumping under her skin. His touch is not, in itself, unpleasant. She kisses him, crushing her guilt, blocking out memories of Philos, trying not to think about how different it feels to hold the man she loves. Demetrius becomes more passionate, pulling her body closer, and her training with Felix resurfaces. She has given pleasure to so many men. The movements, the way to touch another, all of it is ingrained. But as he starts to push the tunic from her shoulder, she stops him. I'm not a brothel whore, any more. She presses her finger firmly against his lips as if to seal them shut. You can wait until Stabii to enjoy me. There is a note of command in her voice, a return to the coldness she showed earlier. When he smiles in response, Amara knows she did not misjudge him. Demetrius moves apart, picking up his wine. Very well, my darling, he says, a hint of amusement in the way he pronounces the endearment. As you wish. Amara is awake long before the light starts to filter through the shutters. She had been unable to tell Philos last night. He had wanted to make love to her, and she was too selfish to refuse, knowing it might be the last time he ever touched her with that much tenderness, the last time she would ever feel that close to him. When she had wept that she was terrified of losing him, it was not a lie, even if she did not deserve his reassurance. She looks now at her lover's profile, the steady rise and fall of his chest. Over his sleeping form she can see Rufina through the slats of the cot, her tiny mouth pursed in a pout, her lashes lying thick against her cheek. Amara had never imagined it would be possible to feel love like this, had not believed after she lost her parents that she would ever have a family again. The desire to touch Philos is so overwhelming, she lays her hand gently on his shoulder. He must have been close to waking, because even that slight pressure causes him to stir. He opens his eyes, looking straight into hers, and smiles. The words Amara had meant to say, the confession she knows she must make, evaporate at the sight of his happiness. She cannot bear to tear her family apart, not yet. Instead she bends to kiss him, promising herself she will tell him later. They get up quietly together, not wanting to disturb Rufina, who has mercifully started sleeping for hours at a stretch. Philos hands Amara her tunic, lifting her hair out from the back after she slips it on, caressing her shoulder as he arranges the curls. When they are both dressed, Amara wakes their daughter to feed her, trying not to think about how soon she will have to abandon her baby. "I'm working for Livia today," Philos says. "Britannica is expecting to spend the day with her fighter. Will you be with Julia as usual?" "Yes, she has a guest staying." Amara pauses, again trying to find the words that might prepare Philos for the revelation which will rip through them. But he bends to kiss her lightly on the lips before she has a chance to say more. She wonders, watching him leave, if he suspects something, but does not want to know. Amara manages to get through a morning with Julia, Livia, and Demetrius without showing any sign of the anguish in her heart. She accepts her friends' congratulations and Livia's innuendos with grace, grateful to have plenty of practice at hiding her feelings. Julia's excitement compensates for her own frequent lapses into silence, and Amara forces herself to smile until her cheeks ache, while the others casually dismantle her family's life in Pompeii. Julia suggests Amara travel to Stabiae as soon as a suitable wet nurse has been found for Rufina, which Livia declares cannot take more than a couple of weeks. Amara nods in agreement, the thought of leaving her daughter sitting like a stone in her chest. A heavy downpour drives them all from the garden, and it is with a sense of dread that Amara finds herself alone with Demetrius in the library, after Livia suggests he might care to hear her read. "After all," Livia drawls, with a mischievous backwards glance, "it worked wonders for the Admiral." The sound of the rain cascading onto the roof drowns out the beating of Amara's heart as she and Demetrius stare at one another. The older man has his back to the window, its feeble light casting him in relief, like a statue in the Forum. Amara reaches for the imperious tone of the night before, hoping she can again control him with coldness. "What shall I read for you?" she says in Latin, turning to search the scrolls lined on Julia's shelves. "Nothing." The Greek word stops her from moving as Demetrius walks towards her. He is standing so close, the sharp lavender of his pomade cuts through the soft scent of the rain. She looks up at his face, at the lines etched deep into the skin, and the hollows under his eyes. He notices her scrutiny and raises an eyebrow. "Yes, I'm old," he remarks dryly. He runs a finger gently down her cheek. "Like Hades and Persephone." There is self-mockery in his voice as well as authority, and Amara finds she does not know how to read this man or how to respond to him. She falls back upon the obvious, on what she learned from Felix, but he catches her wrist before her hand can reach him.
No, I want to touch you.
Amara lets her mind slide to blank when Demetrius pushes her gently against the wall, his hand drifting up between her legs. Somehow it makes it worse that he is touching her like a lover, not with the thoughtless, grasping fingers of the men at the brothel. She shivers when he undoes her tunic at the shoulder, exposing her breasts to the cold air, intent on his doomed quest to give her pleasure. Amara allows her eyelids to flutter shut, running through the repertoire of moans she learned from Victoria, willing it to be over. Demetrius's own breathing becomes ragged, and she opens her eyes to check how close he is, then gasps in shock. Philos is standing frozen in the doorway, a bundle of wax tablets clutched in his arms, and a look of horror on his face. Their eyes meet, anguish taut between them, before he turns and walks away. Chapter 47. Not always is a woman feigning love when she sighs and clings to a man in close embrace. Lucretius, on the nature of the universe. Amara draws on reserves of deception she did not imagine she possessed in order to get through the rest of her encounter with Demetrius. Her gasp is disguised as a cry of ecstasy, and her shaking masquerades as the aftermath of pleasure. It is such a convincing performance, she barely needs to touch her new patron to tip him over the edge. But instead of having the leisure afterwards to collapse against his conquest, Demetrius is obliged to hold Amara upright to control her trembling. The intensity of her reaction seems to surprise and please him.
I hardly think we need to consider Stabby-Eye a trial, he murmurs, drawing her closer. I want you in Rome with me.
It feels to Amara as if 100 years of smiling and false laughter must be endured before she is finally released to return home. She knows as soon as she enters the kitchen and sees Britannica's drawn face that Philos must have said something.
He is with Fighter,
Britannica says, pointing at the ceiling.
I never see him like this.
Amara runs up the stairs, panic rising, and pushes open the bedroom door. Rufina is in the cot, asleep, and she looks round wildly for Philos. He has his back to her, leaning against the window to look out at the street, as if he longs to escape.
How long have you been entertaining Julia's guests? He asks, without looking round.
And when were you going to tell me? That was the first time. I swear to you, I swear it. He turns to face her.
I don't know if I believe you.
She can tell from his voice that it is not an accusation, but a statement of fact. I promise you it's true, Philos. I promise. And I couldn't refuse him today, not without offending Julia. You know how much our lives depend on her, how Rufina's life depends on her. I'm just sorry that you saw. Amara cannot continue. Instead, the scene plays through her mind, as Philos must have seen it. The half-naked body of the woman he loves, writhing at the touch of another man. She puts her hand to her mouth. I'm just so sorry.
I used to collect you from the brothel, Philos says quietly. It's not as if I don't know what you've been forced to do. And I've never at any point felt anything but heartbroken for you. But today, he swallows, as if unable to bear the memory. I can't get the image of you out of my head. You sounded as if you were enjoying it. Blood rushes to Amara's cheeks, and she clasps her hands into fists. I was not enjoying it. I'm a prostitute. How do you think women like me get clients to pay? By crying and begging them to stop? By fighting like Britannica and getting our teeth knocked out? I'm sorry.
Philos's face crumples at the sight of her obvious distress.
I shouldn't have said that.
He crosses the room, tentatively reaching out to her. She throws herself into his arms, clinging to him, though she cannot help but notice he is not holding her as closely as usual. She becomes conscious that she smells of lavender, the scent Demetrius left on her skin. "How long is he staying here for?" Philos whispers. "Will you have to see him again?" In the long silence that follows, Amara stares at the wall until it feels as if the geometric patterns of black and white will sear themselves onto her vision. "How long is he here for?" Philos repeats, his voice less gentle this time. Amara lets go, stepping out of the encircling protection of his arms. "He is going to be my patron." "But you've only just met him." Philos stares, incredulous, until she sees the pain of understanding bleed through the shock. "How long have you known this man for?" "I met him in Mycenum." "Mycenum? When you visited Pliny? But that was months ago." "Nothing happened back then, I promise. And yesterday is the very first time I've seen him since." "Yesterday? When you were crying and saying you couldn't bear to lose me? That's when you accepted him as your patron, isn't it?" Philos's face is cold. "Anything else you might have forgotten to tell me?" There is no way to soften the words, no way to escape their impact. "He is taking me to Rome." Philos sits down slowly on the bed. "Rome," he repeats stupidly. "You're leaving me and going to Rome with him." Amara knows, seeing his look of disgust, exactly what Philos is picturing. "I don't even know this man's name. Who is he?" "His name is Demetrius." Amara's tears start to fall, and it hurts to speak each word, knowing the destruction she is wreaking, but still she carries on. "He is an imperial freedman. He is one of the richest men in Campania. He will pay you to look after Rufina. He will pay our daughter's dowry, and if Rufus ever agrees to sell you, he will give me the money to buy you and set you free." Philos is staring at her, and she can see her own grief mirrored in his face. Then he closes his eyes, as if that will shut out the pain. "It's not that I don't understand why you've done this, Amara. Believe me, I do. But it's how you've done it that's so hard to forgive." "Philos, please." "My whole life I have had no control. No fucking control. Not over myself, not over what happens to the people I love. And I know you understand what that feels like, which is why I cannot understand how you could ever behave like this. To lie to me, to keep so many secrets, to leave me no choice, as if I were of no account, as if you owned me. Is that what it feels like to you? Do you think that because I'm a slave and you are free, you have the right to dictate our lives, to dictate my life?" "No, I don't think of you like that. I don't feel like that." "Then why have you acted like you do?" He is gazing at her as if she is a stranger. "I didn't want to shame you," Amara bursts out. "I thought you might be grateful to me for making this decision alone, for sparing you the humiliation of agreeing to hand me over to another man." "You think finding you with him today spared me humiliation? That I should be grateful to you for that?" His contempt cuts through Amara, making her cruel. "I'm only doing this because there's nobody else in this family to make any fucking money. What do you imagine is going to protect our child? Do you think my parents' love was enough to save me from slavery? I would have traded their love for a dowry 1,000 times over. Nothing means anything without money. Nothing." They stare at one another, and Amara feels sick, unable to take back what she has said, what she has implied about Philos's worth. "You sound like Felix," he says. He gets off the bed, walking to the stool where his cloak is lying, wrapping it around himself, his hands shaking with anger and distress. "Philos, please don't walk away from me. Please talk to me." Philos explodes. "Now you want to talk," he shouts, "when you've already decided everything. What do you want to fucking talk about?"
Or are you just going to sit there and tell me how I'm expected to live my worthless life in your absence?"
He strides to the door. Amara gets up to run after him. "You can't just leave like this. Where are you going?" He whips round to face her.
"I'm going for a walk. Is that allowed? Or will you send me back to my master for disobedience?"
Rufina starts to cry, and Amara sees him hesitate, disturbed by their daughter's distress. She reaches for his arm, but rather than draw him closer, the gesture only reignites his anger. Philos holds his palms up, warning her not to touch him, and walks out of the door. Amara hears his footsteps thump down the stairs as she bends down to pick up their howling daughter. She undoes her tunic at the shoulder and latches Rufina onto her breast, feeling the tug of the baby's hunger. Rufina is squirming in the swaddling, and so she unbinds her, feeling the warmth of her daughter's body against her own. Amara strokes her baby's head, soft with dark, downy hair, and feels her heart split open. The thought of allowing a stranger to feed and comfort her child, leaving nothing but emptiness in her arms, is a torment unlike anything Amara has ever known. The milk soothes the baby, and after her feed, Rufina sprawls contentedly across her mother's chest. Not wanting to disturb Rufina by weeping, Amara lays her on the bed and curls around the small body, biting into her own clenched hand to stop herself from making a noise. Rufina gurgles, waving her tiny fists and kicking her feet, oblivious to her mother's distress. Amara watches the baby's movements, pressing down on the darkness in her own heart, allowing the blankness to creep in, knowing from long, bitter experience that the only way to survive is to bury the pain and to keep walking, wherever fortune leads. She moves closer so that her child's perfect face is a breath away from her own. "You will never have your mother's life," she whispers, placing a finger near her daughter's hand, so that the tiny fingers curl around it. "You will never have your father's life." Amara kisses Rufina's forehead. "You will be free." Chapter 48. The Women Who Have Avenged. Herculaneum Graffiti. Livia's prediction of finding a suitable wet nurse in a fortnight proves overly optimistic, but only by a week. Of those 21 days, Amara's last in Pompeii, Demetrius is present for the first 5, and it is this which drives the wedge still deeper between her and Philos. The scent of lavender lingers in their home, and when she and Philos look at each other, there is no escaping their shared knowledge of what she is doing each day, no way to deny the secrets she kept from him. Philos moves into the small storage room off the kitchen, to sleep on the floor beside Britannica. His politeness towards Amara, his scrupulous discussions about how she would like him to raise Rufina, feel even colder than his anger. There is only one moment when his self-control falters, when he tries to thank Amara for the sacrifice she is making for their child. But when she responds with tears of her own, swearing that she will always love him, begging him to believe her, Philos gets up and leaves the room. The last few days are the worst, the hours slipping through Amara's fingers like sand. She had imagined wanting to spend every waking moment with Rufina, but instead she finds it increasingly painful to see her baby, knowing she will have to leave her. And after the wet nurse arrives, Amara cannot bear to be in the house. Britannica's friendship, her largely silent presence, is Amara's greatest comfort, and it is Britannica who helps Amara with the most dangerous of her final acts in Pompeii, a return to the Wolf Den. They arrive at Felix's bar, not the brothel, and the place reminds Amara of the tavern Felix once took her to, a tiny, grubby hole, dark even in the daylight. A woman is bent over the counter, cleaning the surface. She looks up to see Amara and Britannica standing in the doorway, blocking out what little light remains, and cries out. It is Berenice. "Gallus!" Summoned by Berenice's shriek, a familiar figure emerges. feet first, down a ladder in the corner. Gallus scowls at the sight of the two former she-wolves and jerks his head at Amara.
"What do you want?"
"That's not a very pleasant greeting for old friends," Amara replies, walking to the counter. "What else would we want but to see our darling Berenice? And Victoria, of course. Perhaps you could send for her." Gallus steps in front of Berenice, shielding her.
"My wife is not your slave."
"No," Amara says. "She's yours."
"Perhaps you go fetch Victoria yourself."
It is Britannica, this time addressing Gallus. The Briton's hand is on the hilt of her knife, and she looks straight into the eyes of her former tormentor, without a trace of fear.
"We don't like to wait."
Amara keeps watch on the customers behind them, while Britannica fronts up Gallus. Two drinkers are gawping from the corner, but neither man looks like they would be keen to join a fight. She and Britannica deliberately picked a quiet time of the morning to visit. There is still no movement from the married couple at the bar. Britannica's fingers curl around her dagger, as if about to draw. The Briton is taller than Gallus and in much better shape. Amara has no doubt she would win a knife fight, and nor, it seems, has Gallus.
"Go fetch her!"
Felix's freedman barks at his wife. Berenice scurries past her former friends and out into the street.
"You'll fucking regret this,"
Gallus snarls at Amara. "I doubt that," she replies, deliberately echoing the way Felix speaks, the clipped cadences of his voice. Amara smiles at Gallus's look of startled recognition. The brothel is only a few paces up the road, but Berenice is still an uncomfortably long time. Amara and Britannica wait out in the street rather than in the enclosed space of the bar. They have no doubt that their former master will turn up with his wife. Their bigger worry is if he also brings an ambush. Eventually, Felix and his two women return, and Amara feels her chest tighten when she sees Victoria, whose head is now covered incongruously with the veil of a respectable married woman. But this is not what makes Amara catch her breath. Victoria's hands are clasped protectively over her stomach. She is pregnant. Felix sees Amara's reaction and smiles.
"Here to offer your congratulations?"
he asks, bowing to his two former whores. Britannica bares her teeth and hisses.
"Still the same lovely manners, I see."
Berenice puts her arm protectively around Victoria.
"She told me what you did."
She looks accusingly between Britannica and Amara.
"How you threatened to butcher her like a pair of thugs."
"Yet here she is," Amara says, "alive and well."
"Unfortunately,"
Britannica adds.
"I don't think it's very wise for you to stand here on the street insulting my wife,"
Felix remarks, kissing Victoria on the top of her head.
"Not if you want to return home in one piece."
Victoria says nothing, but casts her eyes down to the pavement. "Then we'll stand in your fucking bar and insult her there instead," Amara snaps. "There are things we need to discuss." Amara sees the rage flicker in Felix's eyes, even though his smile does not waver. He flourishes his arm towards the entrance in an exaggerated gesture of welcome. There is a pause when he and Britannica stand together at the door, neither willing to expose their unarmed back to the other. But then Felix deliberately turns to walk over the threshold, as if taunting the Briton with the target between his shoulder blades. At the sight of the neighbourhood's notorious pimp and loan shark, the two customers still lurking in the bar clear up and leave. Felix nods to Gallus.
"Wait outside in the doorway. We're not to be disturbed."
Victoria and Berenice huddle by the bar, while Amara and Britannica stand against the wall opposite. Their former sisterhood irreparably broken. Felix is between them, commanding the centre of the room.
"Out with it, then," he says to Amara. "This had better be worth my fucking time."
"I'm not paying you any more money," she replies. "You will accept this and swear not to harm my family." Felix laughs.
And how will you be enforcing this demand? Britannica draws her weapon, a long, vicious-looking dagger. You touch, Rufina, I kill you. I remember what happened the day I first used a knife against you, bitch, Felix says, not deigning to reach for his own blade. Do you? In her mind's eye, Amara sees Britannica in the brothel again, Felix holding a blade to her face, his hand grasping her thigh in an unspoken threat of sexual violence. It was the only time Amara ever saw Britannica afraid. I am Senavara of the Iceni, Britannica says, stepping forwards, her weapon raised, her intention to fight unmistakable. She cocks her head at Felix, like a hawk trained on its prey. You will obey her or die. Felix draws his weapon. They circle one another in silence, each watching the way the other moves, both stripped down to the very essence of who they are, two remorseless killers. At the edge of her vision, Amara is conscious of Victoria weeping into Berenice's arms, but she does not look. She cannot take her eyes from Britannica's face, willing her friend to succeed, not daring to imagine her defeat. It is Felix who makes the first move, a feint to test Britannica's response. She dodges him easily, retaliating with a swipe of focused aggression which nearly hits his arm. And then it seems to Amara that the pair are in constant motion, striking at one another so fast she cannot see if anyone has been hit. Their dance is both ugly and graceful, propelled by a savagery and speed which is horrifying to watch. Amara cries out as Felix aims a blow which she is certain will be fatal, and yet Britannica evades him, melting from his grasp like smoke. Felix charges before Britannica has time to fully recover her stance, driving her towards the tables at the back. He strikes again, and Amara fears this time he will surely hit home, and yet Britannica springs backwards, leaping up onto the table behind her. In the split second of surprise that she gains, Britannica aims a kick at Felix, hitting him hard in the face. He sprawls backwards onto the floor, and she falls upon him, knocking his weapon wide, her knee at his chest, her knife at his throat. Yield to me! There is complete silence. Even Victoria is too shocked to continue weeping. Amara walks slowly to where Felix lies on the floor, blood smeared on his face. He looks up at her, and it is to Amara he addresses his answer, not Britannica. I will never yield to you. She opens her mouth in shock, and he smiles. Not what you were expecting. I swore by all the gods to destroy you. You will continue paying, Amara, because every penny you give me reminds you that I own you. I will always own you. You don't like it? He flicks his eyes towards Britannica. Then let her kill me. And what do you imagine will happen then? Do you not think I have your secret written in my will? That if you murder me, you will destroy your own child? He is a liar, Britannica snarls. Felix is staring into Amara's eyes. She knows I'm not lying, he replies. Let him up. Amara's voice is choked with rage. I can't risk it. At first it seems Britannica is not going to obey. The anger on her face at being denied the kill is frightening to see. And yet she moves, doing as Amara has asked. Victoria rushes towards Felix as soon as he is standing, but he shoves her away. Don't fucking touch me, he spits. And Amara knows, looking at the way Victoria quails, that Victoria will suffer later for her husband's defeat. I will pay you, Amara says, but if you harm Philos or Rufina, if you do not keep your silence, I will not only kill you, but your entire family. She looks over to where Victoria is standing, clutching her stomach in fear. Your child for mine, Amara says to her, as payment for your betrayal. You certainly have a high regard for the British bitch's killing abilities, Felix says, wiping the blood from his face and inspecting the red smear on his palm. But it seems unlikely one woman could inflict so much carnage. She got lucky today. But how might it be if she faced not only me, but my whole household? Do you really think she could kill Paris, Gallus, and Thraso single-handed? And then there's always the tragic possibility she might be set upon in a dark alley. I wonder who your protector would be then. My brothers avenge me, if you touch me, Britannica says to Felix. We are sworn to each other. They know of you already. You don't have any fucking brothers, Victoria says, eyes wide with fear. Not unless you plan on raising the dead. Britannica smiles her gap-toothed grin and pushes the tunic high up her arm to where the pale skin is freshly tattooed with black. The mark of a gladiator. I have many brothers now. To die for vengeance is honour for me. You sold her as a gladiator? Felix is unable to hide his surprise. She pledged herself, Amara replies, edging towards the door. Britannica is beside her with her dagger drawn, the safety of the street just a few paces away. Perhaps you shouldn't have discarded her so easily. There is always a price to pay for underestimating a woman. Epilogue. Now we come to examples of changing fortune, which are innumerable. For what great joys does she bring except after disasters, or what immense disasters except after enormous joys? Pliny the Elder, Natural History. The boat does not move as swiftly as Pliny's quadrireme to Misenum. The small merchant vessel is not going to carry them for the whole journey, only as far as Puteoli. From there they will travel the rest of the way by road. The wind whips at Amara's hair. She watches the coast pass by, the giant bulk of Vesuvius looming over the bay, its peak piercing the clouds. They are approaching the harbour at Pompeii, but the ship does not slow. Venus stands on her giant column, the guardian of her city. Amara thinks of the plea she once made to the goddess at the Vinalia, all that time ago with Dido. May men fall to me as this offering falls to you, greatest Aphrodite. May I know love's power, if never its sweetness.